Alright, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is
Nice.
Thunderpick World Championships continuing here in Europe Series 1. And I gotta say, I love this picture. Production really doing me a lot of favors. I'm feeling
Don't blame
fantastic.
Production Nexus. We all choose our own green screen backgrounds. Trav went with cobblestone. This is all on you. Let's not blame production yet. Come on.
Are you feeling bonita, Nexus? Are you feeling bonita?
I am. This is actually what is underneath my green screen. This is what I've been hiding for all these years.
The wallpaper.
Indeed.
Beautiful.
Indeed. It is great to be here. How are you guys doing? It's a busy morning, and we're going to be heading into a couple of best of threes here. But I think it should promise to be quite a bit of action here, so I'm at least ready for it. I don't know if you guys are.
Well, I mean, we're sort of ready. We're up until, what, 3:30, 3:45 a.m., 1 hour later for Matt.
Yeah.
Doing another game, best of 5 in South America last night, so that lasted a very long time. We were talking about it during all the green room stuff last night. It's like, oh my god, we're actually doing this, aren't we? We're actually waking up at 8 a.m. to do this game. And yeah, we're committing to it because for the love of the game, we're always here for Counter-Strike. And yeah, I think, this is going to be an interesting game because I think, ALGO, they come into today, Nexus, put very simply, knowing there's a VRS, not massive, but a VRS bounty to be taken here because Betclic are on poor form.
Alright, Matt, how much do you actually then follow this as well? Because you guys have had the chance to see Betclic a bit more than I have. That being, I've only followed the results. You guys have actually managed to see how this team plays. There are some expectations where you kind of pit him against ALGO in this one, because I would almost be willing to put ALGO as an unlikely favorite, almost.
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand what you mean when you put those two words together. But thing is, like, if Betclic are losing to ALGO at this point, honestly, you just got to, like, wrap it up. Because, sure, they haven't been at their best, far from it. But they still have got some moments where they look good. It's not like it's a complete dumpster fire altogether. Demos, actually, his rating's got even better. He's got 1.12 rating the past 3 months. I mean, that is very good from him as an individual perspective, but when he's the best player in the team, that is a bit concerning. Hades is just quite far from the player, I'm afraid, that we've kind of fell in love with many moons ago, when we were there in the park overlooking the lake and the light was shimmering off of it. He's not that same guy anymore at the moment, I'm afraid. So, a lot of room for improvement with Betclic, I'd say.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like, he supposedly lately he's been unwell, and there was a thought that he wasn't going to play today. But after some checking with the team and checking with the admins and everything, apparently it's either Hades today or Coach Bogdan. So, we don't actually know if it's Bogdan 100% yet. So, yeah, it's definitely a weird state for them to be in. And the issue is that, as kind of what I was saying to Matt yesterday, if Demo is your best player, don't get me wrong, he's playing well in these roles he's in this team. But if Demo is your best player, that is not a good look for the outlook of your team when you've got two youngsters, Eski and Drenku, who should be trying to, push themselves into prominence in the Polish scene in this roster, which is kind of what this whole roster's about. And yeah, it's just They've won a few BO1s recently on LAN, which has really helped prop up their VRS, but overall, they just can't buy a win when it's actually needed.
Alright, then for the other side, this is the one I've had a bit more as well to a bit more time to see, and I've been honestly really impressed. Right, the obvious glaring thing that I'll point out of this team, as well as every other time I have had them in this last few weeks, they do a lot of roster changes, and yet again, right, for the last few games as well, Rundy hasn't been playing. Instead, you've had Adex on this team instead stepping in. I kind of pitted them as a slight favorite before I knew about the Adex stepping in. They still delivered with a 2-1 victory 2-0 victory last I saw them. They've still been doing really well because they have a lot of individual firepower that can make up for the sort of, let's say, a week or two max of practice with current 5 and such. I really look at this team and say, skill ceiling, very, very high. Bambosh, incredible in so many moments. Shade as well has been showing these last few years that he can do it all pretty much from whatever position or role he's playing. And then as well, you have this core with now Andu forming that third player in this team, where it looks really good, right? The skill ceiling is fantastic. I just wish for some consistency and give them a bit of time and room to cook. right? Is that too much to ask? I don't know.
I guess not. It's a little bit disappointing that Randy, I don't know if he is playing today or not.
He's
He
not, I
doesn't
don't think.
suggest as much on HLTV. His numbers haven't been great though lately. And I saw this team like, I want to say like 2 months ago. I was actually casting the game where they beat OG. Or am I hallucinating? Let me scroll
No,
back
they
through their
definitely beat
results
OG.
here.
They did.
They did, right? Yeah. I was casting that game. And Randy, for me, I was like, damn, this guy, he's the source. I can really enjoy watching him play. And then they also had Amber, who decided to join a full Danish team. So I have to now check back in. I don't know exactly what this new ALGO roster is looking like in the server.
I've seen them a couple of times actually, and do you know what? They actually are okay. I'll say only okay. I think the main thing is that when they punched up to maybe a slightly higher level, it's a bit difficult for them to deliver. Obviously, we saw them play Gentlemates recently, and they got dumpstered. But yeah, look, I think Adex is an upgrade, which is kind of crazy. I agree with you about Rendy. It's a shame because he came from like, that Navi Youth, Navi Junior project back a couple of years ago. Would have played on that when he was like 16, and he hasn't really grown as a player, unfortunately, like many others do in those like 4 or 5 years at the beginning of their career. I feel like he hasn't really made much progress. So Adex coming in, good addition. I think he's a good player. More often than not, though, when I watch this team and I see them play, I think, okay, well, Shane might be putting up good numbers. Nuki might even be doing his job on the team to a pretty good, decent level. But sometimes I watch them in the 2 games I've covered them lately and think to myself, Andu's kind of the only guy that is like really talented, that can really punch up and frag hard against any team he plays.
Interesting. A polarizing opinion here, but you know what? If we all agree, it wouldn't be fun. So we'll have to see who's right, who's wrong. I'll play the role against you two today, then. But we have the veto as well. Now, here's the thing. Betclic do have a couple of problems with this veto in the sense that they do have a seemingly 7-map pool, right? Even if they've banned Inferno, they've still played it in the last 2 weeks as well. And there are other maps as well that they do struggle on. Mirage is going to be one of those. We'll see it as a decider here. Overpass, Inferno, Dust. They're all kind of weak for this team, and also the sort of thing where they don't play them a lot. So you don't necessarily know if or how much practice is being put into those. What problems do you have besides the lack of officials? Which, so far, results are not great. So you give a lot of opportunity for ALGO to pick into strong maps and very little for Betclic to pick into one where ALGO is weak and they're also great. It is not easy for Betclic in this veto process.
It's not. And I think that's one of the main things that is awkward for them lately, as you say. It's not just the fact they're on bad form, it's the fact that they're just playing, so many maps and can't really focus on one really good one. They have one good map, this is the issue. They have one good map, and it's Anubis. And Anubis isn't exactly a map that is, really loved by teams at this level. So that obviously will be banned away. Ancient is an okay pick for ALGO. Nuke is a bit of 50-50 for them. The Mirage would be slightly favoured to ALGO, but only just because Betclic have only won like 1 or 2 in the 6 they've played. So, weird state. Well, head-to-head is Demo and Shane. I think Shane is looking okay lately, but Demo is kind of the only main man for Betclic at the moment. And we do have information from our producer, Gopher. As we thought coming into the day, that we read on Twitter and everything and double checked all this stuff, Hades is still sick and they will be playing with Polo. So that's confirmed. Not sure who will AWP. Maybe Polo will just stand in and AWP. I'm not so sure.
He is an AWPer.
He is an AWPer? I thought he was a rifler.
No, he's an AWPer, so
okay,
take over that. Yeah.
Fair enough. But still, it's not a nice position to be in. And firstly, we've been criticizing Hades. I think rightly so for his form. It's not been a great watch for him over the last however many months. But obviously, first things first, we hope he gets better.
Yep. Now, I feel like we've already kind of set the stage here. I know, Hayes, I got to you to agree with me a little bit here as well, in the sense of ALGO might be a slight, unlikely favorite in a way. You could see that, Faye. But do you agree with it? If I were to put a proverbial gun to your head, I think, whatever that direction. Which way do you actually want to lean in this series?
I mean, with the stand it's honestly not even the worst thing at the moment because Polo's actually in better form than Hades is, so he might frag harder than what you'd get out of Hades, but obviously he's not going to be slotting into the system where he knows exactly what all the strats are going to be, so that maybe does close the gap a little bit, but then obviously Polo's fragging might be superior to Hades. I haven't seen this ALGO roster with Bambosh and Adex, to be honest with you. So I'm a little bit more like reluctant to jump on board the ALGO hype train and say I expect them to win this. I mean, I know Adex with the AWP actually is pretty good, but I'm gonna stick with the known quantity of Betclic, even though they are playing with the stand. And I think ALGO will make it competitive. I think it'll be 3 maps. We're gonna get like all the rounds. We're gonna get the OTs, the 13-11s. But I'm gonna think that Betclic will get it done at the end of the day.
All right, Trav. I need you to agree with me here. I cannot be alone in this one. Surely.
Well, look, I do think that just for the weird state of form for both these two teams, like as I said earlier, like if there's one day where ALGO could beat Betclic and maybe you could argue feel like it should be today. Especially considering Betclic are playing with a stand-in. They're going to need their youngsters to step up and take notice here. Unfortunately, the game we covered, I think, the other morning, like Drenku, I understand he's only 18. It's his first ever professional team. Ditto. Some other teams in the scene, but you can't use that as an excuse. But he's been pretty disappointing in I feel like I watch him. I never see any egregious errors, but he just is a bit poor on the fragging count. That's all.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave you two guys to discuss it then. I'm going to walk out of here. Maybe we'll have a new background for me when I come back. I don't know. But what I do know is the game is live and we'll head into it. You guys will prove me right, yourselves wrong. You can toil about it yourselves. I'm going to be heading out of here. You guys have fun in the game.
Thank you very much. And yes. Thank you very much, and yes, we will try and find you a new background, I'm sure. From unicorns, I think we can maybe go the polar opposite and do like devils or something. I mean, who knows? We can make it funny. But yeah, ALGO and Betclic are about to go live. We're a little bit of a techie before we go live. As you can see, Polo is in the server. Matt is upset. Lock in, Matt. I promise it's going to be okay. We're with each other. It's all good. We're gonna give ourselves
I just love that we can see on camera that we're both we both hadn't slept a very long amount of time. We both got out of bed pretty recently, but we're here. We're back again. This is a familiar place to find ourselves, isn't it?
It's okay. Bro.
Oh no, I'm good, man. I'm here. I'm all for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. RN. Either way, whenever I am on the mic, give it everything I got.
He's so tired. He's using abbreviations.
Shorthand, yeah. Yeah, goddamn right. Here we go. ALGO. Gonna try and kickstart my day with a pacey pistol running towards the B bomb site by the look of things. But Betclic are well poised to deal with it. They've got 4 players leading in this direction. He's had his bell run, as has Polo as well. Finally, a couple kills coming through from the CT side. And once they get going, ALGO can't break through anymore.
Ancient is one of the maps I've seen ALGO on before recently. And as I said, they were okay. I think often they do kind of play a pretty individually based style, though. And I think teamwork is what kind of lacks for this team. So we'll see if that comes to pass later on. Nick's doing a good job, actually, fragging his way through this situation. Okay, talking about kickstarting your morning, Matt. There you go. 1v3 that you should have never, ever won.
Alrighty then. Interesting, Adex. How have you managed that one then, my good sir? I mean, it looked like he was going to depart the B-bomb site in its entirety. It's not even a bomb plant there for him. He just finds the headshots and makes it look easy. I can't believe we had to convince Nexus that ALGO were actually in a really good position to win the series, potentially, Trav. Anyway, maybe he'll believe now. The end of a pistol like that.
Maybe. That is a crazy beginning to the game. Yuki's pushing into a donut. We will find Demo. Drenku is here though, so it's a guaranteed trade. I say guaranteed. A bit of a nervy one for him, but he manages to deliver in the end. Prism finds Bambosh, and this force seems like it's going to be relatively successful. Polo still got the line here with the scout, so that is something. He got help from Prison with the FAMAS. That's going to help a lot. Andu needs to make a play, and even though he tries to catch Drenku on the hop, in the rotation, on the run, he won't.
Oh,
Alex is caught. Round over.
okay. Well, that's the best way to move past an unfortunate event, is by just comfortably winning the round immediately afterwards. It's going to settle you back into the game, put those proverbial demons to bed, which is where I wish I was, and get yourself on the board. 1-1. ALGO with basically no money coming into this round either. Oh my. You know, sometimes when people just send you crazy gifts that don't even make sense, Trav? You just sat there.
Who was that this time?
No, I mean, these are people who don't deserve to. I shouldn't be saying their name on broadcast, so I'll keep it private for now. Don't want to out them. But sometimes those gifts be crazy. They say women be crazy, but really it's the gifts you've got to watch out for.
Sorry, man.
Why are you sorry, Trav?
Click and click. Pushing aggressively from Prism. Alex and Yuki with a good response though, and they will be having a relatively free B bomb site all of a sudden. Polo scrambling with the scout, and they're going to continue to go back and forth at the beginning of this map, it feels like.
Well, I mean, if they can contain Andu top mid, which is no longer going to be a possibility because Drenku's had his attention turned, Andu, that's extremely unlike him. Obviously, it is still a 1 versus 3, and the bomb is moving in towards the A bomb side. Drenku is completely trapped right now. And Andu will finish him off. All right, well, ALGO, like you say, just going to continue to trade rounds here. Neither team able to win consecutive rounds as it's raining forced by wins at the moment.
I'm pretty convinced that the percentage of teams that win the force buy at this level is higher than the teams that actually win the conversion. It's just like it always happens.
That would be very interesting to get, like, can we get a tier 3 B-Trams or Lazer Reposer? Who's willing to do our digging and our dirty work in that regard? Because that would be a very interesting that to actually pull.
There is actually an obvious reason for it, right? It's obviously like protocols at this level are great, and teams maybe a bit more lackadaisical with those sort of rounds. So, you know, there are some teams which are very good at those anti-forces. Polo will hold on for 2. Pretty nice from him. The bomb plant probably doesn't feel all too possible all of a sudden. There's their ski finding Bambosh. Yuki will get the trade, but the utility is not really in a great position, and the bomb plant doesn't feel that safe. Thankfully, they'll try to get it down. Adex plays it a bit deeper near the default boxes to get planted open for CT. Doing that kill on Polo is excellent. That means now Yuki can flank through Temple because of that bomb plant position. I feel pretty confident in doing so. He is being looked at now by Drenku, and it's a great prediction. I don't think Yuki made any sound at all. It's just like an obvious guess considering where that bomb plant is. Now Alex is in a weird position. No kit. Can Drenku defuse it behind the box? He can, just about. So can Alex find the head at any point? Nade will be decent, but it won't get the kill. He's going to have to hit a few bullets as well, and he will. Brilliantly done from Alex. That's 2 clutches in the game for him already. That round swing will be going nuclear. Yeah,
and that's 2 clutches to contribute to 2 of their 3 round wins. So very good coming through from Adex. Very calm in that moment as well to just drop the nade, kind of recognize there was a threat in Donut, but bypass it with how he positions himself using the box as cover. Very well navigated. That is going to be ALGO winning consecutive rounds. The first time we've seen something like that. And Betclic Apogee are going to have to full save. I think one of the things that they'll miss the most here from Hades not being in the game, Trav, is the contribution to the mid-round and that secondary voice that he'll bring to the team. Now, between Prism and Demo, they'll still have some good experience to go off of. but I'd imagine that Hades is always a big factor that contributes to their structure and some of the decisions that are made within the team.
100%. I mean, he's got the experience. He's in-game led before, even though you didn't like it that much. And yeah, I mean, look, we'll go over it multiple times, I'm sure, in the extra games we cover a Betclic in the future if they don't make any changes. Like, it does just feel like a roster going through the motions. And obviously Hades, for whatever, all the AWPers in like tier 2, tier 3, looking like they're improving with Graph 2, and to be fair, even AWPers in tier 1 as well. He's not one of them, which is a shame. And maybe we can like give him a pass due to the fact he's been ill lately, but it's been going on for a little while now. Yeah. So maybe, as you say, Polo could be a difference maker in a way. Bambosh is going to entry SD onto the bomb site zone. Prism, he's multiple, gets multiple, but once again, Adex gets the trade. He is 14-1.
Good lord. And we haven't even seen him use the AWP yet either. He's the AWPer of the team. He's clutch with the pistol. He's clutch with the rifle. Continues to do damage with the AK. Phenomenal double trade out of him. ALGO on course to go up 5-1. I don't even think Betclic Apogee are going to attempt this. I mean, Polo's got a glass cannon AWP. Tranky's got a M4 with a smoke no kit. Yeah, they've already accepted their fate. They're going to concede the round. And ALGO have come out the gates swinging.
Do you remember what you were going to say when I cut you off for the B attack? I don't blame you if you don't, because, you know.
I was saying something?
Good answer.
No, honestly, I truly don't even remember that I was busy saying something.
But you went, and I cut you off, so I wanted to check to see if you remembered, but I didn't expect that you would.
Not the foggiest. Oh, I do remember. Wait, no, this is something different. Did you see the winning video from Shinden after their result last night?
I didn't actually. Please link it to me. Is it on the Twitter?
Give me a second. Yeah, I got it for you.
Okay.
Just get it up here.
Oh, are they in a team house together? No, wait, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was going to say no spoilers.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Have a little look-see there. I'll hold the round for now. Keep it safe. Come here around. I got you. Nice shot there from Polo, recognizing a lot of the early action has been going down over towards the B bomb side, recognizing that he's got to make a play here in this round if there's going to be any chance for his team. He'll draw first blood with the AWP.
Okay, that's a retweet from me. Thanks, man.
Geen probleem is what we say here in South Africa. That means no problem.
Yeah. The hell is Yassis, or whatever it is.
There we go. Yassis, man. It's when you're annoyed doing something that frustrated you. And you're fed up. Yassis, how's this happened again? Either way, that's what Betclic Apogee are going to be saying if they lose another advantageous situation.
Is it a reference to like, Jesus or something like that? Surely it is. Probably. Oh, only a tag from Poe. That's so unfortunate. I mean, Adex is being protected by everything right now. He's living a charmed life. That AWP shot does 51 damage. And he gets connected through the brick there. Pretty crazy. And his repositioning here is superb too. He's just in an absolute whale of the time right now. He's, what's the word? In the ascendancy. In the flow state. Yeah, sure. Let's give it that.
Can't put a foot wrong right now, can he?
17. He's got a 17 KD.
No, it's insane. I mean, there's how many kills in the entirety of Betclic? 12, 14. Okay, there's still 24, so he's not eclipsing the entire opposition, but he's damn near close to it. 17 KD is insane. The thing about Achias's, Trav, is that it's become its own thing. It's not a blasphemous saying in South Africa, if that makes sense. It did probably evolve from that, but it's now just become its own word completely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh boy. Well, Bambosh has sent Prism to meet Yassis. Oh, there's a tag. Finally, Betclic are going to get something going their way against Adex. Just a tag, no frag with that AWP, but they have still been able to glean control of this B bomb site. Polo getting crisped up to the molly that would have been heard, and there's still 2 players in cave as well. Big Jewel here, but Pambush works straight into the scope, and that's never going to work out for him.
Finally, Adex will have his second death of the game. Rinku and Eski together in toward cave. Oh, timing is not great though. Eski is still unexpected, however. Not showing his hand just yet because he knows he can just play. Oh, I'm gonna say maybe he needed to show his hand a bit sooner, but in the end, nothing's worked for Betclic. Playing it safe or playing it aggressive, neither worked. Polo has to clutch. Looking pretty impossible. And with a double kill. There's another kill, but he's got no kit, Polo. And a very aggressive move from Andy there to stop him from even getting anywhere near the bomb site. Good job. Once again, ALGO are finding a way. And as we said, you understand Betclic lost the situation, but ALGO just play a better Ancient lately.
I mean, how many advantageous situations have slipped through Betclic's fingers, though? I feel like majority of the rounds that have been won here by ALGO, Betclic have had like a man advantage at one point in most of them. Go back and check. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including the pistol. 5 out of the 7 rounds won by ALGO, they were behind at one point or another.
Oh, 5-7 could get multiple here, and it does. NT from Polo. Could have easily been 3. Fortunately, it's not. So once again, it's an ALGO advantage, and another great flick from Adex. Catch demo before he does any damage to him. 18 and 2. Looking at what could be one of Alex's best career games coming in here. You know, I always look at that when I see a player playing this well. Like, if you look at his complete stats, all his matches throughout his career, his short career, he's played 246 maps on HLTV in his career. It's actually not, you know, loads. Get a 2.61 rating while playing for AIM Club this year against Mausen XT on Dust 2. So he only went 20 and 5 in that game. There's a good chance he could better that KD-wise, and he's already won 2 big clutches. So maybe that round swing will add to that rating. He'll be breaking records if he keeps this one up.
Why is he no longer on Infinite?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
I guess, I mean, they've got very good players there, right?
Because they picked up Slend.
Once it's Slend, yeah, true. The thing is that, like, I just checked his rating from his time in Infinite. It was a 1.19 rating. Oh, it wasn't across that many maps, so all right, that does change. It was only across 18 maps, so he really hadn't been in the team for all that long. And obviously, Slend, as we saw, was amazing. But Adex is showing that he's got a lot to provide. I mean, he didn't play in any team basically from October 2024 till December 2025. So over a year at that point, he wasn't a part of any professional team, was Adex. So it's good to see him back in the server and performing at this sort of a level.
Oh, there we go. A bit of early rebuttal from Polo this time. So I'll give Alex a chance to grow into the round. He's unceremoniously put down. But that needs to work out for a round for Betclic. And their buy is, with that AWP, is 2 FAMASs, 2 FAMI, an M4 and an MP9. So it's not perfect.
Yeah, and they've squandered these advantageous positions already. Indeed, as you say, they have just crept into the same bomb site with no sort of prior info. Drenky walks straight into the crosshair of Nuki. And that will work out to bring back into a 4v4, secure a plant as well. Demo's trying to snake his way through onto the site, but good spam there for Shane, kind of delays it. Now he's been tagged up heavily. Is there an HE? Not even required if there was one. 4v3. Another situation seemingly going to get away from them.
Yeah, kit on Prism, sure. This one just doesn't feel possible in any way, shape, or form. The worst part about it for Prism is that he's got that kit and he's all on the big flank. So he had to get so much closer. He was so much further away. He'll get kid cleared easily, and Polo could be a dead man in towards CT here. Good kill. Then goes down to the bomb, but it doesn't matter going down with the ship because they've got all the money in the world. Another round for ALGO. Couple more left in the half. Be even looking at a double-digit T side.
Yep, that's the direction that things are currently trending in right now. The only round won by Betclic Apogee so far in this first half has been a force buy. A lot left to be desired, I'm afraid.
I sent that to a friend. I thought you'd enjoy that.
Hang that up, bro. I'm gonna put that in a frame.
Wait, hang on.
Alright, well, ALGO not going to be hanging on over towards the C-bomb side.
Wow.
Really well done between Yuki and Andu. 3 frags between the two of them. Polo is rotating off the A-bomb side. He's even going to get fragged, bro. ALGO are just dominating Betclic Apogee right now. Non-contest.
Yes, every single fight is going their way. Literally every single entry. And they're also making just like very active and dynamic decisions too. Just like making sure that Betclic don't, just not ready in any sort of situation, especially when they go into A, in like a mid round or an early round. It's unpredictable. There's variance. I mean, Nuki, if you have a player going 14-6 alongside a player going 18-3, you're going to be winning a half.
God, 32 kills between them, man.
Shane and Bambosh have just basically not had to do anything.
Chillin'. Absolutely chillin'. Talk about Polo doing the most. He's 12-8. The stand-in has been fragging just fine. Everybody else around him is struggling a lot, though. I can't help but feel like, in hindsight, yeah, sure, 2020, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, bringing in 2 complete rookies for Betclic Apogee was always a big gamble. And it hasn't paid off.
You see?
I'm not saying I think either one of them are the problem, but I feel like they need to maybe reassess the situation, yeah.
I don't disagree, but at the same time, I don't blame them for making that call when you've got a core of Prism Hades demo. Like, that's a very, very good Polish core for this level that can help elevate the levels of rookies like Eski and Drenku.
Yeah, I feel like Betclic struggles aren't down to just Hades being in poor form, though.
I know.
I don't like the reason I say that is it doesn't feel like to me if Hades did just get back to being like a 1.11 or 1.15 rated AWPer, that all of a sudden Betclic Apogee are completely back. I feel like they need more than that. Like imagine a Diha in Drenku or Eski's position, for example.
I know, but like, I mean, D has been without a team since like January, I think.
He was playing with Ill Will, wasn't he?
Yeah, but that's obviously technically not an organization. So yeah, sure. I think he's been without an org for quite a while, and I think he's been searching for a team for a good few months now, since Ill Will didn't really work out. So yeah, he I don't know. I don't know if there's like a problem with D here in some way, shape, or form because he's too good a player to just be sitting on the sidelines as a free agent. I'm just surprised. Maybe he's waiting for a good call, a good team. Hang on. I mean, Betclic will win this round, by the way. Because Drenku's got the bomb. He knows he's got the bomb too. And the T side don't. And that's a really nicely won clutch there from Drenku. Fully deserved. Andu and Adex missed out on that C4. Let's get back for it. And even though they managed to trade their way back into that round with some awkward positioning, as we can see throughout the replays here, is Drenku with that AK who will manage to hold on. That's a very, very nice, calmly won 1v2.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Wonderful stuff coming through there from Drenku to make that one work. Smart positioning and sharp shooting out of him. Betclic Apogee double up their round count in the process. Oh boy, fast and pacey here, trending towards the bomb site. Shane in the corner hasn't had a whole lot to do throughout this map so far. And the multi would have gone a long way there for him, but he does go down off the back of one kill, which means a retake is going to be required here by his team.
And another nice tap there from Yuki. If he went down, Kit and Smoke would have been dropped. Would have been back into a 2v2. Demo's waiting in the right position for Adex though. That feels like a bit of a freebie, but now Demo has to do it all by himself. USP drawn. Smoke will now be thrown onto that bomb. Yuki can try to hold it. It makes it so awkward for Demo. Oh, he's really close with that first tap. But Andu is closer. He hits it immediately. And ALGO are getting ever closer.
Like that song. Is it by Usher? Closer. Closer. Turn the music up in here. I still hear you loud and clear.
I mean, I searched closer Usher and I got Neo, not Usher.
Neo.
Yeah.
And I swear I know your name. I just don't know who
I
you
just
are.
can't stop. I just can't stop.
There we go,
I
baby.
just can't stop.
Oh, damn. Trav, I think we found our missing talent, man. Form like, oh, not like that. Form a duet. All right. Betclic going to try and pop it towards the same bomb site. Yuki is here in conjunction with Andu. They set up a pretty good crossfire initially to find 2 kills. Some good follow-up damage. Andu's going to get the reload off. Max 10 desperate to try and chase him down, and he will.
Uh-oh.
And then he wants the M4 so goddamn badly, and you know what? It actually pays dividends. But he's taking a couple ticks to the molly to get the rifle, as that enables him to get the kill on Bambosh. There's a lot more where that came from, though.
Yeah, Alex and Shane absolutely can still win this one, especially with Alex still alive. Shane's going searching, though, and he'll take him down comfortably. So now Alex needs to play the long game. He has flanked around in toward middle. That, you'd argue, should be known. He's already got a kill in this round. They are worried he's still CT, and they're both looking at it. Alex has got here quite quickly. Is there going to be 1 free kill on the side at least? There will be. It could be 2 because the second player's planting. Oh,
no way.
One more bullet needed onto Prism. Actually, I think Prism's movement wins him that clutch. To where he gets off the plant and immediately strafes to the right. Alex out of bullets, not able to connect.
That's insane. Oh, I felt like he had that one dead to right. Finally, something going Betclic Apogee's way. All right. Well, extremely long road back here for the Poles. Like going from the North Pole to the South Pole would be the equivalent of trying to win this map from here. In fact, it might be easier going from the North Pole to the South Pole.
Would you like to go to the magnetic North Pole?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
100%. I want to know what they're hiding.
True.
What are their secrets?
I mean, Top Gear have been there, and it was just snow and rocks, so...
Nah, it's all part of the bigger picture. That's what they want you to see, Trav. That's what they want you to see. They've been captured. Listen, did you know, here's a nature/environmental fact for you, that the Arctic is the biggest desert in the world?
I think I've heard it be described as a desert before, but I would never call it that myself. So, no.
I know, it's a weird one. It's basically, I think it's like a tundra. Because deserts are defined by the amount of, I think it's like the amount of water that they get in a year, if I'm not mistaken. That's one of the main, like, classifications.
Well, there we go.
So, yeah. Poles are the biggest deserts.
Well, we need to make sure that these poles are not going to be deserted in this game.
And drying out the server. Yeah, there we go. Been able to finally win against a 4-spy and win consecutive rounds. First time here on the map that Betclic Apogee will string consecutive rounds together.
ALGO needing only 2, though, won't be panicking by any means just yet. God, I probably heard this Neo Closer song last time in like 2008. When was this released? Neo YouTube.
2005 would be my
16
guess.
years ago. The YouTube video was released 16 years ago. And
Okay, so
that's
that's
not
2007 then.
Not even. No, it's. I think you're right. It is an older song than that. I'm pretty sure. The YouTube video was obviously not the exact release date. Let's see when it was released. Technically, Google says 2008, so maybe it actually isn't that far off. Only by a couple of years. That's probably the last time I heard that song, to be fair, in 2008. But
that means the music video went up in 2011.
10 or 11, yeah.
16 years ago?
10 or 11.
Okay, 10, alright.
I don't actually know.
So,
I didn't
yeah.
do that.
Alright, well, it was a classic. It was a cult classic when we were kids, that's for sure.
180 million views, released 30th of November 2009 on YouTube. There we go.
I mean, that's pretty impressive to be putting those sorts of numbers for a song that was released back then.
There are a few like that. Cult classics that don't die. Current music sucks, low-key.
I'm
Some of them,
definitely
anyway.
not on board with the AI music train, that's for sure. But there's still some groups out there that are actively making. I mean, so I agree with you that like majority, 100%, like not even a single part of me wants to dispute that.
And I feel like it's also not nostalgia bias as well. Like there's just so many good songs from back then that you don't get anything like in the modern day. There was one song I found the other day which was like it reminded me of 2008, 2010 kind of vibe, and it was really nice. It's a bit like, you know, kind of more whimsical, put it that way. I'll link it to you later. Probably not your kind of thing, but
that's okay. I'll try it out. I'll try anything once.
It just reminded me of old school nostalgia vibe with how it was designed. It was all like the video of the music video was like drawn in crayon too. So like it was a long time for it to be made.
Thing is, music used to be art, and now
this is art.
Feels like it's just
I can assure you. Yeah, very very good point. Quick 1-for-1 in this gun around here for Betclic and ALGO. ALGO will respond with a 12 here if they're able to get this one over the line. Betclic with a little bit of a rebuttal at the end of the map. Will it be the end of the map? Will we see more from them here? Andu on quite a considerable off angle around that big box and brokey position, but he'll hop back up now. As he sees the utility flying through, he might decide to go back inside of that simple position. Molotov would have burnt him out, so good position to be in. Flashes are good. Full spray down, 1.5. Not too bad, but Nuke is going to get deleted. Didn't feel comfortable for him playing that angle, and now all of a sudden, Alex needs a crazy play. Can he get down into Brokey silently? He can! Oh, but Eski gives it a glance. Clearly playing native now, I think. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to see that with how his player model was looking to the CT smoke. Ambosh has to save.
Honestly, I got a bit of a jump scare there when Eski just drank you, just like transfers and like moves so quickly to get that kill on Adex, because I'm thinking, all right, Adex, sneaky play here. He's going to catch him completely off guard. He's going to have an opportunity to get one for free, and then who knows what happens from there. And then all of a sudden, well, blammo. Dead. Betclic Apogee, they're up to 6. They have gotten themselves on the comeback train. Can it go all the way is the question, or does it fall short of that final station?
I just closed the tab with the music video we're talking about, and I just looked at the top comment. 15k upvotes in capitals. Why don't people make music like this anymore? There you go.
Was that your alt?
No. But
But
other
it shares
day,
the same sentiment.
the other day, I did open a YouTube video, and I was shocked to find I had commented on it 15 years ago.
That actually is crazy.
Jay? Come on, Algo. Can we? I'm getting PTSD here. Can we win a map that isn't 13-11 or overtime after last night?
Yeah, that's true, bro. Like I feel like that's just been a theme lately, though.
Maybe.
Nothing
but I mean,
ever coming easy, especially last night, though.
I mean, last night was literally 16-13, 13-11, 13-11, 13-11, and it could have been so much worse. To be fair, all three of those maps could have gone to O2.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Wait.
hang on. 4v2 turn 2v2. And and absolutely can do the job required, as they've just won another unlikely round.
They heard our pleas. They heard our pleas. What a crazy round from Andy. That's exactly what I mean. Like, he might not be the most consistent player in the world, but his pop-off ability, high. Very high. That second or third kill on the spray down there was not easy. Great job.
All right, well, that means they've got 6 opportunities here to get the job done. And go up 1-0 here in the series, but obviously it's not that easy.
I have a law after all.
Indeed you do. Betclic Apogee going to deny ALGO here at first opportunity. And this will delay things because there's not much money here for ALGO either. I mean, we have spilled a 4v2 already, but this time they've got the right read in the situation by going in towards the B bomb site. Nobody even close for Betclic. I mean, excuse me, for ALGO. So Betclic primed to get themselves a 7th.
The next Nuki would like to try and keep what they've got. I mean, it doesn't matter at the stage for Betclic. And you can find an AK. Okay, that's nice. When was the last time you did the Wordle, Matt?
Ages ago.
I still do it because I'm in the Discord with friends who do it every morning.
Fair enough. I respect the commitment.
It also activates my brain somewhat in early morning games to do it before I go live.
That's my coffee.
Fair enough.
Wordle is a good one, though. It's a fun one, like you say. Just gets the brain working a little bit, which is always good.
Terrorists win.
All right, 12-7. 2 players survive. That might motivate an investment here for ALGO. Addicts can drop. Yeah, they're certainly going to go all in here. If they lose this round, Trav, overtime's on the cards all of a sudden.
Kinda, but I'm not going to count any chickens before they have hatched from their eggs and lived a glorious life, because ALGO, we have seen them win many a half buy, many a partial buy. Esky and Demo are going to creep their way forward. Wait behind the smoke in A main. He wants to get on the other side of that. Bambosh playing Jag, as he has been the entire half. Not the best game, Bambosh, but as I said, like usually, if there is a player to be weaker on ALGO, it is Bambosh.
Yeah, and that kind of has lived up to be the case here alongside Shane, I'm afraid.
And he's gone hunting.
And Bambosh has found a kill. Problem is, there's nobody home on the say bomb site right now. So Betclic Apogee gonna get control and at least have a shot in the post plant to keep themselves in the contest.
Oh, that's an unfortunate miss for Adex though. Long range spray from Adu on that big flank is nice. And he's going to get a second too. Esky's going to go down. Very, very handy. Drinking our 7 HP, and Demo is all alone. Usually the top rated player for this side. But ALGO, as I said, just lately looking all the more clean. And they have taken a big step here to getting a big win for themselves on Ancient. Adex and Andu, in the end, Adex started like, what, 18-2? He only finishes with 21 kills. But I tell you what, I mean, it's a great team performance from him and Andu in particular, looking fantastic. Nexus, what do you think about that one?
Well, sorry, I just need to soak this in for a moment. Wow. Wow, beautiful. On the point of Adex, I've at least got to note it down that in round number 7, at the end of it, he was 17-1, single-handedly doing so much goddamn work for that team, from the pistol onward, and just never really stops. It is an incredible game of an individual that powers the entire team to new heights and this sort of individual form as well, where I was talking about at the start of the game, the insane sort of peak that I've at least witnessed for this team and to consider them to have get shown, right? Maybe Adex, right? I mean, obviously he's not a permanent member as of yet right now, but nonetheless, shows exactly what I still think about this team and what they can do. Speaking of, Andu, M4, 3 kills straight down toward the end is one hell of a round as well to get their second. But it is an insane show, no matter how you want to put it. As much as I would love to talk about how incredibly well played it was and all that, I mean, it just was a game of lost causes for Betclic here, unfortunately. It was talked about as well during it, but I also noted you had a lot of openings. You had a lot of opportunities that ALGO were actually given away. They were the ones that had to claw back into those games and into those moments. Yet every single time they delivered. You've got, just going by this very quickly, some really, really decent moments. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And then as well, you start to continue as well with a bit more confidence, overconfidence as well. There were moments, there were cracks showing for this ALGO side, where you were playing maybe a bit too far ahead, without your team in some cases, and in a round of a 12 as well, when you look back at that, it does come back to bite them in the ass. Just spread all across the map, forgot the bomb. But you still play a really, really good game, starting things off from Adex, followed by Nuki, and then Andu toward the end, to the point that you didn't really need Shane nor Bambosh in this one. And I've been racking my brain, trying to think, what can I do to make this first map interesting, and what are the things I'll point out. And unfortunately, it's not that many. It's just not that much. You do have Prism powering up this team, not to come back into anything, but eventually come into the game. These few rounds you win that second half, sure, it will absolutely make the difference headed into your own map pick. And it being this nuke does give me a fair bit of a hope, because when we do look at Betclic, this is the map that they've kind of had up their sleeves for a while and have been the most confident on, I'll say. They started off the year with some really good form on the map, but it's only in these recent few weeks or this last month where some of those cracks have started forming and they've shown some weakness, but they've also been going up against some really decent opposition as well, so some of those losses you can expect, but others not so much, so it does go all over the place. But all I can say is this nuke it plays differently to Ancient, it has to, and you're not necessarily going into it expecting the same performance from Andu, Nukia, or Adex. So that should help things out a little bit, but it's also a map that I've, then again, seen ALGO play a couple of times now in these last few days. It is going to be a hell of a time, and I'm more than ever confident in that sort of ALGO winning this series, as I mentioned from the start. I think it could happen here and now, but we do have a small break to get into, so we'll be back in just a moment, and we'll see what happens, what twists and turns await us, so don't go too far. Nuke shall continue in a bit.
Map 2 between ALGO and Betclic, and as we kind of thought going into this, ALGO looking a hell of a lot better at the moment. Ancient proved that. Andu and Adex in particular looking superb, but overall every single pick is kind of just fitting in nicely and making it a comfortable victory in the end. Nuke though is the home for Betclic. Even with Polo standing in, I feel like they're going to have more of a chance here.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with you. And they've got to make it work, Trav. We're in the playoffs, lives on the line right now here for both of these teams. And it's going to be Pacey coming through from the poles, not wasting any time. Nuki's position now compromised as he misses the shots there on Demo. Polo certainly does not. However, kills continue to go back and forth elsewhere on the map, 3v3.
Anyone's pistol. Renku creeping his way down toward double. Preparing to open it, maybe in conjunction with teammates. And there we go, but Shane, it's a really nice headshot. One more would be amazing from this awkward angle. The Prism's not going to fight it. He's going to try and play his life instead and go up to where SQ is playing from. Long range dualies though, never really that comfortable. And Bambosh is having a great pistol here. It's all down to, down to Captain Prism. And he's dead.
Yeah, there we go. Nice shot there from Bambosh to finish off Nuke. Much better start here for him compared to what we saw to him on Ancient throughout most of the map. Now, we both kind of agree that we expect a bit more from Betclic Apogee here, but it is ALGO's most picked map. So they'll fancy themselves for a 2-0 here, will ALGO, I'd imagine.
Oh yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, the only map that Betclic could actually pick that they even play is Nuke, because obviously Anubis not being played. Both teams tend to try and play all the maps in the pool, but Anubis is a great map for Betclic, their only great map. So yeah, it's not the nicest feeling for Betclic. They have to go into an ALGO, relative ALGO strength. There'll be no kills in the follow-up eco. So good money build by ALGO. The long-range AUG playing from the Zyro position in the stairs near CT. One of my favourite angles to play on Nuke on that sort of round.
Yeah, it's a very strong position to use the gun. I feel like Nuke has also always been a kind of like a Hades specialty. I mean, we'll see what Polo's going to bring to the table here, but Betclic might be lacking what Hades normally brings that makes them good on this map, or as good as they are. The first gun round here, chance for Betclic to get themselves on the board. Obviously, it's a pretty light buy, an early buy rather, so they don't have full utility, but they have got a nice opening kill courtesy of Demo on Shane.
Yeah, Nuki UMP only in the corner of Squeaky. Good angle for Bambosh though, and he sees the second player too. Thing is, Nuki to get taken down in the meantime, so they retain the advantage. The knowledge of where Bambosh is will surely make them feel confident enough to push in toward A. They'll do exactly that now. Andrew's now going to come in and help with that MP9. That's just very quick toward Hut here is Andu. Another player's looking at it right now. He should have at least one kill. Dead to right. Could be two. Awkward though as SD jumps off the plan. The MP9 spray is not easy. 2v2, could be a creep out the smoke. Adex in heaven, no, not expected. Oh, hasn't completed the frag though. SQ 3 HP, eventually wallbanged by Bambosh. Awkward flash, as you say. It's all down to Demo. 1v2, no kit available. One will be held behind the site. Great headshot, that's going to force Bambosh off that defuse, but he gets the kill immediately. Obviously, Demo did not know whether Bambosh had a kit or not, so that's why he was running at him, and Bambosh plays it very, very well. 8-0 start for him, impressive.
Yeah, he got a total of 9 kills through the entirety of Ancient. So he is one frag away from equaling that record. Great start indeed. And like you say, kind of brutal there from Demo, thinking that Bambosh was just sticking the defuse. He was not. So he's able to just step out and get the kill while his opponent is in transition. 3-0. Reinvest coming through from Betclic Apogee with that round loss bonus that's compounded in the bomb plants as well, but it doesn't give them the best set of weapons to work with. Here's ALGO's chance, if they could win this round cleanly, to really put Betclic Apogee on the back foot.
Yeah, ALGO came in today just knowing how much of a great opportunity this is for them. They're already trying to make that pay. First kill from Andu. A weird angle for Shane, but I don't dislike it. Oh, they're not going to clear him. People body blocking it. They'll realise, though, okay, 1-for-1's fine. They do realise that pretty quickly, but Bambosh is here waiting again. That's the bomb thrusting toward Hell, and there's no getting into Hell to retrieve it. Not sure they'd want to go to Hell, to be fair.
No, maybe like for a sightseeing escapade if you're guaranteed to get like a ticket out of there as well. Might be fun. See what it's all about. Eternal damnation and all. But yeah, this round is damned. And there's definitely not enough out of that round there for Betclic to justify follow-up reinvestments. This is where ALGO can really ramp things up.
Yeah, not a good look, to be fair. We were talking a lot about Betclic's poor form, just to, like, you know, contextualize that a little bit. Last 3 games, losing to Eternal Fire, GenOne, and Acend. They're not terrible teams to lose to on current form. I took a map of every single one of them, but still. Before that, they've only been propped up by 2 LAN wins over OG, Medisport, and Rebels. So 3, technically. 2 of them are BO1s. So, before that, Rebels, TNC, AM, Johnny Speeds, Fav, Bet, Alex Division, Sharks, Monty, Illwill, Big. They lost to all in a row. They'd already been plummeting, unfortunately. And as I said, like, that's the case for quite a lot of these teams. I feel like they can just be propped up by these LAN results that occasionally get them like an injection of VRS points that online results and online Ws wouldn't. So, Betclic are one of those teams right now. Andu's tracing Prism in secret. That's going to be 1 free kill. And they know they're coming down toward B. Shane's waiting double door. Now here's that open. Got to be a little bit careful. Does find SD. Bomb pop will come through, but in comes Bambosh. Another kill to add to his tally. And there is a plant and a singular kill. That is all.
I mean, they'll take it. They'll take it, considering that it wasn't an investment coming through there from the T side. Bit of extra money to work with now going not only into this round, but the round afterwards. However, it's no longer about just getting chances in gun rounds. They need to start getting rounds on the board. Lacking kills, lacking impetus. Just 7 frags across the board for Betclic Apogee right now in the first 5 rounds. Bambosh is up to 10. Andu has 7. So, looking a little bit concerning at the start of the map for the Poles, but still time to recover.
Like ALGO all are happy in their roles right now. And the fact that Bambosh is having such a good map to begin is a great sign. It doesn't have to just be Adex and Andu.
I haven't actually noticed if we've got the new Flash update implemented here yet.
We do. I think we haven't.
Okay.
We haven't been full blinded once yet. I'm pretty sure.
All right. Yeah, my corneas are grateful. Betclic Apogee would be grateful for a round here. Hasn't gotten off to a great start. Crosshair placement's really good there on towards Bambosh's position. But look at how much damage he's done. Sure, Polo and Eski, in air quotes, get out of dodge. But they've taken a hell of a lot of damage in the process.
Yeah, the air quote's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. And next waiting toward ramp. Ultimate will come through. And actually, a little bit of tag damage there means he has to run away from it. Down toward B we go, but guess who's here? Jane is ready just in case. If he gets hard cleared, there's a chance they can make this work. But he gets 1, that should be more than enough. It's not even a low HP player. Eski's going to commit to the bomb plant and just rely on Polo to get that trade kill. He will manage that. Well, they're going to have relatively advantageous angles here. But Polo and Eski still walking wounded. Kill back on Bambosh. That's pretty big.
Molly's missed.
Back into 3v3. And yeah, Molly not that great either. They can take their time here, ALGO, because they've got kits on all 3 players. But Eski still has something to play here. Coming all the way around. There's a clear on Polo. Do they know Eski's flanking? Not sure about that just yet. Drinker also not activated it just in the moment either. And there we go. First kill will come through. Eski finds Yuki and ALGO. We're not winning this one.
Well, everyone's going to die, but Betclic Apogee will not mind because they get a point on the board in what was an extremely unlikely 3v4 with how low 2 of the 3 players were. Well navigated, well maneuvered there from Eski to actually get himself into control room, because that's what completely unravels around there for ALGO. Once he pounces, it's just in disarray. There's not enough time for them to regain that control. ALGO have lost their first round here on Nuke as a result.
Yeah, a very important start to have something to show for this series so far. They're going to have to, as you say, make sure it's not a flash in the pan. 5-1 is still great, and Shane, look at him going hunting here. You get timinged, but they now know lobby's completely clear, so they can already gamble, rotate Bambosh down, and it's not really that much of a gamble until he finds Demo. Shane's going to retake positioning. That is the gamble that does pay off. Eski down, and they know that T-spawn has basically been taken, so that should speed up the replay.
Yeah, and it's actually netted them another kill and a man advantage here. Bomb plant going to follow suit. Nice shot there from Polo. Game goes down. That's got to be round over. I'm shocked that Andu and Nuki are even considering this retake in the 4v2. Maybe it's just because he wanted the AWP, but there was a safer way about going about collecting it. Andu will scoop up the sniper, but it's certainly not guaranteed safe passage. Prism already looking to try and catch him on the cross, preempting that he's going to be going back in towards CT spawn. Very well played there from Prism, well positioned. And this is now the start of Betclic Apogee getting going here on Nuke.
It really is. Money now starting to be an issue for ALGO. It was just a split second behind each play there, were ALGO. They were a split second behind realizing Demo was in the vent. There were a split second Adex was before realizing that there was a player on the headshot angle on the bottom of the ramp and playing the corner or the gap angle in double door to hold up toward ramp. Missed both those timings, got taken down. The rest is history. Andu Hero M4, that is it.
Nice, it's a good clearance coming through there from Prism, dealing with that imminent threat of Bambosh. This is going to be good for the mental state of Betclic Apogee, getting themselves going here on the T side of Nuke, building up some momentum. Getting themselves in the game, putting some scoreboard pressure on ALGO, who were coasting at one point. Certainly not the case any longer.
Don't know. Next we'll see one with the dig, but might not be expecting Prism outside too, and that's what's unexpected. There we go. Five 3 will be the score.
All right, 3 consecutive rounds now for Betclic Apogee. Pressure on ALGO for the first time on the map. It's going to be, I mean, it'd be not a great buy here if they do opt to go all in. And it certainly won't be an AWP, but there'll have to be a couple weaker weapons in the mix as well. And that could really prime Betclic Apogee here to continue their battle back in this game. There we go. FAMAS, not full util on any of the players bar Shane, no AWP.
Actually, good timing on the incendiary from Shane to at least try and keep them at bay toward ramp. He's done a lot of damage. That's actually a good job overall. And again, the paciness of Betclic's moves on the T side here, I kind of starting to catch ALGO off guard. And I haven't been able to contain them very well. Prism is trying to find a safe way to get the bomb planted on 2 HP, but doesn't feel comfortable doing so, and I don't blame him. Drenku at least has the high ground to cover him if necessary. There are CTs here, but getting a favourable duel for them. And Polo's still waiting all the way back in toward lobby for one of those rotations, and possibly has got Andu locked in.
Yeah, you can see that they're tentative right now to actually commit to the bomb plant. They're waiting to see if there's going to be any sort of move made by the CT side that they can try and punish, or even give time for Polo here with his AWP to get a kill before they eventually commit, which they certainly will. And even just by slowing down the approach, maybe start to lead ALGO into second guessing it's actually what's going on here. Bomb plant now secured. And Polo finds Andu, had him trapped in the corner there for the longest time, and eventually is able to pull the trigger. And he's rewarded with a kill. Big Jewel brewing. Bambosh holding that line will take down Prism. They know that Polo is far away, so they can almost just isolate this 2v3 on the bomb site right now.
Demo will hold on. There's one more, but not expecting the follow-up from Bambosh. And
No
Polo.
kid.
Oh, it's over already.
All right.
I mean, they might have just got it. It's going to be quite close.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Oh, my
wow.
word. That is the last tick, surely. That's a
Surely.
0.002 job. Oh. Because the secondary beep had started already before he got onto it. But we know that's not like 100% accurate.
Crazy. Really well done. I feel like Polo had to be a bit more proactive, honestly, after he gets that kill on Andu to try and get himself in on the action. He was still all the way back in T-spawn. Maybe he was expecting him to save. I don't know. 6-3, though. ALGO finally able to bounce back. No residual money for this CT side after the invest. Just certainly is for Betclic, and it looks like they're going to try and turn up the pace and go in towards the A-bomb side.
He's going to break the corner of that smoke, and that could leave Drenku exposed. That's a good opening from Eski. To find Yuki too. Shane is still here lurking around again. Bambosh is in toward Mini, but that has been seen and tagged up. Shane will make some presence happen now, though, and they know that that lobby position is taken. Now, Bambosh is going to rotate all the way back up toward Heaven. You've got Shane now who has reappeared toward Door. Waiting to see if he's going to get given anything else, but I don't think so. All the kills file through for Betclic. Drenku, Demo, and Eski all get one. They're going to keep the gap at 2.
Yeah, well done from Betclic Apogee. Looking very solid from Eski on entry there with how he's able to get that initial kill on Andu with the smoke break and then the spray through the smoke to find the frag on Yuki as well. He's had a tough time on the map so far. That was his first kill he got in that previous round. Betclic Apogee looking a whole lot better. The best we've seen from them in the series so far, I would say. Obviously, they've been invited into the stage of the competition. They'd like to try and go on a bit of a run here.
Being watched is Adex. Go down to Demo. Yes, it really does feel like that Betclic are on the right track to possibly take us all 3. My dream of a nap between series is dead.
Yeah, you and me both. There shall be no dreaming, whether awake or asleep.
Nice kill from Bambosh. He's been very accurate in this so so far, but not going to amount to much here.
Of course, just the first game of the day. OG versus EAC. It's in the sports. Coming up next.
Terrorists win.
We like that. One of the most viral videos of all time was that clip of that kid meeting the guy who did the voiceover for that and just doing it in real life with him. EA Sports, it's in the game. And I can't do it as well as the guy who actually does it, obviously. And I remember the
Not a
kid.
bad impression.
The kid was loving it.
All right, well, Betclic Apogee are going to be loving this, as they've really been able to show up on the side. It certainly was a slow start to the map, and it does look like ALGO are going to get themselves a lead. Betclic Apogee throwing caution to the wind, and that wind will blow them over as ALGO on course to get themselves a 7th and a slight lead going into the second half.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's fine. 7-5 is fine, but we want a little bit more after the start they had, I reckon. Betclic Apogee can now go onto their CT side and maybe try and get one of their players to a positive KD and get themselves trucking. They're still very much in the game. And Bambosh having great maps for ALGO. Nuki is the one lagging behind this time.
Yeah, he's certainly not having a great game, despite this, what should be his home map, right? Thought the clue would be in the name. Is this going to be through Squeaky down the vent, or an A take out of ALGO? He thinks an A take. That smoke that they've deployed. Prism only good for a bit of damage. You still have another set of Julies in behind the bomb. So the problem is it's the only line of defense now in on this A site. He's been overwhelmed and traded. 4v2 job not completely done before I can finish my sentence, though. That frag there on Polo would have locked it in, and Shane will finish off the job. So ALGO begin in the second half as they mean to go on with a strong pistol round win.
Will it be a force from Betclic? More often than not, you do see teams forcing at this level. There we go. 5-7s and Scout and MP9 are drawn.
Big moment here in the second half, right, for Betclic Apogee with the force by failing this would have been down 10-5 and give ALGO a very good opportunity of winning this in 2. Ains in such a good position now. Could find this angle on Prism that would help Bambosh out a lot because there's 5-7s in really dangerous proximity. Shane doesn't actually pursue him, instead remains in heaven, still waiting to try and take advantage of this element of surprise. think the bomb is around Hut. Shane will eventually get the kill on Prism. Bomb to be scooped up by Nuki, and a 2v2 will play out.
Ken just needs to be wary of every single angle right now. Obviously, he's playing pretty exposed. You could get caught from Mini, you could get caught from Heaven, you could get caught from the ladder. So, with the bomb planted for Heaven now, they can just chill. Hello, obviously, has got this AK available to him too. Lights up the ladder, you never know. Could get lucky to try and get Drenku to bait him in. The way to do it. Good distraction. Perfect distraction.
Nice.
Noise on the ladder while the peak comes through. Now Nuki had a rough game. Needs to deliver here, right now. And he's going to make it happen. Polo falls off from Heaven into the hell of the Nuki grasp. That was actually... I know he fell and he was never going to get that kill while he was falling, but pretty decently controlled from Yuki, to be fair.
Agreed. And I think that the player who fell actually would have been able to surf off of the metal frame, but it's still like you allude to there, renders him useless while he's falling. Very well done from Nuki, who's had a torrid time of it on Nuke so far, but he's able to deliver when it matters the most. And the reason I exclaimed that he's so dead is because he's just trapped out in the open at that point and towards the dead vent. No, to try and play out the clutch. Try and bob and weave, duck and dive. He's just forced into the fight. And Betclic Apogee have forced back into this round here again because of how close they came to winning the previous, but this is a slippery slope, Trav.
It is. I understand the force. I really do get it. But, yeah, they're in a weird position. They lose it. Very much could be series over.
But it has started off with a good kill from Eskion to Shane.
I don't see a world in which this is a clean round for ALGO. Yeah, here we go.
We've been around long enough to know better. Come on.
Yeah, it's like a proper gun round. Like, we should never, like, underestimate it. It's basically a proper gun round. Prism will get caught by Bambosh, and that's a really nice kill to grab, because it means the bomb plant can at least come through on B. Again, it's close. Again, it's nervy, but it's a double MP9 retake. Eski's found a Molotov. He's got a smoke as well. No kit could be the biggest issue. And Andu playing from dark, you know, this position could be jumped at. But now you think he hears the footsteps. I think they should know now. It's a double push. And it's the first of Andu. Elevates his position, goes into the ramp, gets the kill. And that was not easy, but again, closed out really, really well. Look at the duo between Andu and Bambosh right now. They've got 36 kills between them.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, especially considering what a big step up this is from Bambosh. Delivering in heaps right now. In really important moments as well. That seemed like Betclic Apogee were about to actually make the force by work, but it does get away from them right at the end. ALGO up to double digits, now just 3 rounds away from winning this 2-0. Upgraded pistols to work with an armor on most of their players with the finances that they have in play. Demo going to push forward, and it's actually Shane who was going first, but they're both going to end up dying. Valve, please nerf the 5-7. This gun is too strong. It shouldn't be able to do that against full armored players when you're on an eco.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Someone clip that and send it to Cello right now. End the CZ propaganda.
There isn't any propaganda for the CZ. It's like 2 players in the entire scene. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. The Deagle, I can forgive. That is a 6 shot from Drenku. Maybe this is the round they're going to win. Would you believe it? Oh, Bambosh can't connect. So disgusting, man. How has this happened all of a sudden? This is dumb.
I mean, just like nothing can be taken for granted anymore.
Nexus has thrown us a DM and said he's one of the CZ users. Take that back. I hope you're watching what you've seen in this round and change immediately.
I think this is why we talk about the game and we watch people play, brother.
The worst part is for Demo in that situation. It's just so damn easy. It's like, again, I think there's two very obvious nerfs you can do to the 5.7. Make it 10 less bullets or something crazy like that. So at least if you do get like a crazy opportunity for a one-shot headshot, there's not much of an opportunity for a more than 2 ever.
Yeah.
Or you make it so maximum damage a headshot can do at any range is like 95.
Yeah. I think those are both fair. Even if you made it more expensive as well, right? So you can't just afford it
600, yeah.
at every occasion. Even more than that, man. Like, I'm talking
You can't make it the same price as a Deagle, though.
Why?
I don't know. Just feeling. I just don't like that. The Deagle should be the most expensive pistol. Well, I know the revolver exists, but it doesn't count. Yeah, the Deagle should be the most expensive pistol in these sort of rounds. But yeah, look. If you want to give your teammates a nerf, or you want to give the opponents a chance, or just playing, as Nexus said to us, but on hard mode for some fun, then you know what? CZ is actually low-key enjoyable, but only if everyone else doesn't get the 5.7. If we all ban the 5.7 in a game, it's like vetoing a gun, like you would veto a map.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now that every single professional team would veto the 5.7.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Maybe the AK as well, obviously.
I feel like it's the only gun that's actually currently overpowered.
Yeah, correct.
Since they nerfed the MP9, since the AWP has been kind of leveled out quite nicely, AK in a very good spot, always has been. M4s have been balanced out between them so that they both have a use case. Well, problem is he's never going to expect both these players towards the double when he doesn't have the time anyway. Nice try there from Andu in the 1v5 to turn that into a 1v2 pretty damn quickly. But Betclic Apogee get it done against the 4 spy. Draw within 3, and it should be reduced to 2.
Andu up to 21 and 11. Mentioned that every time I watched ALGO, he seems to be the main guy that really does shoot well, even though his rating doesn't show it. To come here though, so any kills will be very welcome, and there we go. Andy will find one with the D. Hello down already. 3 players at Drenku's trying to fight at once, never easy. As well to stay alive.
Yeah, another kill comes through there from Shane as well. That should be it though. And Addicts will fall, so that's a 2-round gap now for Betclic Apogee. Slow to start on both halves, but able to get going on both halves as well.
Hack for ALGO. You know how important this gun round will be.
All right, well, like you say, this is the moment for ALGO where they've got to win the round if they want to maintain control. Impressive that Betclic Apogee are doing this while Polo is 8 for 14. Now, obviously, you can't expect a whole lot from him as he's the stand-in, but it's good to see how everybody else kind of stepped up their game here in important moments. Not in terms of getting a lot of kills, but finding important kills. Seems like ALGO are just going to trim the fat off the round and keep this as simple as they possibly can. Eski, it's an interesting way to path your way getting off the roof there. Maybe worried about dropping down to a hail of bullets through Squeaky, but he's taken lost half his health bar there.
So they're preparing for this A-site push. Ambosh will fall off the ladder immediately. Counter utility is okay. And the flashes are so crazy that Eski and Shane can't see anything between them. Prism trying to hold on, not able to do so. The spacing there from ALGO is pretty good. Alex needs at least one from this position though, and he's going to get it. That's a really nice kill.
Oh,
He
wants the
charge
gun.
his way into
Bro.
Polo. Yeah, tunnel visioning into that one. Not expecting a second player there. Fair enough. I wouldn't expect a second there
How
either.
Moth feels when he sees a flame.
I mean, that's
God damn, I need that thing.
That's how the moths in my house feel when they see carpet, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, they just
All them
beeline,
carpet munchers.
beeline for that and make our lives hell. We have to squash them, at least 2 a day. Poor moths. Polo almost hits the wall bang on Bambosh, it would have been something. Actually hits the shot on Shay, but time is being wasted by
Wow.
Bambosh. I'm not sure Drenky would have had enough time. I think he might have
I
just
think
been
so.
able to get to the defuse. So
I
actually,
think so.
that's a huge clutch for Bambosh.
Yeah, massive clutch out of Bambosh there to get his team across the line. ALGO up to 11. They win the key gun round to keep daylight between themselves and Betclic Apogee. Need to win 2 of the next, 5 rounds left in play here. 2 of the next, yeah, there's 5 rounds left in regulation. And if they win this one here, the job could be as good as done considering the lack of finances for Betclic coming into this round.
Oh, Bambosh. Unfortunate timing for him, and they're not going to be expecting that close outside position from Drenku. This one's going to totally fall apart, and it's all down to the expertise of Drenku. I mentioned how I wanted to see him step up today in a very poor game last time I watched Betclic. That is a sick triple.
Yeah, how's he gotten all 3 of those frags then? That is quite spectacular indeed. Going searching, catching them completely off guard, maybe recognizing a play was required considering Eski had gone down early. Quite a lot of damage done to ALGO in the round that they won prior as well, so it's not like they've got much money here. Comeback still very much alive for Betclic Apogee.
No, good finish by Prism and Polo. For Lico to come for ALGO. Gap is going to be won very quickly.
Yeah, Betclic Apogee certainly making something of Nuke looking a lot more convincing than ever really did on Ancient. This one should be free for them to get them up to double digits. Really only one significant threat in the round, and it's Nuki's Desert Eagle. Obviously, he's been pretty underwhelming, so see what he can do here. And that is going to be a nice first frag from him to spill some blood.
Here comes the lineup. Elness gets 2. Prism will be happy with that. He'll finally get his HE off, and it actually will get the final kill to keep himself alive. So, good job to keep 4 up there for Betclic. And the buy can come through for ALGO. They're going to need something special. Some call. Break them through to 12. Haven't been as pacey as I've seen them previously. Maybe that's the change up they need here.
Yeah, might not be bad idea. Let's see. ALGO only just remaining in the lead here, but failing this round would probably mean 12-11 in favor of Betclic Apogee. Are we sure that this isn't just a reskin of Imperial versus Shinden?
But it's not a BO5, so no. But I get how you feel.
Alright, Polo's found some stability here in the second half. Oh, there's a lurk out of Squeaky. What an adjustment from Eski. It's not the first time we've seen him with a quick fire snap there with the crosshair to get a kill on a player where it seemed unlikely. Oh, drink you. Not sure what the game plan is. He decides, yeah, I might be in a bit of trouble here. Try and get myself to some safety. Which he does. 5v3. And ALGO really don't have much going for them at all here right now.
I like the repositioning from Drenku. That's a very powerful position up there. If Mini's being watched. It's kind of not. This is good pathing from ALGO. Gonna see him eventually. There we go. Prism's gonna go down. Are they gonna check above them? Hello? They're not. That's unfortunate. Jane will get the trade eventually, but
I can't get the angle.
They're gonna be more than enough solid, and Alex, as you say, Alex is just not in a position to really help in these angles. Has to drop down to avoid the door player. That hurts the ankles. Metatarsal is broken, and so is the round. 11-all.
Yeah, great stuff from Betclic Apogee. And they should be able to get themselves up to map point without a huge fuss. I mean, I think it's going to have to be an attempt at OT, no ALGO. They want to roll the dice and still try and get this done in regulation, which means failing this here would give Betclic Apogee a much better chance to finish this game off in regulation. At least they've got a big ground loss bonus behind them to kind of subsidize these force buys. But it means they're not going to get one proper attempt with the full buy. Going to be the fake A hits into the ramp take coming through here from ALGO, I believe. Polo again posted on the angle. They're very simple from him, and they're going to try and pursue him, but he's been able to fall back safety into the B-bomb site. This round's now all over the place for ALGO. They will venture back in towards ramp, but they continue to just drop like flies. Betclic Apogee making light work of the force buy so far.
Ambush will eventually find the trade kill, but look at the damage that Nuki's taken as well in the meantime. There's no way to find a breakthrough into a site here. Like, at absolute best, they get one entry kill and get a bomb plant, and it's still a very difficult after plant with Nuki and Bambosh so low. They're going to be lucky. Smoke on the glass position, flash forward. Single door position is about to be peaked, and there we go. Nuki's down. Simple as anything here. Bambosh has got no bullets left in the MP7 either. Can't even reload properly. Trying to close the door in front of his opponent, and actually I don't even mind that. He's being a nuisance to assist the bomb plant. That's a really nice play from Bambosh. Whether he gets this kill or not, he won't. Alex will go down, but I don't mind that because they realise in that situation there's only one thing we can really do, is that that's try and guarantee a plant for some money for round 24.
And at a minimum, at least they've secured that, and it's also why I don't hate the force buy in this situation, because it's only costly if you can't get the bomb plant, right? Which they've managed. So, well done from ALGO in that regard, but it's Betclic Apogee who will get themselves up to map point first. 12-11. They have looked exceptional in the past, what, like 5 rounds, I think, in the second half? They were down 11-8, I think. The past 4 rounds have been very convincing. In fact, they haven't really been at any risk of losing any of the past 4 rounds, I don't think.
Prism playing in the corner of the vent. Will position to a good angle. Prism's done quite well in this game, it has to be said. I think that's one of the main things that's been a weak link for Betclic is Prism's fragging ability. A good map here. Deliver another one on towards Shane. Polo helps that again. So many opening early picks in rounds for Polo in this half. They've been so solid, and ALGO have gone missing on this T side. TT for Betclic has always been their favourite, obviously. Map they do like, even though ALGO picking to this quite a bit. Not much progress for them. Does look like this third map decider of Mirage is going to be Destiny. Sure, it's a map that Betclic hate. Only won it once in 6 times they played it, and that was back in, well, a month ago against Luminous, which weren't a good team. They have no W's on that map whatsoever that is worth talking about. So, ALGO is still going to be in a good position, it feels like, overall. But the round's not done. You know, we've got 21 HP, 37 and 60 to try and recover this one. Good damage from Bambosh again. 19 seconds is the issue. And Polo has found Andu. Eski will creep away, or try to creep away, but doesn't manage to do so. And the creep up the veteran Drenku has to happen now. He will deliver. And it's unpredictable position for Demo in toward Hart. Bambosh will drop. Defuse will come through. That's a 13-11 for Betclic. That is a really, really nice recovery from them to stay alive with a stand-in. We'll be going to map 3. Exis, what have you got?
Thanks, boys. I've got a question to pose, sort of trivia, and that would be, what do rounds 3, 9, 14, 15, and 19 have in common? And to that effect, if you guessed those other rounds that were stolen by clutches by ALGO in either 2 versus 4s, 1 versus 1s, or 1 versus 2s, you would be right. Now, that then leaves us with a couple of different ways to look at this game. One of those, okay, did Betclic play overall better with this comeback made, and did they actually give themselves enough then, you know, overall to power through this game, and team-wise maybe somewhat play better, or was it that they allowed too much for ALGO early on? I would wager it was that they let go of a little bit too much control. These clutches certainly were not meant to be, or should not have been for ALGO. Yet, with 5 rounds that go incredibly poorly, any one of those could have been enough for Betclic to finish off this game so much earlier. Instead, the story and the journey was this. These clutches was Bambosh with, by the way, 4 of these clutches. He was the one making a difference. Him, in 4 of these rounds, an absolute maniac. Like, just controlling the entire game out of the server, having a hell of a time. Then everybody else slowly as well. Nukia, despite having barely any kills in this entire map, still has a 1 versus 2. He ends it on 6 kills. Has a 1 versus 2 in there that does make it for quite a bit of difference for a total of 11 rounds in the end. You know, some problems, whatever. But ALGO, despite everything, unable to finish the job. It was this T side and them not having enough control toward the end of it, which does then become a problem, because if they don't have those clutches, what do you really have with this T side besides just an exposed game of nothing really went your way? That's it, right? Without those individual moments from Bambosh and Andu, your T side is entirely empty without any substance and leaves you just going into map number 3 deflated. Instead, you have those moments, you almost get it through, but it's a streak of 5 in the end. Last 8 out of the 9 rounds that Betclic decided to take. And as Hayes also mentioned it, almost none of those rounds toward the end were even close. ALGO barely managed to make anything happen in them until round number 24, where you leave Bambush in 1v2. I'm believing for a moment, but it gets shot down. It is very thoroughly swept on this second half by Betclic to give us map number 3, to put us into a Mirage, which, okay, that poses a different sort of problem, because it was, as mentioned by Trav, they've only had a 1 win against a team that's not really even good on this map. Nobody really knows of them. So, okay, what do you really do? It still left ALGO in a really good position overall, with a map they're relatively comfortable on. Some closer calls, some not so much. But most recently, Mirage has been somewhat troublesome. But overall, when you do pit them against each other, I would like to say that with a map like Mirage coming up, it is the individuals that will make the difference, because this is, again, Mirage. A map that has been so thoroughly explored over the years. Every little nook of the cranny is known. There's very little innovation left for this map if it's not, oh, look at this cross-map smoke, and this little new update allows for this sort of smoke or this sort of flash or whatever, yada yada, this sort of thing to happen. There's nothing to innovate here. It's only about having good enough preparation for your opponent, which in online Counter-Strike, out of the sort of scheduling teams have, leaves that, you know, a little bit to the side. Probably not going to be preparation. So, what does that leave us with? Individuals to make up the difference, and some team play, right? Like a sort of 80-20 split, I'll call it, for arbitrary reasons, because I just decided that at the moment. And I would wager ALGO in that regard do hold that advantage, as well as the problematic results for Betclic. Mirage does still pose problems with the Polish side, and we're just gonna have to wait and see if they can prove us wrong, if they can come back into this reverse sweep, take it in 3, or if it is going to be ALGO now on Mirage to take this series. Stick around, find out in a moment, because we have a small break, then we're off to Mirage. We'll see you then.
Yep, just finishing my mouthful.
Third map decider between Betclic and ALGO in this playoff game. Betclic have been up against it from minute one, playing with Polo as a stand-in. He's been playing good, but you'd have to favour ALGO on a map that they just win a lot more than Betclic do. Still running away. And Andu is going to already click Eski out of the round. Prism with the dualies responding acceptably, but Alex and Andu are trying to kick off where they left off. They're forming the series so far. Shane's late lurker Palace is going to work out, and Drenku able to do much. Demo is a long way away too, over toward that B-bomb site. So pistol is going to be complete, and ALGO will start as they mean to go on.
Yeah. My humblest apologies, everybody. I had a mouthful coming into the round, so needed Trav to go on for a little bit longer there. And ALGO, well, I mean, they've just made it look easy. No risks whatsoever. They will open up with the pistol. As you highlighted, we certainly do expect ALGO to have a better time here on paper coming into this map compared to Betclic.
Terrorists win.
Can they go on and finish off the job? They looked extremely good on Ancient, obviously, and then it seemed like they were on course to win Nuke as well, but eventually the map got away from the up 11-8, and then unfortunately they just stalled out completely. More spy back for Betclic to see if they can respond to the pistol round going against them.
Yeah, we've seen these be so powerful throughout the entire series. And just at this level, in general. Be surprised if Betclic get a whole lot of damage here. The MP9s and Scout on Polo. If you're playing behind the wood there near stairs, definitely a bit dangerous. Bams will come through, but they don't know he's there at the moment. Prism will start it off once again. Back 10 will wait. Oh, and that is a 97 in one headshot through the corner of Connector. That's unfortunate for Drenku. Feel for him on that one.
Yeah, that is pretty damn unfortunate indeed. An advantage in play here for Betclic. Just spoke about what a massive tendency there is for these test rounds to go unconverted at this level of the game in particular. It's seeming like that might happen here as well. There could be a bomb plant reverse triple. Yes, that's the best and safest option available. So, although they are down by a man, they have got a post plant to play out.
I mean, there's no kit. Smoke on Eski is the most important thing. They need to get one player holding that... Oh my word. Okay, that's a some shot from Polo. They need to get one player holding that defuse ASAP, and you know what? They haven't done it. So they might have done really well to get the damage, and Polo hits a crazy shot there on the wallbang. But Nuki, staying alive, going 0-0 over the first couple of rounds, counts as a 1v2 clutch here.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate for Betclic because it seemed like they had that round like on the money basically the entire way through until the bombs were too far gone and they almost hit panic stations. And they're going to persist with the force buys. We saw them do this. Was it on Ancient as well? Or was it Nuke where they persisted with these investments? I think it was on Nuke actually where they double forced. Maybe bringing us some of the tactics to the table here with how much damage they inflicted in the previous, recognizing if they can win this force buy here, they'll reset the economy of the CT side. Go, Nexus confirming my suspicions. It was Nuke indeed with the double force. And they won the half buy.
There you go.
Well, let's see if they can win this force here. Again, they're trading favorably to start off the round. Great kill back from Polo through the smoke to get them in to a man surplus situation.
Oh, Nuki. Information. Very quick headshot on Polo. That was sharp. Is he expecting a second, though? He is not. So once again, the 1v2. Bit of a difference this time, though. Shane does not have the bomb planted. He has to take heads-up doors on both, but he's going to hit both. And the second being clean as a whistle. Getting close, Betclic, in these opening rounds of Mirage, but all of the rounds going Algo's way so far.
God damn. Talk about heads up there. He takes the head right off of the stairs player. Great work out of Shane. Back-to-back clutches here for ALGO to keep them flawless. It's still very early days, and these rounds are getting exceptionally close, but they've managed both of them so far. Betclic again going to triple force by, I guess at this point, it's just the sunken cost fallacy. That they feel like because they forced and they've gotten so close again, they really want to try and triple down now and hope they can capitalize on all the damage that's been done in these past few rounds. Flip side of the coin, though, is that if ALGO can win against one of these force buys cleanly, then they could really start to run away with this game.
Oh, what a clear from Adex. Puts him in the corner. Is taken down. They don't need to fully commit, but if they do, the Bebop site is completely open. They've got 50 seconds to make their mind up. Short control too, that just makes such a solid difference. Polo will manage to dome Adex. That short control is removed, sure, as I talk about it, but no problemo for the round overall.
Yeah, and finally, ALGO have done enough here to win around convincingly enough that Betclic, Aperture, can to eco. I mean, they do at least keep 3 players alive, so they're going to have 3 good rifles to work with going into this next round, so it's not like it's going to be a freebie for ALGO by any stretch of the imagination.
They're going to make their mind up which way to exit. There we go. I was going to say, they were kind of just running around the site for a bit, getting pretty close to where that bomb explosion could take them down. They all survived, though. Having a conversation as to which way to exit the safest. Ancient was picked by ALGO. It was 1 by ALGO. Nuke was picked by Betclic. It was 1 by Betclic. Mirage as a decider is never usually 1 by Betclic. Their only W on the map is against a team called Luminous at that HLC Belgrade event, and that was like just almost a for fun team, like an amateur team that were there.
Yeah, when I went back and read the list of names of players in that team, I honestly didn't recognize a single team.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
I'm a hell of a ball knower in tier 2, tier 3, and I'd even say sometimes tier 4. But that one is even outside of my stratosphere.
Eski playing from CT. Once again, aggressive push out toward A for ALGO. And the damage has been very much done toward Eski, stuck in that corner. The damage is obviously a bit concerned, or Adex is a bit concerned that he's going to be baiting in a second player. It wasn't the case. Andu is very clean on the headshot on Drenku, and right now, Betclic, I'm already seeing why Mirage is such a problem child for them. It's a case of just not being assertive, and in general, their individual level not being good enough to compensate for that. No aggression.
Yeah. Yeah, it may be playing a little placid at the moment. Prism has a kit. Oh, yeah, he's just not far enough, I'm afraid. It's more just looking for an exit kill here, and he will find at least a frag on Bambosh. It's an AK. So he will go back for here, and ALGO do get themselves up to that 5-0 scoreline. Very good start for them here to the decider. Both Prism and Polo going to get some upgrades, and this is now where Betclic Apogee, as the HUD suggests, needs to be brought into attention, because this game is getting away from them at a rapid rate. Still, though, Nuke was also 5-0 at one point, and they managed to win that.
Yeah, they need to find something from somewhere, and this is the first move that they're going to try and change up a little bit, with Polo jumping in toward ladder room and taking a pick towards short quickly. Taking a position towards short quickly. Pretty good. He has to move away from that, otherwise that would have owned him. That's patience from ALGO early game. Not exactly their best map, Mirage, but saying it's a hell of a lot better than Betclic. So an opening, and they're going to get an opening. There is Polo, as I was mentioning. They're exactly what they needed from him, but he could be about to get flanked. Thing is, Andu's made one step, and there's Con cover to come through too.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult for ALGO to navigate, and made even more challenging now that that other prong from middle has been removed. It's really just an all-in towards the speed bomb site now, but there are two players set up here for the CT side. Orb in the setup as well. Nice shot there from Polo. Not going to re-peek either. This is where Demo gets in on the act. A lot of damage done, even an extra rotation come into the mix. Adex has surprisingly gotten the frag on Prism. Shane, you would imagine, has been hurt. He's going to drop a Mully to try and force the player out, but Polo will eventually find a favorable angle. And Betclic Apogee, well, it's the first full gun round, and it's where they're going to get themselves on the board.
Adex probably doesn't stay alive. Oh, he saw him, but didn't react to it. Didn't react to the stimuli. And to be fair, that stimuli wasn't moving, so it was quite hard to see. 5-1 for ALGO. Betclic finally on the board. Started off by Polo, and again, like that's one thing you can kind of rely on, I feel like. I mean, even though they're not playing with Hades hasn't been great lately. You know, he's obviously a bit unwell, so we hope he gets better. But Polo has he looked pretty solid over the course of the entire series so far. If you look at the first two maps, right? Not lagging behind by any stretch of the imagination. He's right there, going 35 and 30. Technically top fragging for his team in the entire series, level with Prism. Drenku is just highest rated as he's got more round swing and more ADR.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. I remember he was playing for TNC for a bit, which was the ex-Los Kagutos roster with Mari, Adrian, Yavro, and the boys. And he looked outstanding. I was really impressed by what I saw from Polo in the TNC jersey. And I was kind of surprised he didn't continue playing with the guys. And I'd imagine, honestly, that must have been his decision, because it felt like they would have been more than happy to have him with the performances that were coming through from Polo. So maybe it was his call not to actually join up with that team.
Begin this round, and now it's pretty awkward in window for Drain Coop stuck in the corner. Polo smoked off 2. Can't assist toward that bottom one position. Full presence up there, but Demo will be able to assist. That's a really nice kill on Andu considering that positioning, but Shane will trade it. Now, Bambosh is trying to force his way out ramp.
hello.
He doesn't know about Sandwich and doesn't know about the second player coming in to push him out of the round. Good reaction from Shane. Very nice shot, actually. And Yuki found Prism, but 1v2. You have to find all 4. And Shane, and Polo has the angle.
All right, well, that is a convincing round from Betclic Apogee in the sense that it was a challenging round for the CT side. Still able to get the kills necessary, make sure ALGO don't ever get in any seriously dangerous positions. There's now no money for the T side, and it's a very similar start to what we got on Nuke in terms of ALGO going up 5-0, and that's when Betclic Apogee start to come to the party. That half ended 7-5 with ALGO on the CT side. Betclic Apogee should be able to get the third for free and really start to battle back here on the decider.
Drenku, nice hold. Grabs himself 3. Now the guns can come back out for ALGO.
This is where ALGO need to lock in once again to win a round, because failing this one as well, all of a sudden it's a completely open-ended game once again. They're very limited for utility as one factor. I don't think they've got 1 smoke left now. They throw 3 smokes off the rip from spawn into middle. Top, mid, connector, and snipers all smoked off. And it's all just to try and detract from the attention over towards A. It's going to be a bit of a venture coming through from the CT side. And you're not expecting the push to come through. Trades favoring the CT side. Polo holds Palace. And I don't know if Betclic Apogee were ever expecting there to be so many players in that direction. I think that was a response to all the util in middle. So they think, okay, ALGO are clearly taking mid control. We need to get control elsewhere. Let's double push down ramp. Oh, wow. They're all here? Well, we'll just frag them.
And Alex is walking dead man, unfortunately. Dead man walking. It's the other way around. Demo will take the kill. 5-4 the score. And a great recovery from Betclic Apogee. It is worth saying that in those 6 maps they played on the map, obviously numbers are going to be very, very skewed, but their CT round win percent is still okay, despite the fact they've only won 1 of those games, and it was against, like I say, like a pretty much amateur team. They won 53% of their CT rounds. Just their T side, which really dramatically falls off, right? They played Eternal Fire, Ascend, TNC, Johnny Speeds, and Ill Will. Lost all of them, taking only 1 of them to overtime and 2 to 13-11. 34.5% on their T side. That is the concern for the series and this map.
Yeah, it's what will make this win even more impressive if they could go on to get it done. And they're going to successfully type the scoreline here. And again, they've just been coasting. Like, none of these rounds have been in any serious, risky positions. Once they've gotten going, they've looked extremely solid here on the CT side. 5 in a row to open up for ALGO, responded to by Betclic with 5 in a row of their own. Makes up a tied-up scoreline. Bit more of a default approach here.
Yeah, wanting to see Polo again, go for something a bit aggressive. You can see, obviously, they've had a great map so far, going 11-3. So jump up on the bumper. Try and be the bumper to keep the pinball of ALGO out of the B bomb site.
Well, Polo is going to bump Shane out of the round. And and they've got nothing to show for it to ALGO. They're extremely flat-footed right now. You spoke about how you wanted to see a bit more proactivity from Betclic Apogee. I feel like we've seen that in these past few rounds. Taking a bit more initiative, maneuvering their way around the map, trying to catch ALGO off guard a little bit. This time, slightly more safe in terms of how they've gone about their business. Prism in a bit of a gnarly spot here. Not be expected, especially with all the attention taken by Eski and Trenku, and Prism's not even actually going to get a kill from his position.
I mean, you mentioned it already. How many kills have ALGO actually got in these last couple of rounds? Barely any. I mean, look at the money on Betclic as we end the half. They've rebought up here, and they've got 13.8, 13.4, 15.0, and 14.2 K on 4 of their players. I mean, that is utter domination. They've not been tested whatsoever. They've got a T-side buy right now with 4 AKs in an all.
6 kills, Trav, in the past 6 rounds for ALGO.
Oh dear.
7, 8, 9, 10.
And 11 feels like a guarantee.
I was going to wait the whole time. I'm glad you broke the ice.
Damn it. I should have waited.
It's okay. It's all good. We'll get there eventually. Like you say, 11 certainly does feel inevitable. And it's certainly needed here for ALGO as well. If they'd gone from a 5-0 deficit into a 5-0 lead into a 5-7 deficit going into the second half, that would have been a brutal way for the half to have been derailed.
Terrorists
11! Best did have the same hit, did it?
11 indeed.
Now the difficult side for Betclic. They do not play well on the T side, and obviously we are so much more difficult for the likes of Polo. T-orping, comfortable. T-orping, not as much more from the not. So he's going to have to show what he's made of. So at ALGO, I mean, as you can see, I mean, the KDs are because we've seen like barely any kills from them in the end of that second half. They do get a 6-6 half, but only Shane is positive. Don't really have many kills on the doors at all. So time for them to step up on the CT side. It's going to be a waterfall out palace here for Betclic coming through. Alex is under Balk, immediately deleted. Oh, Eski. That was completely disgusting. And will only manage to click 1 on the trade. Smoked off as well towards CT is not nice for ALGO.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult now for ALGO to retake. No Kit, no Util, only Shane and Nuki left remaining. Oh boy, and they've just been dealt with decisively. 7 of the past 8 rounds now going to have gone Betclic Apogee's way, as they've got all the momentum behind them. Individuals are looking good. Sure, a couple consolation kills here, but impossible for Nuki to actually go on and win the round.
Money will help. He's now up to 750, and that will go a little way to help possible force coming through. $3 for his teammates. Yeah, you can see it added just in then. Might still choose to go for a full USP buy. We'll see. It's just going to be an attack from Betclic. Pistol win.
Yeah, and this is a moment where they can actually tear ahead. They haven't had any big leads in the series yet, have Betclic Apogee. Been chasing pretty much throughout the entirety of the series. I don't think they've ever led by more than 2 rounds in the series, Trav. And the only time they would have had that 2-round buffer was when they won the last round of Reg in the previous map and went up 13-11.
Mac-10 is leaping out middle to try and find these USPs. Full eco from ALGO is the decision. Guns ASAP. I'm not sure. I mean, what is the 2400, right?
Yes, absolutely. You get 1900 when you lose the pistol, and then they'll go up to 24 into the next.
That is enough to drop a glass cannon ore. I doubt they'll want to do that, though.
I'll have to wait and see. I mean, I don't hate the idea of being on the CT side.
Why did that molly sound so gloopy?
They're using some different kind of oil.
Gloop.
I don't know, man.
You could do the same thing again and you get a couple of exit kills maybe on the low HP players. Eski now realizes that he can get out of there. No point looking for it. No point risking losing your Galil for no reason. Bomb won't even explode. And yeah, I mean, they could have gone for the op if they wanted to, but as said, I mean, you would have left one of the riflers without armor, so it's kind of pointless. Never usually the protocol unless you feel like you really want to take a massive gamble. I've seen an occasional rifle, a glass cannon rifle, historically, when they've teams have really been up against it and needed some kind of weaponry. Not here. Fours across the board, 4 of them being A4s.
Betclic Apogee now have the biggest lead, tie for the biggest lead they've had throughout the series. Can they extend it, go one step further? Winning this would put them up, 10-6? Then they're certainly in a very good position to go on and win the map and with that the series. And you'd imagine that ALGO would be extremely frustrated if this one does eventually get away from them, right? With them having been up 5-0 at one point here on Mirage and on Nuke. If they can't convert either of those into map wins, which would have been series wins, it'll be a tough and bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, it really would. I felt like today they came in as a bit of a sleeper pick favourite, some may say. It may be the invited team, but form has not been good as we've been talking about. ALGO had a great opportunity today to really get a big boost in the VRS as well. This win would have put them up 8 places. Obviously, you know, not as meaningful in the that sort of 120 to 150 range in the VRS, but still. Opening couple of kills from ALGO, trying to hold up against his B push. Flash is nice, but Shen does quite well. Immediate dink, even though he's half blind, finishes off with the body shot.
That's the job as good as done. No chance for Drenky as low as he is. Addex is going to find a favorable angle and a much needed round goes ALGO's way. With the damage inflicted as well before this, it means that Betclic Apogee have got a decision to make, and honestly, I'd lean in towards the eco, even though they only get 1900. It does guarantee them a full buy in the next. A 4 spy here would be a risky decision and an unnecessary risk to take at that as well. They probably want to deliberate about that decision a little bit. You have a bit of a conversation. That's why the attack pause comes through.
buy for Betclic is obviously a bit strange here with the only the Tech Line on Eski and the Kevlar, 3 Galils. Not the best situation in the world. But they're in a very even situation in the half, as you said, Matt.
Yeah. And it's not a great buy, but it's enough to work with here at a minimum. And if they can win this round, they break ALGO's economy. So it's a big opportunity that presents itself. How on earth has Prism gotten there then? I didn't even realize that, and I've got full access to the mini-map. Thankfully, Bambosh doesn't get caught off guard. Bambosh went from 0 on Ancient to hero on Nuke, and unfortunately back to 0 for the most part here on Ancient. Game not done, still time to improve, but he looked a hell of a lot better on the previous map. Important kill found from him here, though. As Betclic Apogee going to look to try and go in towards the say bomb site.
Yeah, that's hero and a losing effort, unfortunately, right? So it's rough. Eski and Polo now to make their way forward. Nuki playing under Balk. Immediate headshot. Polo looking to trade that, but he's going to hurry up that trade at some point. Takes his time. We'll get it with 13 HP to spare. There is definitely a spam that can work here for Adex, though. Doesn't want to reveal his position, however. Creeping in first, knowing that Polo could be locked in that triple position. Sees ahead, takes the kill. But now very low HP because Drenku has found Bambosh. Headshot angle in bottom column always be very difficult to hit, and actually he hits the dink. Oh,
wow.
That's so rough, but there wasn't enough damage done to Drenku to make that a kill. Technically, he held up his side of the bargain.
What a closely contested round that is. Honestly, comes down to the wire. Kills going back and forth to the 1v1, even down to the dinks being exchanged. It's Betclic Apogee come away with the round, and ALGO are going to have to settle for a save. This game continues to get away from them. They've lost 9 of the past 11 rounds. This should be another added to the tally. Betclic Apogee primed to get themselves up to double digits here in round 17.
Feels like ALGO do need to have one of these rounds go their way in some crazy fashion. 5-7 for Andu. Maybe this is the chance. There's the other 5-7 as well, and that is what we're talking about. It is so very possible, isn't it? Andu's going to find the M4 on the ground. That makes a big difference. Shane finds his. And just as I say it, ALGO deliver it.
Yeah, he spoke it into existence. You just mentioned what a huge reprieve it would be for ALGO if they could win a round of this nature, and they absolutely have. Great work to draw back within one. That's brutalized the T-side money. They might even have to force buy back. Mirage is going to end as a photo finisher by the look of things.
It's actually crazy that that's the one round they win, and it puts Betclic's money in that position. It wasn't even like they fully forced to try and put Betclic in this position, which we so often see teams do. Job from Adex. Bit of confidence for him after a bit of a rough map.
Nice and easy. Nice and easy there for ALGO as they have tied up the scoreline. Some twists and turns in this tale yet. Important gun round. Especially for Betclic Apogee, because if they lose this, they're in a, well, more than just a spot to bother financially.
Jane will open on Eski.
Yeah, not the start that Betclic would have been hoping for. Slow and steady coming through from them here, looking to build themselves into the round. 1-2-1 means both bomb sites are still on the table here in terms of where Betclic Apogee want to finish this round. It's going to be progress up catwalk here. Fast acceleration from Prism standing in the molly though. Bambosh will get a kill. Addix is able to help out from Connector, I believe. Big Jaw brewing here. Andu will be able to hold it down. It's Woofy, but the kill comes through anyway. Drinkhu's position compromised. The bomb dropped on Cat. This is impossible.
Yeah, maybe ALGO can finally really assert themselves now, because this is going to be a 10-9 lead. We know Betclic don't love their T side. It's going to turn into 11-9. They're going to have 2,500 per player, pretty much. Mirrors makes no difference. They've got nothing they can buy here to make an impact. What an opportunity for ALGO. If they are to win this game, it would be a big boon for their VRS. And also, it would give them a great opportunity in their following game. They'll be playing another Polish team in KOLESIE. So, it'll be the nemesises, or the nemesi, I don't know what the plural is for that, of Polish teams in this event.
I don't think there is a plural round for nemesises.
No, I think you're right.
But nemesises sounds good.
Oh, God,
and this
come
round
on.
is looking good for Betclic Apogee. It's just pistols. And, oh, okay, cold water is what the doctor has ordered here to be poured all over the round. Doesn't look like they realize that Eski is in on this B-bomb side as well. 2v2. Real good opportunity here for Betclic Apogee to win the eco and tie up the scoreline. Never expecting Eski here, is he? He's going to dump the utility. Does Demo ever start running? He hasn't actually checked for Andu.
This is actually fine.
He's got his knife out. I mean, unless Demo dies, that'll be a problem. Andu not going to have spotted him. That helps for Betclic. Addix is worried about A all of a sudden.
Yeah, because I think they might think the bomb's been picked up and taken away again. You know, it has been picked up now, and it will be planted B. And this flank from Andu needs to activate a little bit more. I would prefer him to always would have preferred him to go a bit more aggressive towards the apartments position rather than go TV, because at least when you're near a bomb site, rather than having kind of just less info at all, you hadn't caught timing to cut them off. So this is now very, very risky. M4 and AK available, both without armor, but look at the position of Demo. Headshot angle, perfect position for that lack of armor, and Demo will find Andu. This round had absolutely nothing. Prism had a deagle. He's the in-game leader. He never usually is the player to step up for his side like this. Alex will be able to clear one, but it puts him into the sight line of Eski, and somehow Betclic have won the round. Can't teams just bloody win against pistols? It's not difficult.
Yeah, we've seen it happen way too often over the past few days, guys. Oh boy, I mean, even in this map, that's the second time we've seen a full eco being won here. Ridiculous scenes. And that means Betclic Apogee will successfully tie up the scoreline, so they've kind of cancelled each other out now with their respective eco round wins. We're going to go all the way, and maybe even then some more.
It's infuriating for me. I can't imagine how it's like for ALGO. I mean, that's the
well, they got one back earlier as well.
I know, but that one at least a little bit more, I feel like. I mean, that was only one deagle, I think, on Prism. And obviously they get rifles off the back of it, but yeah, 2 kills is crazy. He deserves all the credit for hitting those shots. Just the fact that ALGO just don't think in those sort of rounds they should be giving them anything like that. I just prefer in those sort of situations, like, information isn't needed. You have all the advantage in the world. You have decent crossfires with how you're setting up in general. Just play hidden on bomb sites, play time. There's so many protocols you can put in place to avoid getting caught like this, and so many teams do just because they don't know how to do it. The teams in like tier 1.5 and above, sure, it happens often there too. But at least I see different moves and different setups rather than just like your bog standard default to counter those sort of rounds.
Yeah. Probably some good advice. See here. massive moment now in the second half brewing. Oh, Adix is going to remain posted on the angle despite being completely blinded. Andu is going to at least be able to get the kill, and then Adix will find a frag of his own. Yuki coming into the equation from stairs. It's a flurry of frags, a sea of blue in the kill feed. Unfortunately for Betclic Apogee, they may have won the eco preceding that, but they lose the gun run immediately afterwards, which almost undoes that hard work and puts ALGO 2 rounds away from winning the series.
The money is available for Betclic, would you believe, to get an AWP on Polo, but it's going to be the only thing they're going to have in this round. So the main job here for Betclic is to protect the VIP. It's jump one player in, try and get Polo set up. Maybe boost him up on an angle to get an opening pick in top middle to look bottom con. There's options. Here's the boost, like I was saying. I'm going to throw that into the equation immediately.
The only real hope here for Betclic Apogee is Polo Sniper in the round, and it's a nice angle held by Andu, tagged but not fragged.
And
the AWP is recovered. Yeah, it is, but it's been picked up again.
And
it is, and this time it's not recoverable.
Well, for ALGO is incoming. And look, I think I've been kind of... Look, we both of us have been relatively grumpy. Maybe me more so than you today, due to the fact we finished at like 4 AM last night. But I still think that Betclic deserve a little bit of credit for this game. Demo's going to get some money here. This is nice.
Twink. Oh, wait.
He's waiting for Eski.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's trying to buy time for Eski to come through with the bomb, and then decides, well, I guess I'm just going to take this kill here.
Shane's in a good position,
Shane's in a really strong spot, isn't he? Going to hear the footsteps trudging through from apartments. There goes Demo. And Eski, well, he knew that he was toast. Hopes and prays, but prays go unanswered. ALGO now have 2 chances, and the key detail is that they've got enough money for 2 gun rounds yet to try and finish off the series.
Yeah, I think that, as I was saying, I think Betclic, they deserve quite a bit of credit for this game, because obviously not playing with Hades, as we've been talking about earlier. Firstly, priority number 1. We hope he gets better from whatever illness he's got. Polo has been a great stand-in today. But the fact that Betclic have made this game so competitive is good. I mean, the unfortunate thing is that they would have been expecting so much more from this team from where they were to begin with a while ago. And it's like, we're really fighting ALGO this close, stand-in or not. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but I think they fought well today despite all of that.
Yeah, and it also sounds like it's going to be a slightly longer term stand-in, like a mid... I don't think it's just for this game that Polo's helping out, because they said for our next few games, inferring that it might be beyond today. That's a little bit lazy from Shane, especially with Adix having an advanced position at ramp, not seeing or hearing anything. Doesn't feel necessary for Shane to go searching in that sort of fashion. I was just going to say, it's a good sign for Betclic Apogee that they've been competitive with Polo in their first game since he's come into the team to help them out.
Oh, Nuki could have almost found a timing there, but Eski does look at Murder Hole in time.
Impossible to win the round from here.
It really does feel that way, doesn't it? To win the map from here, it would be incredible. I mean, the series from here would be incredible. Flash is good, but he's being flanked from by Eski. Yeah, this one's done. Andu and Adex are going to save, and they'll be playing round 24. What happened to teams winning easily at this level? Bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, this one did just seem too easy, though. Like I said, Shane, I don't think it was necessary for him to go searching in apartments like that. Just pushes straight into the AWP scope. He goes down. And then the boost up into snipers works the trick. That catches Yuki, I think it was, completely off guard. Everything going according to plan here for Betclic, not able to, not having to do a whole lot. We had 13-11 on the previous map. Will that happen again, or does this game advance beyond that point?
Terrorists win.
5 alive doesn't mean much at this stage. Looks we're going into round 24. Both teams will be at full strength to try and either take this one to the finish line or take us to overtime.
Well, let's see. What is the call going to come through here from Prism? Default approach. Oh.
Bit awkward, but it's
At
fine.
least he's able to tuck himself around the corner there, hugs the wall, make sure the nade doesn't do any self-inflicted damage.
You
And
can
again,
see
same thing from Betclic, just posted on angles.
Yeah, literally, so static around the map right now for Betclic. Actually, crazy. They know this is a great opportunity to stay alive in the game and just don't want to throw it away here and now at the very last gasp in this series in the third map, especially a playoff game. We're going to pick the bomb up now. 50 seconds left in the round. Smoke will waste more time off that clock. It will go a little bit deeper in apartments there for Shane. He'll make sure to show his presence on the van. Prism is going to be the late lurk through middle. Question is, does Adex look away from mid to help out the apartments when Prism advances? That's the big factor. Shane now playing jail. It's one of my favourite positions.
I think he should.
Usually you're good for one, but Adex has found that second prong of Prism. Now it's very, very difficult to break their way in. Polo, good kill, but Andu is going to trade it. It's all down to this B pop through the apartments. Bambosh on the rotation. He's going to see a couple, 20 seconds. They haven't fully committed on the rotation yet, but now they will. 18 to jump out there. It's going to be so difficult. Alex is going to hold the line. It's all down to Eski. He'll drop, and so will Demo. Honestly, it's a real nice try from Betclic over the course of this series, but at the end of the day, just a little bit too difficult for them with the standing. Even though Polo played great, Algo, that's a big win for them at this level.
It really is. Now, before we actually get into things here, I do bring a little bit of information for you, something to learn today, and that is the plural of Nemesis. In a way, because you guys were wondering, I was flexing this. I was wondering, should I jump in there? But you guys were in the middle of it. It's actually Nemesis. The spelling changes with a single letter from an I to an E at the end, similarly to crises analysis as well, in plural. It is that same exact sort of process. Because it's an older sort of Greek word as well. It's kind of weird, but it doesn't specifically have a plural, but it just changes a little bit of pronunciation. Lovely. Now you know, and that's today's word, I guess. But the actual game, really good stuff. I'm liking it. We have the sort of streak for both sides. We get a whole lot of action when it comes to as well, seeing what everybody's all about, and very correctly as well. Of course, I give yourselves a pat on the back here. You guys were talking a lot about Polo because he was doing a really good job. Just giving so much for his team and putting them in these sorts of positions where they could, have an opening, have an advantage to work with. But there's somebody on the other side who was doing this exactly the same and almost to a better degree as well. And that was Andu, who went into every single round with the confidence that he's, in my eyes, well earned in this series as well. And likewise many others so far.
Yeah, I mean, Andu, look, as I said to you before, the main thing for me is that Andu is probably the player with the most X factor on the entire server that we saw today. I mean, he's definitely got that in him. Maybe not the consistency, but just he's got that ability. And I'm very glad to see he delivered today. And of course, going forward, they need more of, they need more of map 1 Adex, for example, how good he was throughout the majority of that one. And they're going to need a bit more from Bambosh. So, going forward, I'm quite happy with what Algo is showing. So we'll have to see how it goes. But anyway, we're a little bit behind schedule, so I think I'm going to hurry this one up a little bit, because OG and EAC have to start in like nits, apparently. So we need a little bit more of a break than that. So we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, we'll get into the pre-game for that next BO3.
Alright, hello and welcome back. We are now flying upwards toward the moon, apparently. We're just going with this. And we're now ready for the next game of the day. We've got OG versus EAC. A whole lot of letters jumbled up in a row, but eventually and somehow we have settled on 2 team names in that. With me, of course, Trav and Hayes, as previously, and still will be here for the next couple of hours. Now, I'm going to keep this short. I told you so. Now, ask me who's going to win this game.
OG.
I don't know.
Surely, mate.
Surely
Come
OG.
on.
Surely OG, but look. They've been up and down lately, mate. They really have been up and down lately. I'm a little bit concerned, but they just have like that extra name value and even form. Even though OG's form has not been good, even their form is better than EAC's, unfortunately for EAC. So we will have to see.
Go on, Nexus, enlighten us. Who's going to win this, man?
Yeah, I would be also answering this form of I don't know. Last game I knew. I knew from the start, no doubt. Here I don't know, because OG, like I said, their form is good. They should be better as well, compared against EAC. And they do have this thing called 2 Swedish beasts on this team, and they frighten me.
They are very good.
Yeah, it is really hard to have the sort of superstar in a team that is very much present, and you look at it and be like, yeah, that's the guy. You've got like a handful of players you look at in sort of like the teams that be like, yeah, that's the guy. You've got kind of 2 of them here, and they're both, from my neighboring country, and the reason I'm afraid of them. But Adam and Spooky are just terrifying on this roster, and I'm so happy that they've also stuck around as well through its many iterations, and get to showcase what they're all about, because my god, they look good.
Yeah, they are very solid, aren't they? I mean, Adam B in particular, sporting a 1.22 rating recently. I think obviously the main thing to talk about with OG is the fact that they've brought Prime Taps into the mix here to replace ALGO. That's the main thing for me. Prime Taps is definitely not a bad player. I think because he was on that BC game team that was pretty awful. To be fair, what BC game team isn't? But like, he was relatively underrated on that BC game team. I think he was doing like a very decent job considering the roles he was not being thrust into, considering how short notice it was for him. Yeah, it's cool to see him playing on OG. Sure, it's only on loan. It's on loan from technically from Sangal, according to the according to the HLTV page, because that's his previous team. Sangal, he's not been a part of BC game for a while. Has Prime Taps, but yeah, it's good to see him getting a chance to play more. And obviously, one of the main men of the scene, Cadian, trying to lead a new team to success. And I think at some point, even though the form has not been good, at some point, Matt, I truly believe OG are going to find a breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, me as well, just with how persistent they are at the moment. And I hope that they do as well, because it's been a long time kind of coming as we get a look at the EAC roster. Now, obviously, this was the AAB roster, or ERB before, from Denmark. So there's definitely a lot of familiarity in and amongst these players. Amber was actually a part of the ALGO squad that beat OG as well. That was a while back. Not too long ago. It must have been like, I'd say 2 to 3 months ago, where ALGO got the win over OG, and that was after they had lost the first map as well. Amber was a part of that team, and he'd love to do that again.
April 1st, that was.
Okay, so yeah, just about 2 months then.
April Fools.
April Fools. They made fools out of OG, and Amber's going to try to do that again. I've also been really impressed with this team overall. I'm going to have to catch a couple of their games. They play some real sensible Counter-Strike, and their bread and butter was Overpass in those series as well, so I'm looking forward to how they'll fare off against them. But I also want to bring up this conversation that, since OG have added Cadian to this mix, they haven't actually played a whole lot of Counter-Strike, right? Relatively low amounts for this, online circuit that we're aware of, and OG being on the sort of brink as well, where they're currently not in a great position VRS-wise. Like, they're not leaning heavily into almost breaking through to this, like the top 30 and 40. They gotta hurry up and start playing more games.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the real big issue for them, right? I think one of the main things they are doing is they're obviously just trying to prioritize not taking every single online invite and trying to play LAN. And I think as we're going to get into the game here, thank you, Nexus, for your time. I do agree with what you were saying there. They need to play more.
You're welcome.
Yeah, they do need to play more because, as you rightly said, they played 8 weeks ago in the previous season of CCT in Series 19. Then they came back to play BC Game Masters Championship last week. Beat Medisport in a BO1, beat Rebels in a BO1, lost to Betclic, and eventually lost it in a circle in the BO3. So they're not anywhere near there yet, and they need to be by the end of the year.
Yeah, the last time they won a best of 3 was 9 weeks ago against Infinite Talent. So it's been a long, long time since they actually got a best of 3 win. And as you say, it's just because they're not playing a whole lot of Counter-Strike lately. Either way, Cadian will spot one out towards long. Good info gain, spotting that Nixon's crossing back and towards Party. Now, OG may feel inclined to rotate somebody up, yes, indeed, right? Because of that huge gap that the swathes of space in available to EAC in middle. And OG are worried that the T's may have parted their way through mid into A. Cadian continues to close the door in on Nixon, who will get put down by body. And that's going to force their hand now on the exec into this B-bomb side. Oh, prime taps. Don't know about that. He knew they were coming. He decides to peek into them. It's going to cost him his life. Anabi will go down as well. Spooky is hoping he doesn't get hard cleared, but he will be. Amber does his due diligence. And that's a great couple of kills coming through from the veterans Body and Cadian 2v2.
Yeah, they got them pinned in a way. They're still going to hit the shots, and Becca's going to find Cadian in the end. Body, known about with that P2000, having to take heads-up duels. He does click one more. I would have given him a chance in the 1v1, but not able to even click for a second time before the trade comes through from Amber. Good round from Amber to kick off this series. So are we going for Amber and Essen? Is it Essen? The S-S-E-N?
Essen.
We
could also just go with Sen as well.
I know, but I like Essen. I think that makes more sense to me.
All right, well, then we shall go with Essen, Trav. Whatever your heart desires.
Okay, don't make me feel so bad about it.
What the hell? I'm like trying to be cutesy. Oh my god.
It's the tired version of cutesy, which scared me. It was like it was passive aggressive.
No, not at all. I'm sorry.
Funny.
Force buy back for OG. See if they can respond. We've seen it happen a lot today where pistols have gone unconverted. I don't know about the Prime Taps edition. I mean, we've seen some decent things from him in the past. Like, I was actually kind of high on his supply, maybe like around this time last year. It's just going to take some convincing to see if he's able to help OG get some over the struggles that they've had in the past few months.
Yeah, understandable. I think that's the case with this sort of team, is you never actually know how it's going to play out when you have a new players added to this sort of level so quickly as well. It's very difficult to know, and you need time. And obviously, it's a cliche, unfortunately, at this level to give teams time. But yeah, that's the reason it's a cliche, obviously. And be with the Deagle toward Monster. Here's the break from the smoke. Being go through now. The Deagle could be doing some good damage, and Amber will get the headshot on toward Adam B. Sorry, I'll grab the kill, and that'll be very comfortable in the end to take the at least the short position. But OG are warding them at bay for now for a little bit.
Oh, awkward fight at range for the MP9. Rotation's going to be moving up and towards that A bomb site. Nixon will catch Prime Tips backpedaling, but problem is they're all in on A. There's no time for them to actually shift in the opposite direction. Cadian in a really cheap spot right now. If he could drop that bomb carrier, that would win the round, and it may already be won by Body's activation. Sure, Nixon will get the kill on Cadian, but there's no time. Body has already departed the scene, and OG have gotten it done against the with the force buy, shall I say.
Yeah, in the end, that's actually not too bad for OG. They would have needed that to just get control of the game quickly, especially on CT overpass, right? You need to get a start in the series. And they'll know that looking at the team list of this tournament as well, this is a very important one for them. Like, if they win this game, they play just players. If they beat just players, they could play TDK, TNC, or Amiga. And honestly, if you look at TDK, they're obviously in great form right now. They qualified for ESL Pro League last night. But that's a pretty decent side of the bracket. And going off of name value alone and ignoring form, technically they should be the best team alongside TDK in this entire tournament.
Yeah, that's how I would assess the situation as well. I mean, if OG are struggling to win these sorts of best of threes, Trav, then it's like, how do you even salvage it at this point? They truly should. I know, like, it's not that EAC are bad. It's just that OG are supposed to be in a completely different level, tier altogether to this EAC roster. You know, guys like Nixon and Amber, as we've highlighted already, Maze as well, he's a part of that Fnatic Rising team, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
I feel like they've all got a lot of promise to them, but this OG team doesn't just have promise or potential, or like players who could be good one day. They've got it all now. They've got the experience. They've got young, very strong, talented individuals. And they should be cleaning up these sorts of series, in my opinion. And if they're not, that's even if they win it, but it's like a long, arduous, drawn-out 3 map, but that's still not a good sign.
No, I agree with that too, 100%. Like, they need to start asserting themselves at this level. And look, as I said, I think they will get there, but you know, Counter-Strike is a cruel business where if you don't get there quick enough, you'll be benched. Simple as that. Like, you can't play time usually in these sort of situations, if that makes any sense. Body will try and hold on from the A-bomb site, doing a good shot at that right now. We will get rounded by the Tech 9 of Amber. It's a good opening, and that already throws this round into a bit of a disarray. Because KDN was 10 HP earlier, Amber's got into toward bank. That is going to be an easy headshot. And look, Primetats and Amber are rotating up, but with KDN 10 HP and him being so far away, I think we're playing for exits already.
Oh boy. Well, Force Buy looks like it's going to work with Quick here to continue the trading of rounds. As I say that, though, EAC get ants in their pants, decide to fight forward. That's going to cost them 2. And it's the low health of Prime Taps that's able to find a kill. Adam B will finish off the job. Scoops up a kit in the process. Wow. And OG have just been handed that round seemingly on a silver platter.
That seemed impossible. Even with the fact they're going up against a lower purchase there. KD in the end didn't even have to do anything. So technically, it was just a 2v4 retake. And yeah, EAC just get a little bit antsy, as you say. There's no reason to have to push that one at that time. They just bunker down in the site and play the crossfire. They're going to be totally okay and probably win the round. They go a little bit too aggressive. And that is maybe mistakes that can be made by inexperienced teams. Sure, for what is a young team, they do have experience on the team, especially with Maze and Nixon. But yeah, that is one they're going to be frustrated about, because that could have got them back in the Force Buy war and got them back into the game immediately. As it is now, they're going to have to go for an eco, go for these crazy boosts to try and make a kill happen out of nowhere. That probably isn't going to happen. OG can start filling off and running on their CT side now.
Yeah, that could really kickstart their campaign winning a round of that nature as well, just to G the lads up, right? Didn't get to talk a whole lot about the veto yet. Now, it's a big overlap here in the overpass pick for EAC. It's actually tied for the most picked map for OG alongside Inferno. OG decides to pick Nuke, which is a map they haven't picked once in the past 3 months, and that's because they're thinking they can exploit EAC on the map. No, KDN missed shot there, means they can scale forward, but it's all good because Body's in position. So, like I was saying, I wonder what level we're going to get out of OG on Nuke later on. Inferno was right there, so they could have had their top 2 picks coming into the series, but they decided to try and pick into one of their opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, there's actually quite a lot of volume to study as well on that map. Look at EAC's previous game, they're playing on the AFB banner or the EAC banner. GenOne, ALGO. GenOne again, actually, Hashiras, they lost to. They managed to beat them in one of the other games, but yeah, it's a very, very up and down map for them. They've actually only won 5 out of 15, so not all the most comfortable in the world.
Oh, Body. I like it. I like it in the first gun round. Taking that initiative, battling forward. Becker trying to get boosted above the smoke there, ends up inadvertently exposing himself. Spooky's in so much trouble. That molly spread in a way he hadn't expected. And then Nixon's able to just step up and get that frag for free. Body wants to trade. He's been so good on the map so far, but he will be bested by Nixon, which means a man advantage is in stage by ESC.
Maze has crept all the way through Monster, though. That's a very deep position he's got. Flash comes through. It's not perfect. And with KDN being able to deliver, not really as much of a threat anymore, especially with Adam B finding one more. But Maze now has an opportunity. KDN in a 1v1. KDN in the games that I have seen of OG, the few games OG have played lately, he's been very, very good in the clutch, to be fair. So that is something we might try and have a look for again today. Obviously, he's got all the experience in the world, and you know, if there's one character that is going to get your team pumped up after winning clutches, it would be Cadian. Well, in towards CT, that will block him off for now, and it'll allow Maze to get the plant.
I feel like Cadian's always been good in clutches, right? That's just been one of the hallmarks of his game. This is a difficult one, though. IGL versus IGL. They're trying to figure out where Cadian's coming through from right now, and he will peek out at the perfect moment there. Dispatches of Cadian, rips off his head, wins the 1v3, and that's all down to what you'd mentioned there in the round, that he was able to creep out of Monster undetected. So he pounces from a position where OG just never expecting him. He gets 2 kills in quick succession and is able to finish off the job and see the round through.
And always, well, it doesn't matter who you are, having the AWP in a clutch is never going to be easy. Yeah, obviously, not really much opportunity for him to change up his angle or positioning in any way either. Following up with a glass cannon, AWP in the following, to try and keep that in play at least, especially with the weaponry that is around them. MP9, M4, the only other 2 choices they've got.
Yeah, it's a pretty bold decision here for OG to actually go for the force buy. An eco would have worked perfectly fine. Would have been able to afford a full buy in the next. Great flash play, body up close and towards long will be the first to fall, and that's going to get a whole lot of space now for EAC to work with.
Yeah, well, seriously put them on the back foot as well. I mean, as we said, this is the best map for EAC, so the fact they've got it first in the veto, probably totally acceptable for them. Like that every day of the week. Nixon's already close up toward the divider position too. Acend trying to make a play, jiggling, but Cadian will hold on, and then Spook goes forward, finds one with the MP9, could be 2, it's 2, controls it well. They don't know about Amber, now Spook's in an awkward position, he's got Adam B's help from long, no problem. Good hold over toward bathroom there for OG, considering they were a man down from the beginning. Spook's going to recover the AWP nicely too, pick it up, get the final kill, drop it over to Cadian for the following round. And that couldn't have been probably much better, considering the situation. Funny that Spook does kind of a double take there on that angle, not realising what was in front of him.
Yeah, well navigated from OG to get the job done, considering the way that the round had started, but they will get the points on the board and reassert themselves, reestablish a 2-round buffer, and condemn EAC into an into an eco, shall I say. Chance here for them to set themselves up 5-2 and get in control here of the opening map.
Yeah, it's not been easy, but they wrestle control back. And at the end of the day, no matter how good a team is on a certain map, whether it's a specialty for them or not, if you're OG, yeah, you don't want to be losing to EAC on any map in a series. But obviously right now, they won't be thinking that way. They'll be giving their opponents all the due respect and attention. Because any win is important for OG at the moment with their kind of lack of games. Good moves from Cadian. Clean shots actually there. I know it's against pistols, but still. He's schmoving nicely. Spook will hit a nice burst onto Amber too. Only 2 players left. Winning it with 5 alive in this particular round to build up their economy will be very nice, and they'll do exactly that. In fact, not just 5 alive, 4 kills for Cadian, and 500 health, all 500 health in fact.
Yeah, very reliable. Finally, Trav. I mean, when last did we see such a clean anti-eco round 1? Feels like it's been ages.
That was Glocks, though, to be fair. So I agree how clean it was, but
at
still.
this point, though, it's like, I'll take whatever we can get.
I mean, I can really
Right, well. Chance now for OG to really establish dominance if they can win this gun round here. Cadian with his AWP looking to be omnipresent, as you highlighted. He's had a great start to the map, up to 10 kills already, leading from the front in more ways than just being the captain.
Yeah. And look, people will make the Cadian comedian joke over and over again, but the simple fact of the matter is, like, if there was one player, even now in the modern day, that I'd want to try and revive an organization and get their team playing better again, it would be Cadian. And obviously, it was the most obvious pick for them to go to him. They needed an AWP, they needed an in-game leader. They got both in Cadian. So, yeah, they're a bit stacked up toward long here, though, on the side. That could definitely be awkward for them. They didn't want to peek in toward long because they could get caught with a second prong from EAC. Body and Spook are going to hold on. Pretty good job. Becca does look to find prime taps, and they're aware of that Spook position, obviously, and it's a great clear from Becca. And to hope for more from that one. Nade will be missed from Cadian. That, who knows, may have found Becca if he was very lucky, and could have made this clutch a whole lot easier. As it is, 2v2.
Yeah, big moment here for Cadian. If you can catch Becca, timing not on his side just yet. It might still work out. He's going to drop the incendiary, and that's just to try and draw the attention away here by the look of things. It swings and roundabouts right now from Cadian. He is going to be coming through, and he'll find the frag on Becca, and Adam B will lock it down on Maze. It's about locating the bomb, which they will in time. Couple seconds surplus there as the defuse will come through, and OG, even winning the difficult rounds is what makes us impressive.
Yes, that's the main impressive part for me, for sure. I was by no means clean. This was a big kill from Becca. The dink from Spook made a big difference. The extra 10 HP. Okay, didn't go for the deagle spam. That dink would have been realized, and obviously information would have been given over. That makes it a little bit easier. Back down to pistols once again. 4 digs and a P250 with a bit of utility this time, though. So this is way more dangerous than that previous one, that's for sure. A bold reface from Cadian, but I like it.
Yeah, talk about brimming with confidence right now.
And look, we're talking about Cadian a lot on this team. I think there's a big factor for this OG side that I'm not sure. It's maybe not going to win them trophies at a tier 1 level yet, but you have these young riflers, which Nex has pointed out, right? Adam B and Spook, these guys are incredibly talented. And Body was a decision where it's like, okay, it was kind of random in a way, but he's obviously in-game led in his long career, over 10-year career. That is a very nice secondary voice to have for Cadian.
Oh, absolutely. He's a veteran at this point, and someone who's been recently competing at the highest level of the game. Prime taps looking good here in this round. Flashed forward, able to pad the stats against the pistols. OG have now guaranteed themselves a lead at a minimum going into the second half.
Next gun round underway. The ASC got Becca on the AWP on the T side now. That could make a change.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be now for EAC. Otherwise, it feels like they're on the brink of losing this map in the first half. Kind of the equation as things stand. And it's going to be an all-in play in towards this B bomb site. Currently, only 2 players reside here. I'm surprised for OG. Look at, they've taken full long, taken full playground. Why is Spook, like, holding an angle? They've cleared mid, lowers. Like, Spook, you got to get a move on, brother.
Need some help on B, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how long Prime Taps and Adam B can hold on. Minus Prime Taps from the equation. At least Body will come through to try and pressure through from the back lines. Adam B has gone in towards barrels, which is where his teammate had gone down. OG have successfully navigated their way through a bit of a sticky situation.
A bit, but in the end, it's not sticky at all. They end it with 4 players alive, and it's as happy as Larry for them. That couldn't have been better. Considering the positioning of their defense and how far away some of them were, the damage that was done, and how they managed to hold it, they, yeah, I mean, 8 days a week, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, that's probably the most convincing round of the map so far, considering that there was a bit of a challenge to it, and that they win it and keep 4 players alive. That's what convinces me the most about that round there from OG.
Yeah.
The AC actually grouped themselves up, the entire team leaning in towards this B-bomb site.
And they kind of, as we've been saying throughout the whole day, really kind of need to win a round like this with the Tech 9, so we just get back into the game with their money. I know it's toward the end of the half, but an 8-4 is kind of the baseline hope you'd have for a map like Overpass to at least give yourself a chance in the game. Any stretch, might be a day late and a dollar short on this one, unfortunately. Body's going to hold on against Maze. Quick headshot for him. They'll make it a second. Tapping away, bursting away as Spook. But Katie and Body will both be taken out. Now it gets a little bit scary with Spook being so low on the back of the side. They're not easy shots to hit, but Andy will eventually tap him out, and with Nixon only now 16 HP, they're going to be fine. They'll hold on. It wasn't perfect, and in other rounds, in different situations, they could have easily been caught by that one, but not today.
Yeah, and that's why I'm so convinced by OG, is that they're not falling foul to those sorts of rounds and those situations. They're able to contain them. Adam B is 16-3. You and Nexus both bigged him up in the pre-game. I don't think Nexus is the only one who's scared of him right now. I'm sure there's a few Danes out there as well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic map for him so far. And being a 1.22 rated player, well, only just have to be him. Prime taps toward Monster. He'll be gifted players coming to play. 4 kills coming through a smoke. Easy as anything. As if they weren't there. Adam B will grab the last as well. Very, very solid. And at half-time, OG will have 10 on CT.
Yeah, that's just complete and utter dominance coming through from OG, and it's on their opponent's map pick as well. Very good signs. I spoke about how if you're an OG fan, it's not just about them winning the series, it's about doing it convincingly. We haven't had to say Ascend's name yet, Trav. It's been a little bit unfortunate after our deliberation about how to pronounce it. He's only gotten 2 kills.
That is true, but what can you do? You can be forgiven for playing poorly in a game against like such a strong favourite.
Yeah.
Even if that strong favourite is even not on great form. So we'll see how it goes. And the second half, they're on CT now. If they can get the pistol round, get their economy sorted, get themselves running, then you never know. But already Amber is caught on the transition back toward the bomb site. Or he can even set himself up in any sort of crossfire. Now they're coming down connector. I think some of the duels in a great position for these, but it could still be traded clean up by Body. That's exactly what happens. Body was the bomb carrier too, so an important kill. There are still all three CTs on this bomb site though, so OG is looking to have to do this one the hard way. There's one tap from Prime taps. Acend does get one and make it 2. Very nice, with 1 bullet remaining, and he's not even been able to be cleared from barrel yet. What a great round from him after we called his name. He needs to deliver. He is doing so in this pistol. KD and P250. Trying to isolate both these two 1v1s, and he can still do it. He can still do it because there's a whole 50 seconds left in this round to try and make something happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has had a couple of shots that just haven't connected in any meaningful way. He's now spotted out. He's just going to get double swung. There we go. And that will eventually lead to his demise. I just spoke about how we haven't had to say Ascend's name much throughout this map so far, but he comes up trumps in the pistol to win an all-important round for his team.
And being so far in front, I could forgive OG for just fully ecoing here. I'm getting the gun around as soon as possible, but also, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Straight into the force buy. And it's a very winnable one as well with the Tech 9s and decent util. From Maze, 2 players facing him now, and that FAMAS spray is not clean. Did not look straight at any point there, but you know what? He's got his kill. He would have helped now coming in from the MP9s, and I don't mind this at all from EAC. It's dangerous if they lost the opening kill and then they got completely swept. I would be saying it was too aggressive, but here they've been assertive enough. They had manpower to make sure that there was no risk, and that means with all 5 players alive, they'll be loving it with a full eco to come.
Yeah. Long road back, difficult, challenging road back with many complications, but there is a road, and that's what matters the most for EAC right now. This next one going to be their easiest round of the match so far. Going to be an eco, couple upgraded pistols, but really no serious threats in the round here for EAC to be worried about. OG would just love a bit of damage here at a minimum. And again, Maze is going to fight through from long into playground here with his FAMAS. He's fancying these fights right now. Maybe his best option is to let Amber kind of take over because he's taking a lot of damage.
Oh, wow, okay. Double with the pistol. The default one at that. Be a little bit careful at EAC that it lose too many numbers for no reason. Of course, EAC, the former name of the AAB team.
Oh, oh, bit of a haircut
Close.
there for the player jump spotting. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, actually, Trav.
I thought you said you were growing it out, man. Come on.
No. Well, I'm like styling it, so I'm letting the mullet grow. That's for sure. The mullet will remain intact, but cleaning up the sides and the fringe.
There we go. It'll be fire, I'm sure of it. Will this hold be fire? It certainly will be with the incendiary grenades on the ground, and it's an easy hold for Becca. 2 kills for him. Now the first proper gun round for OG. Becca will have his AWP out too, so it's going to be a big positive.
Yeah, bang on. AWP could play a fundamental role in their fight back here. Always talk about how AWPers love playing on the CT side of Overpass, and what an integral role they play in their team success. Vigi, what's the call going to look like? They're waiting for the flash. That's their go signal. As soon as they hear that flash pop, it's a double swing. Really well designed there. I love that.
Yeah, and that's the like little bits and pieces and mini protocols and ideas that a team like OG would have, maybe EAC wouldn't have. All the experience with these individuals on this roster. It's a different era for OG. No more Red Bull sponsorship, obviously. People will say maybe that was the best time for OG, but they moved past that time. A new title sponsor. A completely new roster in general. They're trying to make things happen. Coming in right now. Acend toward Monster. That's a really good opening. Nixon needs a double kill, and he will get the double kill. And he's got Maze on support on site still, but now Nixon will drop, and look where Spook is. He's realised there's an opening toward the A side of the map. Even though B has been where it's been most pressured, A is possible to creep into, and there's a whole 30 seconds to take the bomb back and get it planted. I think it's going to be totally fine. Yeah.
All good in the hood. And OG will open up their account in the second half. Didn't take them long whatsoever. First gun round, everything going according to plan. Putting a lot of the attention down and towards that B bomb site. That means they can waltz into a completely vacant A bomb site. Now KDN is going to go searching, and he's found the best possible timing as he spots out both and does a big chunk of damage onto Maze in particular. He wants to keep them locked in here. Beck's going to drop the smoke, but you know that OG are going to be looking to try and hunt them down. And Body's already arrived. Maze will go down, and Becca, I think he's done enough to get away here. As I say that, though, KDN might be able to actually catch him off. Yes, indeed. It's an AWP now to be recovered. At least there's money for the CT side, but they're now completely with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, the money is acceptable to repurchase into this one, but OG now have the confidence of at least getting one T-side round under their belt. With Prime Taps buying up a Mac 10 and full utility, rather than going Galil or AK-47, probably just thinking to himself, Maybe I can take fast control somewhere. Towards short might be that play. Even be just in connector. Who knows?
Yeah, it's do or die now for EAC. That is for sure. Absolutely do or die.
Where is Prime Taps going to send that Mac 10? The question. We're about to find out. Because blocked off by going for his mid peak due to the fact that that incendiary is in the way. The protocol from OG to stop that AWP from looking for anything early round. Could of course hopped up to a playground, but to avoid it. Maze has managed to, I believe, wallbang through a smoke Adam B, and that's probably around the
Nice.
position. With Nixon holding on and managing to hop away for free as well. No trade kill. No issue at all. Flashes, chained flashes towards short are great from Cadian to at least set up body for the trade kill to get this one back into a winnable 3v4 because they've got short control. The ASC make one error, all of a sudden it's back even again.
Yeah, it's like vaguely doable now for OG with that kill that comes back.
I think they know Acend
Taps
is...
to the map.
Oh, that was a shot.
Oh, big missed shot there. Yeah. Prime Tap's going to commit to his death. That's a follow-up nade. Between Body and Cadian, actually threw 3 HEs in on that position. And eventually it will actually result in a kill.
That's what you can expect from two players like Body and Cadian. No matter what the situation, they will absolutely, every single time, do the best that they possibly can to win a round, no matter how bleak it might look. And now, with 20 seconds, unfortunately for Cadian, this is the last thing that makes sense for him. He can't get onto the site at all and plant the bomb. So they tried, they sent Body in looking for a frag, and Body actually got 3 in the round, but not going to be happening anymore. So Cadian will be falling back and keeping the AWP. Echo and Acend will stay up to win this one for EAC. And yeah, I mean, I don't mind how they played that at all. I think there was one moment where Acend was probably heard walking left side monster, where I felt like maybe he could be a big factor in information. Could have maybe pre-fired him and cleared him while not having to worry about any other position. But yeah, in the end, not the case. He missed that all-important shot when one player was transitioning. That was the main factor.
Yeah, now it's decision-making time for OG, and they're going to invest any money around the AWP. And they're guaranteed a full buy in the next. If they save, they've got $2,900 injection coming their way if they lose this round. So I think a half buy definitely makes the most sense here. You do get a few things to work with in particular, most notably that hero AK on body, upgraded pistols around it. So certainly not going to be any rest for EAC coming into this next round.
Becca will hold with the AWP on the angle to make sure that he plays around bathroom, the most obvious position he would probably be in.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be able to find a way to affect the round here and help his team get across the line. Becca, nearly exchanges glances with Cadian. EAC did have 3 players on the A-bomb side. There's one player kind of in betwixt and between as to where he's going to commit here. OG only have a single flashbang to aid their cause in getting onto this A-bomb site. So this, you would imagine, should be EAC's round primed for the taking. However, Adam B has taken Becca's head. Nice smoke drop there, makes life so much more difficult. Kind of funnels OG into the crosshairs that have been set up. Just looking to continue to come through, though. We're yet to see Cadian's AWP get in on the action.
I like how your burp perfectly coincided with what sounded like surprise with a great shot from Body. That was absolutely perfect. Body will be on 19 HP still, but the P250 finds Amber. There's one more player that came from. Cadian knows all about it. Gonna connect it though with 10 seconds left, and he's going to manage it. Clean from Cadian. SNL on the rotation, up from Greenbin. They know he's coming. Body on the headshot angle on the site. From that AK though, it's very awkward for him, and Cadian's missed the shot. The two players with the most experience for OG in this round, and Cadian will make it happen. Even with that lower purchase, you can always rely on when Cadian's got an AWP in his hands, he can make something happen.
Oh boy, EAC are going to be kicking themselves. It seems like they were on the brink of really having that round locked in, right? Not a whole lot of time, lots of damage done. OG didn't have the option of maybe trying to shift away, so it was kind of telegraphed as to what was going on there as well. But EAC still unable to deny them. 6 chances now for OG to finish off the job and go up 1-0 in this opening game for them here in the Thunderpick World Championship BU Series 1.
Yes, this round is the one that will give them an opportunity, that's for sure. And look how quickly they pushed up long. Maybe aware that EAC don't have the funds to pick up the AWP in this round. Long range with a 5-7, that is one position where it's not going to do the amount of damage. Dinked, but 20 HP, stays alive, gets the kill. Look at Prime Taps. Lurking around, good position to be in, good awareness, will go down, but still, he has distracted them for quite a while. And with Cadian's position 2, he can watch for any shadow coming through front bathroom. He can eventually maybe flank these players coming up through bathroom. Acend needs his kill with the MP9. Without a kit, he needs the kill immediately, and he's not going to get it. Adam B and Body will hold on. Maze gets one more, but in comes Cadian, in comes Body. And that duo has been super, super solid on overpass for OG. Exactly the kind of result we thought would come through. Even on the map that EAC loves so much, OG needed to win this series cleanly, and they got off to a great start in doing that. We're going to go to a quick break, but first, Nexus.
How you doing? We're back here for a short intermission before we head into our next map and all of that. But his report that map number 1 goes about as expected. EAC, obviously they do flood with that comeback idea. They managed to get that first gun round on the board, and then unfortunately falling to what is a saved AWP and one AK-47 added on top with some pistols will be their downfall and the death sentence that arrives. But it's not the only thing EAC actually have going against him, because they had a couple of blessings to start off this entire map. One was they won the first pistol. They also managed to win the second pistol, from which at least they didn't lose their force by. But it was this first half, you start things off the right way, but then OG decided, let's just step it up, and they managed to get themselves a very nifty streak. From which it's hard to come back from. It's hard to throw those sorts of advantages away, and they don't. But one of a couple of things that really still stood out to me. First, the absolute quality of Cadian. I don't know what he's done today, but his reactions just out of this world fast. He was not missing a single beat. Ends this map, I think, with 17 kills to his name. And yeah, sure, same with Adam B. Really good, but that was only first half. On the second, I don't think he got a single kill. Sorry, he got a single kill. So, for me, I'm looking at Cadian as the sort of MVP on this entire map. Having that great first half being called, and then on the second one as well, doing the exact same thing, and also fragging quite well. Then you can trust as well the quality of your individuals, which was the expected result. They're supposed to be better than what EAC overall and consistently can output, and that was exactly what we get. That was the exact show we do manage to find for this opening map, where OG do play better. There were also some very decisive moments as well that did tell us what sort of game we're going to have, and it's the quality of, I think, around a 10, if I have it correctly. You have this B approach coming in for EAC, and it was described in the moment as the most convincing round OG had so far. And it's the most basic defense as well you will have to, on any T side, overcome. You have this barrel smoke, water barrel set up for 2 CTs. You have prime taps playing ahead of the smoke or on top of the barrels. And then you have Body, who takes his place, Adam B, who slides right back in to take that position, doesn't let any of the T-side players step in toward the bomb site, and with then rotations being covered for, it becomes a very basic, like I said, a very default defense for any B side, and as a sort of sign of those times as well and how the entire map does end up playing out, the fact EAC couldn't get past that, it does ring quite true, right? You have a 10-2 CT half with that pistol being won as well for EAC. It could have been a lot better, but overall, should it have been? I don't think so. OG, just that much better on this entire first map, individually, tactically as well. EAC could not overcome this on what is their best map. But there's also more to it. There's still more. Because this was also a really fun little game from OG. We saw that first gun run, they decided to default things out, wait for AC to be the ones to initiate. They had them waiting in the connector for the flashbang swing, opening found, and then from there on out, sweep it out around the board. You know, a little hiccup there, or then and now. But overall, they did have themselves a really good game plan, and what also plays into the sort of, I guess, notoriety, if you will, of what we know that OG and KD and specifically kind of have is this very strategic mind, and playing EAC as well on their best map, pretty much. They're ready for it. They knew exactly how to approach things and what sort of ideas specifically EAC had against them. Got a good counter or two, and that's the map gone. It was really well played, prepared for as well, quite nicely. And they had all the right answers with the individual pieces to back up that power. Which then leads us to map number 2, where, sure, it's played quite frequently for EAC, but they do have their fair share of troubles where overall results haven't been good. They've got a couple of wins that you should expect on the board. Wins against the Hashiras out of the last result, most notably in the sort of win department of things. 13-5s both. You expect that to be the case for the most part. But then they've also had a struggle for consistency, where they again find themselves on the losing side against Hashiras as well, and then a lot of GenOne at the mix. Like, there's these teams that are by no means on the same level as OG, that have still managed to get wins over EAC on this map. So it comes down to this quality versus quantity of OG's practice time versus EAC and their actual games that they have managed to play on Nuke. Which does pose the question of, okay, can OG have yet again done the practice and preparation for Nuke? Very likely. And if we already saw some parts of that here for Overpass, it makes very much sense that we'll see that exact same sort of prep, if not even more, for Nuke. And all that OG have been cooking up as well during their absence from playing as many games as they maybe could have been. So I do have some worries headed into map number 2, and I feel like EAC should be echoing those same sorts of thoughts. You have to play better than here. You cannot let those sort of small chances you had go to waste, i.e. those pistols, their early advantages. Don't let that slip. Instead, come back swinging to take control of Nuke, push it to an Inferno, give us a third map in this series. But if not, it's OG to close down in 2, so you should stick around, because we'll be back in a moment or two, in a jiffy if you will. Nuke will be starting up soon.
right, second map upon us. What the hully? OG have used a tactical pause before we've even gone live. What have they been doing in the past 15 minutes to have not discussed what the plan would have been coming into the pistol? Unless this is some sort of like mental warfare, this is peculiar.
It is peculiar, but wouldn't be the first team I've seen do it in history. Was it Beastick on Sinners who famously did it after or before every second pistol round? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was Sinners who did that all the time, but before the first one is certainly obscure.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
All right, well, here we go. Second map is upon us. Let's see what the discussion was about there with that bit of attack pause for OG. As they're streamlining in towards the, say, bomb site. And they've been able to get a kill in the process. And they will find follow-up frags. There's the kill from Spook, Body, and KD, and all getting in on the act. It was a pretty tough skirmish initially, but once they really get going, they're impossible to stop.
That may be the summary of the series, in a way, between these two. OG just had that little bit too much, don't they? That's reality, unfortunately, for the situation for EAC. But there's still a long way to go on this map. You never know. We could still see something.
Yeah, it was a bit of a peculiar decision for OG to have picked Nuke coming into this one when Inferno was right there. But as we kind of speculated, we think it's down to the fact that ESC haven't been great and that there is some material out there that OG could have studied coming into this one as well. Do you think OG would at all try and pick apart any of the material out there when they see that they're playing against a team like EAC?
I don't know. I mean, so often when we hear interviews from these sort of players and teams, we hear them say, oh, we're going to play our own game. You know, like we're going to do our own thing. Some tournaments, I think absolutely you would, especially if it's a team like who is, let's say at the tippy top of tier 3 or tier 2, who is on a really, really good form. Let's say, oh, I love it. He was tracking and tracing that one for so long and making so noise to try and get the Zeus. But yeah, I thought it was a teammate, maybe Body. Don't blame him. But yeah, like if it's like a Namiga, for example, if it's a Waljaki who are really good on a particular map, or a TDK who are a known entity with the players on that team, then absolutely I would say you scout them. Game like this, maybe a little light bit of prep considering OG haven't played or had to play much beforehand. As we talked about earlier, they don't actually play that much at this level recently. Only that LAN at BC game in Portugal. So maybe they did have enough time to do that. When they've got time, maybe they can throw a little bit in, but not overly so to like detract from their original plan.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. A lot of damage done there by Acend, but not going to be enough to get the kill. Becca forced back by the molly. There has been a rotation down towards the lower bomb site here for Maze. He's going to get a kill and then close the door. Oh, look at the position here towards Secret for Spook. I don't think... Does Maze... Oh, he does. He actually clears it all the way through, but Spook with that Mac 10 up close. I don't think there's head armor there for Maze. Makes for an instant kill. No kit in play either, so time is of the essence, and they're not even going to attempt this one.
And Becca and Nixon will try their best to save, but obviously a little bit further away. Oh, a dink to the corner there of the forklift from Nixon, but big damage in return, and decided to just keep their players alive to confirm the round, which is the right thing to do. Well, not the round wasn't confirmed already, but confirmed 3 players alive is really my point.
Yeah, at least, right? And I do respect that they made that decision so quickly, so as to not try and feel out the retake and then lose one player and then commit to the save. which does certainly improve the firepower of round 4. OG off to a good start here. Pistol, anti-eco, and gun run all going their way. It's a lot of damage taken to the flames. Acend will hold his ground and then fall back after having earned that man advantage for his team.
Yeah, doing the basics well, and that's what EAC know they have to do to have any chance, really, in this entire map. Spooky's still waiting in toward T-Roof. Amber knows the possibility of a hell play. He's not being quiet about his maneuvering in that 7 position. So Cadian knows what's up, but it's all about the timing, and I don't think he's going to get it. There's the bonds. Amber actually didn't see it at any point. But here's it now.
Yeah, I mean, this is surely EAC's round for the taking. The round is kind of grinded to a halt. Amber does a really good job of avoiding the flash. Cadian will come through, though. In order to overpower Amber, there are still 2 players made. 1 now in on the safe bomb site. Maze is in a devilish position, though. Not going to attempt to deny on the plant. That actually compromises his position. So he no longer has that element of surprise. And Acend is also trapped in the vent right now. Maze will go down to Spook. At least Acend can activate. Coming up the vent, trades his MP9 for the AK. He had started off the round with the opening kill. Now he's got a clutch 1v2. I'm not sure if there's actually a kit on the side. That nade is on the money. Frag found on Adam B. Is there a kit? That's the big question. Yes, in towards Hut. He scooped one up. He doesn't have a smoke grenade, though. And Cadian will try and force the fight when Acend is trying to get on the bomb. He's thinking he can catch him in transition, but Acend will hold his own to open up his team's account on Nuke.
Wow, what a recovery there from Acend. That's his first real big moment of the entire game, and he thoroughly deserves the credit and plaudits for it. Great clutch, and yeah, Cadian, look, he'll get called comedian for that, but I do think it's the right play to try and force it in transition. He knows he could have a kit. He only needs maybe 1 bullet. Just happens Acend's outplayed him there on that occasion. That's a great round to win if you're EAC. Looked like they had everything under control for such a long portion of that round. You know, it was going back and forth with the heaven fight and everything, but every single time OG just found 1 more kill to keep them in an advantage. Finally, Acend will cancel that advantage out.
Yeah, well done to get the job done. Very tall order for him to have won that round, but he's made it happen. Does Maze go straight through? I thought he might have been gifted a lifeline there when Prime Tap starts to spray, because all of a sudden it's a spray transfer required and not just a calm kill on the player aggressing through the smoke. But Prime Tap will find that frag. A kill will come through from Cadian as well. Man advantage now for OG to try and bounce back immediately after having lost their first round.
Plant will be tapped on B, just to make sure that everything is clear. I'm not sure if they had any massive information on towards single, for example. But it's going to be totally safe for OG, like you said. Nixon, Acend, and Becca are not going for it.
All right, well, 4-1. OG remain in complete control. They've just been coasting through the series so far.
Terrorists win.
Certainly has been easy pickings for OG. Remember, they lost both pistol rounds on Overpass. Still won that map 13-6.
And look, it would be a surprise if they weren't winning comfortably, OG. But even wins like this, which are supposedly supposed to be comfortable, supposed to be. Nice job, Travis. Which are supposedly meant to be comfortable. I still think that OG winning as many as they can when they're, you know, desperate for wins in a way, having just not played that much and need all the VRS points they can get. This would be, you know, a start to probably be, you know, a favourite for this entire series in Thunderpick. Because as we said earlier, looking at the playoff bracket, their biggest contender is probably TDK.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a couple teams in the competition who could cause a lot more strife and trouble for OG than what we're getting out of EAC. Teams like Acend, CYBERSHOKE maybe as well would be the two other names, but TDK is definitely the main rival. Oh, Becca, missed shot there. That could have been a shot that hammered home the round. If they get the kill on Maze, there's a chance. You got Nixon in towards Dead Vents as well, though. Maze going to be able to catch Adam B completely off guard. That's going to bait Nixon in. Everything comes up rosy for EAC as they're going to win round 6 flawlessly to double up their round count.
Now to break down more of OG's dollar, though. One more round to come to do that. EAC trying to build early on CT Nuke. One of the maps that is not played much by OG. I mean, obviously they just haven't played much in general. Their most played map is Overpass that we just saw. That was their 9th time playing it. 5 times for OG on Inferno. I decided if we have to go there. 6 on D2, 7 on Ancient, none on Anubis, 1 on Mirage. Obviously, we only played 1 event more recently. Before that, it was 8 weeks ago when they last entered the server. Maybe the numbers are a little bit skewed. For example, OG in these 4 maps they played on Nuke do have a better T side than they do CT side, which is usually not the case. Stunning shot from Nissen.
Yeah, I thought that would have been a kill every day of the week there for Spook in that position. Body is going to filter on in, and he's got Adam B in tow. Now, ESC might have like a bit of a false sense of security right now, because they did just kind of clear out hell. I think Becker's AWP is peering in this direction. He's kind of got quite a lot going on. He's kind of juggling a few different positions at the moment. Suspicion's now going to be confirmed that this round is going to end on A. Acend has gotten into a great position as EAC actually start to get the ball rolling here and show that they have what it takes to make this a competitive half at a minimum. And Adam B's not going to attempt this either.
And when it comes to EAC, you know, we have a little bit more to talk about when it comes to their nuke, right? They played it 15 times in the last 3 months. Fortunately, obviously, they're invariably playing teams a lot higher ranked than them. They've beaten AM, AAA, The Last Resort, Hashiras on the map. Oh, and a team called Struggle Tony, goated. Over in the Power League and tournament.
Okay.
I think that was like the mixed team, which was like Queen X, Bird from Sky, Borup, QQ, and Christu. But all the other losses have been significant, unfortunately, which is the main thing I'm concerned about, right? They don't have a good CT or T round win percent. 13-8, 13-5, 13-9, 13-7, 13-9 are their last 5 losses. So, concerning for sure, but you never know. Is that a double leg shot from Becker? I think it was.
Crazy. I think for EAC, though, Trav, the fact that they've made it to the playoffs would have been the goal accomplished, right? Especially once they draw a team of OG's level. At that point, it's always going to be really difficult to try and set your sights on a win and making progress in the playoffs. OG set their sights in on B. Shouldn't be able to do much here. And there we go. Well contained. And Becker combined brilliantly. These past 3 rounds have been extremely convincing from EAC. Now, historically in these sorts of games, I don't think that OG have struggled a lot in the opening maps. I'm going to go back and check their record. They tend to lose these games 2-1, where it's like they'll win the first map very convincingly and then still lose the series. It happened against Inner Circle. Here's an example. They won Overpass 13-5, lost the series 2-1. It happened in that series against ALGO as well. They won map 1 13-9. That was Nuke. They lost the series 2-1. So, haven't really done enough to kind of put those demons to bed yet, because the demons aren't on map 1 normally.
Yeah, it's weird for OG in a way because of that. And concerning, maybe, just looking at how they're playing at the moment. Surely not EAC was an issue. Surely not. Nothing against EAC.
Against 9, they won map 1, lost 2-1. Against NIP, won map 1, lost 2-1. And I mean, sure, those names are way above the level of EAC, but it just seems to be a bit of a pattern. I'm a pattern recognizer.
You're noticing, as they say.
I am noticed indeed.
Or notice maxing. Is that what the kids say?
Probably. It's got the word maxing in it, so it's a good start.
EAC looking to try and confirm a lead on Nuke. Becker with the ult will get the first. The rush down toward or through Secret from Prime Taps and Body will not work out too well. This AK is trying to make something happen into the vent. Now the bomb's in the vent. Canadian ain't getting to that anytime soon.
And this was the all-in purchase from OG, by the way. How many kills have they even gotten in the past 4 consecutive rounds they lost? Because I think it might just be 2 kills in the past 4 rounds. Yes, it is. 2 kills in the past 4 rounds for OG. Where have they gone? What is happening?
Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
OG's gone wrong, and yes, you're going to burst their bubble.
Not bad.
Yeah, we'll work on it. Come back stronger. As MSL used to say. One of his faves. Map 3, Trav.
Yeah. That's gonna bode well for my sanity, isn't it?
Teams just don't win series 2-0 anymore, do they?
Hey man, remember at the beginning of our, like, couple months ago, we had like 3 days in a row where we got 3 2-0s, and I said to you, look, it's gonna bite back at us. We're not gonna get lucky anymore, are we? We were gonna be in trouble. We're gonna have these long series for the karma to even out.
Yeah, it's caught up with us.
It has indeed.
2 keeps before the smoke there. And that's a free frag for the AWP. Nixon locks down A. 2 kills in 5 rounds now for OG.
Uh-oh.
Reckon there's some cause for concern all of a sudden.
I've just dropped something and it's not a drink. Bear with me 30 seconds.
Yeah, go on. I love how you had to clarify it's not a drink because he knows I would have had him. Either way, OG run into a bit of a brick wall. They have completely dropped off a cliff. No longer on Nuke, and Frantap's no longer in the round. Nixon and Maze will lock down this A-bomb site again. That is going to be 7-4 Can they even inflict any more damage here? Honestly, saving these AKs is the best course of action right now because obviously next round is the last of the half. So they're not going to have AKs if they lose these. Sure, eventually Spook will get a kill. It's a really tall order to try and recover this 2 versus 5. One that should honestly not be doable. 3 kills in 6 rounds is the tally for OG at the moment.
Someone send out a search warrant for OG. They were in total control of Overpass. And on Nuke on T side, they're a little bit missing. And look, I'm not going to sound the alarm bells on the search warrant yet. I'm not going to, you know, go the extra mile and find the authorities to help me out. But and the only reason I'm not doing that is because I've got 4 rounds on T side already. But yeah, like the fact that just how little kills they've gotten is the main worrying aspect of it. And the money obviously for EAC has been perfect for a very, very long time at this point. Hedian probably needs to go down. And he will, as Acend will leap down to hell to find him. So he'll get the loss bonus to take through into the next and final round of the half. 7-5, and it's actually an okay half, genuinely.
Yeah, I know, but it's that they were up 4-1 at one point, and it's the fact that they've gotten... What's the tally? I've lost count of how low it was. 3 kills in the past 6 rounds?
Yeah, something like that.
That's the real issue right now, and the real worry for OG. Can they add a 5th to their tally, though, going into the second half? That would maybe put a little bit of a smile on their face. Like the slightest little perking up of their lips in the corner of their mouth, maybe even just only on one side. Becker has been really good in these past few rounds. Finally, an opening kill here for the T side. Acend will respond, and Becker's actually taking Cadian down with the D to bring into 3v3. And we're going to go searching through Garage, and he's caught body. It's a really good trade through the smoke there from Spook, though. Best position OG have been in to win a round in the past 7.
Becker's in a great position, though, to try and cancel that out. Be a wide crouch peek from Spook, but Becker's very ready for it. Nixon's in a good position, too. Easy kill on the side, and that is a wonderful streak for EAC. On CT Nuke, you'd imagine that usually teams have no decent levels on this map, but that one is superb. They completely locked OG out such a long portion in this half. Look, 4 on T is workable as we switch to CT for OG, but they need to appear and appear again quickly.
Yeah, I mean, got to happen here in this pistol. Look at body, 2 kills. Adam B, prime taps, both 4 frags each. $25 kills in the half there for OG, averaging just over 2 frags per round. Does look like they might be able to open up with a pistol as I say that, though, because they've done so much damage, but then Body and Cadian will both go down. Body's run out of ammo, so he's just left in a really awkward position out in the open. Nothing he can do about it. Inevitably does go down. Prime taps with his Julies. He's going to be carrying them passing through, and he will collect 2. Realistically, best he could have done from that position. Acend has clutched already, and he's now aware of Spook's position. So much time here for Acend to play with as well.
Long drawn out 1v1. The big one too. Spook. Oh, he's looking the wrong way. Oh my word. Turns back around at exactly the right time. And that could really G OG up. No G pun intended. Maybe they need the G spot at this point to be G'd up for this game.
Hey man, sometimes it can be harder to find than you think, alright? Not for me though. Just kidding, 8-5. Wow. It's going to be OG finally winning another round. Took them a hell of a lot longer than what they would have liked, but they've got another point on the board to begin their battle back here. And a full eco now for EAC. No. Body's just been drilled out in the open. Maybe trying to just like force himself back into the game here by getting some anti-eco kills, but it's only compounded his problems. Remaining 4 players for EAC all outside, looking to try and run KD down, and he should get overwhelmed. He is. No real risk of losing the round from here, right, boys? Right, boys? 1v1.
My word.
Adam B with the MP9. There's no armor for Becker as he slots himself into credit card. Will he be declined is the question. Oh, ring around the rosy. Becker could catch Adam B. They've just won the full eco. Oh, how has that happened then?
Oh, when OG were looking to try and make the recovery when the spook clutch would have been superb for them. And the ever so slightly fortunate timing that Spook got to make that clutch a reality for him. My word. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. What a round to lose.
I can't either, but I almost can because it's OG.
And it's sad, but it's true.
Just, yeah, with what we've seen from them in recent times, right? Forced by just to keep themselves in the game at this point. Non-negotiable round for OG. They have lost, what's it now, like 8 of the past, I want to say 10 rounds, I think it is. And in that mix is a full anti-eco. Body searching outside initially, no discipline there. Just taking all the fights, just thinking, we'll just duel them and win the round, won't we?
Yeah, it's one of those situations that I criticize many teams for, right? Just not having that extra protocol in place and just thinking a regular old default is going to work, and it didn't. Another example of it not working.
I agree with not known as Relo. We need to call someone. This is crazy.
Who you gonna call?
ESC, no, what? ESIC. Yeah. Call ESIC. This game are not normal. I'm joking, obviously. But this is a complete and utter shocker, especially what had transpired on the previous map. Forced by for OG will draw first blood, but that's all it's gonna get. EAC, pack-based mentality. Brute force their way into the A-bomb site. Deal with those defenders decisively. And they're on course to get themselves up to double digits. With an anti-eco to follow, they're on the brink of winning OG's pick. In extremely dominant fashion as well.
Yeah, that's the craziest part. It's not even been close. And it could have really believed and been invested in the recovery for OG. They'd managed to convert after the pistol, but that error has drained that hope away, unfortunately. This is the round on the replay that we're talking about.
Terrorists win.
Fast recovery for EAC.
Terrorists win.
All right, well, running on 4 hours sleep, and we're going to have 6 consecutive maps here. I mean, it was to be expected, though, you know?
I know.
Like, that is just how life goes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And as I said, look, we've had the long end of the stick and the short end of the stick. So...
Yeah, but the short end of the stick we got for, like, a really short amount of time. I feel like we deserve our karma in the opposite direction once again, man. Like, we paid our dues for a while now, surely.
Loads of players called ramp here, and hang on a second. In a lineup!
Ooh.
Matt's reaction is so good to that. I feel that so much. That is a full eco rush with nothing but default pistols. How many dinks were hit there? That kill feed was bloody insane.
I felt like a drunk Scotsman speaking in vowels. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh boy.
Alright, well, is that the let-off for OG? Is that their golden ticket in the Willy Wonka chocolate to get back into this game?
That was incredibly well done.
Just a fraudulent one. You have to wait and see. You don't want to overcommit your body. Yeah, backpedaling, trying to get out of dodge, realizing it's not worth the commitment to the fight. Man advantage locked in for OG, looking to string consecutive rounds together for the first time in a very long time.
He'll get one back though. That gives an opportunity for a plant on the B-bomb site. Can Cadian open those double doors, swing them open, and get a kill very quickly, or will Nixon flank him in time? Body's keeping an eye on that. They're going to peek it together. Shadow Seed, and now I think Nixon might know there are two players there.
No
He holds down
way.
mouse one for it, and Cadian walks straight into the bullet.
All right, wrap it up. Seen enough. Adam B, consolation kill for him, but impossible to win the round. He knows that. Nice little bunny hop there from him to get away as quickly and as rapidly as possible as EAC get themselves up to 11. OG, the last time they won consecutive rounds was between the second and the third round of the map, by the way, which was an anti-eco and a gun round win for them. Ever since then, it's just been a point here and a point there, haphazardly. And EAC are just 2 rounds away from winning on OG's pick and taking us to a decider here in this playoff game.
Truly insane. I mean, knowing how this game's gone, OG will win this round. So, there you go.
Well, if they lose this round, they're in deep trouble because they're not going to have any money going into what could be the final round of the map. Oh, Cadian would have spotted the head just as he disassembles the boost, or that little bit of aerial vision that he had. Good first blood being drawn. Adam B does take quite a bit of damage in the process, but is able to collect the kill.
Again, they've got ramp, EAC. They can take B relatively comfortably off the back of that. Gideon's only holding the push toward hell in case they want to go up toward heaven at the moment. Primetap's waiting in toward control room. He might have to really deliver alongside this double hold with Adam B here. Adam B should take first contact, you'd imagine, in that MP9, and Primetaps will swing off the back of the contact. There's a third player toward double too. That could be pretty big. There's Adam cleared, and there's Primetaps cleared though, and Body's the only one to get a kill from that position. 3v3. Smoking toward double is going to be annoying as well. Body can't really push past that anymore. Becca's got that angle completely locked off. Even if Body wants to try and make a smoke play, that's what he is trying to do right now. Stuck in that double door position. Mook and Cadian are about to join up with him to try and make something happen. They have got kits, so that's what Body has to do. I mean, he's like, surely there's a guy on the other side of the smoke. I have to pre-fire and hope for the best. But there wasn't. He's dead. It looks silly. But that's all he could really do. There was a player next to him. Luke is sticking around, but Cadian is already saving the AWP. Luke could be out of there now too.
12-6. Oh, crazy. From a 4-1 lead for OG, they have won 2 rounds since then. 2 of the past 13 is all that they've managed. Complete shock and horror. This is OG's map pick as well. They'll go to Inferno next, which is at least a map that OG will be confident in, but the problem is with these sorts of losses, because of the struggles they've had over the past few months, they'll just be in their own heads, you would imagine. That's the issue, is how it's going to affect their mental state. Because if they'd been in great form recently, you just kind of like brush it off and be like, oh, well, it was just an anomaly, it was a once-off, these things happen. We'll finish off an Inferno. But because of the struggles they've had in recent times, it's almost going to be massively exaggerated.
Yeah, exactly. Painful map for OG when they're looking to try and really increase their level back in the scene again and look at the entry from Acend and An, but Primeattack only gets 1 on the 5-7 reface, and Cadian's all alone. And hopefully on Inferno he'll have a bit of help. Bob is dropped in lobby, so if there's any round that Cadian could win, it may be this one if he's very lucky. Quick no scope up close, but he's being rounded on from both sides, and somehow, once again, OG, they're not able to complete a series in quick 2-0 fashion. It's always 2-1 with them, win or lose. Great performance from EAC, they deserve all the credit for it to make OG sweat. Nexus, how you doing?
In disbelief. I genuinely do not know what the hell has just happened. I cannot believe it. There was actually one comment you guys did make that did stick with me, and it's the sort of interview question, what did you do, what did you prepare, whatever, yada yada, and it was Travis saying that every team will just give the same answer if we just play our own game and focus on it, yada yada. And this was the most, well, we are just gonna play our own game I have ever probably seen from EAC, not giving 2 shits about what OG were doing for their T side, because after those first 4 rounds, it was just done. It didn't matter what OG were trying to set up in those first few. You had them starting out with ramp control, like back-to-back rounds, then one playing towards secret, whatever. EAC decided, you know, let's just win a round, bada bing, bada boom, game is done. It doesn't even matter. They did not really care about anything OG were trying to do. They had one plan, one thing in mind, nobody deviated, and just played the most on the same page Counter-Strike that I've seen in a good while, where sure, you've got some twists and turns along the way. Again, you've got these, God, I can't believe I'm saying it, 2 eco wins, and 1 for both sides, a little forced by victory as well in there. It just makes no sense. I do not understand it. You got just EAC with an incredible game in the best way possible. Not giving a shit about OG and putting them into a 3-map series. One huge shout out that has to be given here is going to be Becker, because at the start when EAC initially did start stringing those rounds together, he was the one who got the openings, I think, twice in a row, and actually started to support them as well, and he kept up that play until the very end with like 120 ADR almost until the very very end as well, and just played an incredible game. And it was due to him initially starting out that we then start to see as well Maze, Adver, and Acend all getting becoming an active part of the game, where everybody does their job, even Nexon as well, right? There was nobody who was necessarily a problem for EAC, because everyone did their jobs, and OG just forgot how to shoot back. It is, unfortunately, quite simple in this case, where EAC weren't too bothered about trying to outthink their opponents, and OG apparently couldn't shoot back. Right? Like, that's the only way I can actually put this. They focused on their own game. That was it. Period. Game done. And now into a map like Inferno as well. I don't know. I wasn't necessarily expecting this to be a 3-map series, but I'm happy we get here, because it kind of push the favorites into a corner where OG now have to find and jiggle their way out of this situation that they've put themselves into. And at least it's going to be a decent map of both sides, we can imagine that much. And Inferno does have its own flaws and problems, to which I do, however, think that in this series specifically, we will have individuals who can bail them out of these problems, where otherwise you might be into sort of a solution or a problem where we say, you know what, every round's going to be formulaic, you're in a retake and a save, and you just go for it, you just don't try and attempt those rounds. Here, I think, especially with how this nuke has so far played out as well, with these force buys, these pistols striking more than once, we can see those crazy moments. So it's not going to be set in stone, I'm going to be quite interested to see what we do manage to find out of it in the very end. And to do that, of course, we've got a short break. Then we come back, Inferno, OG, and EAC will decide who comes out on top in this series and who continues. But stick around, we'll be back in a moment with Inferno.
I win.
Away the lads. One final map between OG and EAC in this playoff game in Thunderpick World Championship Europe Series 1. OG, they have a good record on Inferno, but just haven't played that much Counter-Strike lately, so it's hard to know how they will play, knowing how Nuke went. Can they finally show us what they're made of here and complete this series and get through to the next round?
That is the question, and one that will be answered by the end of Inferno. Pistol round going to come up rosy here for EAC. To kickstart this map in a direction which is favorable for them. Luke and Prime Taps to attempt a 2 versus 4 retake. Big moment brewing here. Prime Taps will send Maze back through apartments. No kip between them, so time is of the essence.
Good kill from Spook, but they need a little bit more than that to recover this pistol round. As you say, time really is the factor, limiting factor. Spook's going to have to cap it to begin with. They need this headshot on Acend from Prime Taps, but it's a crazy double goosh from Acend, giving Prime Taps no chance, and Spook may trade it, but we know what this means. He's out of there. No time. He's playing time, and his 2 kills will give the pistol over to his team.
All right, well, we've got some serious concerns for OG with the way that they'd crumbled on Nuke. They were up 4-1 at one point. They won 2 more rounds out of the next, 14 that had transpired. EAC dominated on OG. That was also OG's map pick. Both teams won on each other's picks 13-6. Inferno's still a bit of a stronghold for OG though, right? So they will back themselves. Would this be the worst loss that OG have ever suffered as an organization in the Counter-Strike space? Obviously, there's a long way to go back, but they've currently ranked 98th in the world on VRSDelivery EAC.
There's been worse, I'm pretty sure.
Surely, right?
ALGO was ranked, I'd imagine, outside the top 100 in the VRS by quite a way, with like 120 or something when ALGO beat OG. That's already won, and that was only like a month and a bit ago. Thinking back to their previous rosters as well, I'm not so sure. It'll be up there. It'll be a poor loss. It'll be up there, that's for sure.
I still feel like that ALGO team is better than this EAC team. So if we don't quantify it by hard rankings, but more of like a vibes is the wrong word. More of like a subjective conversation. This might be like, with all due respect, like the worst group of players. Like Becca, Acend, like 2 players that nobody would have really heard of a whole lot before this team. This would be a shocking loss.
It really would, mate. It really would. And look, I understand OG are not there yet. They are trying to grow as a team. They haven't played many officials as a full 5 with Prime Taps in action either. There are many situations and reasons why this could be the case for them at the moment. But yeah, they just really need to find something, don't they? Look at Cadian dancing around the pillar there with the MP9. Trying to get a couple more dinks into play. Does get 1, but no more. Okay, so they're going to win the round. They're going to go up 2-0 to begin, and Spook needs to keep the M4. And yeah, like, I want to give this OG team excuses. I really, really do. Because I think they're, like, one decent event away from finding something that will click. And then making their way up to, like, top 50 VRS again. If not, top 40.
Feels like that's where they should be.
It feels like that's where they should be as well. And they're currently, of course, they're 59th. That's not awful. You know, it's relatively relevant for tier 3, upper tier 2 Counter-Strike. You'll get your invites, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, look at the teams that are above them. I mean, Infinite, well, Jackie, GG How, K27, Nemesis, Hotu. I feel like they should be all around those sort of teams. And right now, yeah, it feels like there's a longer way to go than perhaps I originally thought.
Yeah, that's the real concern is what else does this team need at this point? Because the pieces are all there. So what are the what's the real issue? What can we point towards? I don't know. Rhetorical questions that I do not have an answer for. Going to be a light investment here for the CT side. EAC off to a good start, looking to go up 3-0. I think Maze, for me, holds one of the records for the shortest stints ever having been signed to an organization, where he played 3 best-of-3s with Ecstatic after he was announced to be joining the team.
I remember that, yeah. He hasn't managed to hold down many teams for a long period of time, has he, Mace? Unfortunately. It's not the only example there. And unfortunately, in today's game, it's also not the only example of a team struggling to win against pistols. I understand it's Inferno is actually a very, very hard fight to win against because there's 5-7s in play. Spook74 has got himself 4 kills. And OG can kickstart from there, you'd hope.
Yeah, it's a big let-off here for OG to get themselves on the board. Kind of like prematurely down to the stack on the B bomb site. EAC pushed into said stack. And they come off second best. OG have not won consecutive rounds since round 2 and 3 on Nuke. That's a long, long time ago at this point. Can this be where they accomplish that feat? If they can, well then that would mean an anti-eco to follow. Alright, well EAC, yeah, going through the motions here as they get themselves in towards the top of middle. Entire team clustered together, still a decent bit of util to work with. Cadian going to get flashed forward though, trying to play front-footed, and that's going to cost him his life.
Luke needs to be ready. He'll go for their smoke toward Arch. He's got a gap on the smoke to play with. Not sure he needed to go to the AK as quickly as that. I reckon he could have kept the M4A4 there for a second. Would maybe given him one more kill if he was lucky, but that is now an unknown for all of time. 3v3, 25 seconds left in the round. Adam B playing pit, and he so often will do. I'm still lurking around top of A. Body then goes looking towards short though, so it's going to be all on Adam. Good opening kill. Oh, he holds his ground for the second. Actually surprising for Amber, and I'm not surprised that he surprised him. Because usually a player would hide in pit to try and play time. He didn't. He got 2.5. Now Prime Taps needs to clutch on full HP with no kit. Should be a kill to come through here for Nixon, but Prime Taps will swing it nicely. That is one thing this new addition to OG can do. He can be a little bit more assertive in the clutch from what I've seen from Prime Taps' career so far. That's a nice one to grab, and OG are up to 2-2 now.
Yeah, much needed round there for OG as well against the Force Fire. EAC had done really well with their exec to get in towards the safe bomb site, but Prime Taps will be able to get his team across the line, tie up the score. At least a bomb plant for EAC means probably a few upgraded pistols coming into this next round, but not a whole lot more than that.
Five for EAC is obviously a little bit of a lesser one.
Yeah, which means OG are primed to get themselves a lead here. should get their noses in front. It's more just about how many players they can keep alive here in round 5. Prime Taps is committed. He can't actually fall back, but that's okay because he's got support in the setup. Crossfire. Set up between himself and Body. 4 frags found between the two of them as OG do go ahead by 1.
Yeah, see now back on the full purchase. Mentioned at the very beginning of the game that Spook and Adam B, this duo, can be the incredibly dangerous duo for anyone facing them. Adam B's had the best of series compared to how we usually see him play.
Still time for OG to save this, right? Pull this one out the fire. So they're down by a map, but this is one of their favorite maps, and they've been able to get going here, get the wheel turning on Inferno. Cadian just posted on the angle. That's always a bog standard position for an AWP on the CT side of Inferno, and he connects on the shot necessary, and that's going to send EAC reeling in the opposite direction. Now, Spook is going to start to gravitate back and forth to say bomb site, but it's going to be late to the party. Body's position now been made on the top of the roof. Adam B will at least trade, and then smartly fall back, not giving up an opportunity for EAC to get that kill back for themselves.
Good flash from Spook as well. Actually gives him time to move up toward the site to play his crossfire with Adam B. Pretty impenetrable unless big errors are made, and look at that. As I say it, Nixon somehow manages to kill Adam B, and Becca cleared Spook properly too. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the site is taken. OG can't retake with Prime Taps and Cadian. And yeah, see, back to 3-3. That looked like it was going to be perfect with the way Spook moved up on that timing.
Yeah, it did. It really, really did. Felt like they had that one in the bag, 4v3. Like you say, Spook arriving on the scene in time. Could have almost tried to take the attention away from Adam B in the corner and then just get it done between the two of them. Does not transpire, though. EAC will deny. Tie up the scoreline themselves. At least for OG, there's money in play. Had a pretty dominant couple of maps so far. Both teams winning on each other's picks 13-6. What does Inferno have in store for us? Loser of this map gets eliminated from the tournament. And this would be... I don't want to be the social media guy who has to tweet about this loss if it's OG.
No, we do know that OG's socials guy is a little bit cheeky and does look love a good reply here and there. Shout out OG socials man, who's in charge of the CS account, man or woman. I hope you're doing well, because this has been a bit of a tough watch today, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that they would have prepared a loss graphic coming into today's game. They might be scrambling.
Look, I'm sure they're good at their job, so I think they would have prepared one. But I agree with you. Your point
They
is...
also probably have plenty loss graphics on hand, so that's good news.
Wow. That was too free for you.
Yeah, I know. Couldn't pass up on that one. Yeah, see how free will this B bomb site take be? Or how costly? Swoop there, along with Prime Taps. They're going to go through the smoke off the back of a flash as well, and we're trying to chase down that Coffins player. Prime Taps, not good for a kill. Spooks found a frag, but the AC aren't going to mind that, as they will eventually get a bomb plant out of this.
Yeah, burnt off a bit on the first attempt. Obviously, the delay on it allows a lot of the CT rotation for OG to come into play. Coup toward Ruins is not easy for them to deal with. As you can see, with the smokes fading, there's no comfortable place to get the bomb planted. It's now dropped on the site. That's the reason why Maze is going aggressive. He had to go looking for something, because there's no place to feel safe right now. BAC. And the delay it took to get that bomb planted with that incendiary, it's all snowballed. And honestly, it's kind of crazy that's how it's worked out. It's a good kill from Cadian, triple kill from him. Lovely round from Cadian overall, with 2 from Spook 2 to up his tally to 11. And that all comes from one incendiary. Snowballed from that one point. They could never get the bomb planted. Smokes faded. Kills came through. Round over.
Yeah, honestly, as you highlight, that's down to really good utility usage there from OG as well, to have kind of delayed proceedings enough such that the smokes do fade, and then it just kind of makes for easy pickings. ESC may be mildly annoyed that that one got away from them as we trade some rounds back and forth. Sliding map providing the entertainment here.
And then B will
Good
find
respect
Becca.
of the line here from OG.
Yeah, not giving them too much early, right? Just playing normal angles. Kid needs to be a little bit careful of Boiler. That's the only thing. Misses his shot, but he's got a rifle there to help him out. And B's got a good line, so Body will pick off the contact. That couldn't be better. There we go. Now that's how you play an anti-partial buy.
Yeah, couldn't be any better from OG, and this is going to be good for their confidence as well as they start to build themselves into this game. Winning 5 of the past 6 rounds will settle the nerves, any nerves that may have crept into Inferno from what had transpired on Nuke. You ready for our Nodwin game later, Trav?
Say that one more time.
Are you ready for our Nodwin game later?
Why are you trying to scare me, bro? You're not going to get me like that.
I can hear you clicking. He's gone to check the calendar. He's double checking. He knew there was nothing, but he was almost for a second thought, hang on.
Don't even try me right now. You don't know the grumpy side of me. I've got 3 tomorrow, I think.
What?
Okay, no, that's a tell a lie. 2 tomorrow, 3 the day after.
Third game for?
CCT.
You got 3 CCT games on Sunday.
No, first 2 Thunderpick, 1 CCT.
Ah. Well, I don't know how you've managed to end up with 3 BO3s in a day.
Because I swapped with Dweg.
I see. You are a very nice man.
I know.
Sometimes too nice for your own good. Anyway, OG lose an early pick. They hope that because the frag is found B, they're thinking, well, EAC are probably going to expect us to rotate heavily in towards that B bomb site. Let's stack A. Let's try and get ahead of the curve. EAC, well, they haven't gotten that complex with the approach. Taking advantage of the opening kill, they'll go into what's obviously a vacant B bomb site as described. Bomb plant, round successful, 5 will survive, and EAC draw back within 1.
But for some early spook madness in this map, there hasn't really been much to shout about for either of these 2 teams. It's been a very normal Inferno so far. I think that comes with both these 2 teams knowing how important it is. All of a sudden, OG desperately need to win this game. Again, they should never really lose. And EAC can smell blood in these playoffs.
Yeah, they definitely can smell blood. And there's also no pressure on EAC. Good damage. It goes both ways. SN going to survive. I don't know if you're saved by the bell or whether the CT was saved. Either way. EAC not going to have any pressure, as I was saying, coming into this game right now. This is going to be all on OG. Zero expectation for EAC. The fact that they've already won a map here would be looked at in a positive light, regardless of what happens here. As for OG, this is borderline an unforgivable loss. It straight up is.
The second wave of tiredness after my lunch has hit me. So, we need this game to be done quickly, OG/EAC. We're through the top banana smoke here. That could catch Primetux off guard. It certainly has. He's now in a very awkward position. He's going to be in a molly. Enough damage to help out Swoop for a kill. And Cadian actually did manage to find Becca in the meantime. That's a really good kill from Cadian. Again, finding impact frags for his side. Leading by example, as the cliche goes. Nixon on that line. Cadian's going to have a little bit of a peek for it, and a bait that's trying to sneak into the action. In the end, it just works out for Cadian's own kill, and Adam B will deal with Maze from CT. So, like, in those situations, I feel like OG play those pretty well. And they are playing them pretty well in this map. And I think that would, in those scenarios, it would work against any team in the world. But there are so many egregious ones that they throw in as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you get to see the best of them and the worst of them all within a couple of rounds, not through different series. It's like the ceiling and the floor are both very high and conversely very low, and then there's just a huge amount of volatility between them. However, OG have won the key rounds in this half so far to maintain some sort of semblance of control. Cadian has also been pretty damn good here on the CT side with the sniper rifle. Continues to find impact. Should be dead here, and he is. Nice one, Deeg from Amber. Shouldn't be any chance that this one gets out of control. Yeah, there we go. Amber will get shut down. Adam B follows up with a kill on Nixon as well. OG go up 7-4.
OG do have a pretty solid Inferno, even this year, with them not playing that much. Haven't played any Inferno since they played at Roman Imperium Cup and losing to Bestia. Before that, beat 9, beat Liquid, beat BC Game. Sure, two teams in there, Liquid and BC Game, who are, in the midst of one of their worst seasons ever as organisations, Liquid in particular. But it's still a win. A win is a win, and they were all LAN results too.
Absolutely. Only caveat is that it was over 2 months ago, but
exactly.
So they have proven that form in the past. Yes, looking to try and accelerate early on in the round and towards the say bomb site. Smoke there to try and cover off pits that they can pass their way through onto the say bomb site. It's a really nice flash. Adam B's going to get rounded on. He is the only player on that side of the Moto smoke there, so he gets completely isolated and overwhelmed.
And the grenade is like a little snake worming its way into the site there, bouncing off a player and trying to cause some damage, but it was never going to get a kill of any sort. It was going to be a bit too late. We have boost for Cadian, but this retake is not happening. Going to be 5 on T side for EAC. Oh, some crazy shots from OG here, even if it's shots that mean nothing. Give us something crazy, Spook. Never mind. Jump in, Cadian. Oh, protecting his KD. He'll die anyway. EAC will get the round. 7-5. Once again, competitive between these two.
Indeed. Game far from over at this point. In fact, is that not our most competitive halftime scoreline yet here in this series? It was 10-2 on Overpass. It was 8-4 on Nuke. And it is 7-5 here on Inferno. Also, yeah, see, how many pistol rounds have they won so far? Because they won both on Overpass. They won the opening pistol round here. They didn't win either on Nuke. How does this maths check out? It's like the curse of winning pistol rounds, Trav, because yes, you won both pistols. On Overpass, they lost that map 13-6. OG win both pistols on Nuke. They lost the map 13-6. Am I tripping? Is this the exhaustion coming through right now? Or does this not make any sense?
No, mate, it doesn't, I can assure you. Even coming from a fellow exhausted human. We shouldn't be complaining. We get to sit down to do our job for a living. And we
I didn't complain.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm looking at this from a point of perspective now. My mother always says to me to count your blessings, and to, be grateful for what you've got. And even if you're having a rough day, you've got food on your plate, you've got a roof over your head, and you've got a good job.
We're also commentating Counter-Strike for a living, like talking about a video game.
Exactly.
And that's what I remind myself when it does get, like a bit of a longer day that can be a bit more challenging. There's people out there working on oil rigs, in coal mines, accounting jobs. Kidding. Not funny.
At Brandon.
Yeah, well, he's managed to dodge that one for now. But at least it's a bit of a safety net in a way. I don't have any degrees to fall back on.
Nor do I,
Counter-Strike will
mate.
bust for me, man.
You know me.
Yeah, burn the ships mentality from us.
Yeah. I wonder what I'll do if I stop commentating Counter-Strike. Just sell everything I own, bit by bit, to pay off all my house debt. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a question I haven't really. I'm just kind of, I don't know. Hopefully, I won't have to find out. But it's probably a good thing to kind of have like.
Do you have a
that base
skill
somewhat covered?
that's not this? Like a skill you feel like you could fall back on?
I mean, I'm a very good like people person, so I feel like I could get into sales or something quite easily if I had to.
You think you'd be a good like therapist or like psychologist or something, just to like
Probably, but
to people?
I'm not sure that it's like a road I'd like to go down to earn a living.
I feel like you're a very, very good listener, so
Yeah, I know. I think so too. My friends do as well. But that's what people I care about, right? And I feel like that's very different from doing it for a living.
very, very good point. That's all. That's the main criticism. I feel like, you know, like mental health therapists and stuff like that, they kind of get told by the people they're treating. It's like, why should you care about me? This is your job. You know?
Yeah.
They have to really like make it a point that just there is a reason they got into this job, because they do care about human beings. So
Yeah, it's a fine line to try and balance out.
fine
Fine line here on Inferno. Exactly, my good friend. Final half in regulation. Pretty. It's like the overpass tunnel spray paint.
It is. I think it's from the new overpass collection, I believe. Looks like OG are going to run their way into B here. With a proper execute. A little double nade onto the boost, obviously. Dooley's looking to deliver. Only damage. Spook will manage to double entry. That's going to be round over.
Yeah, well done from Spooks, who found both those kills to blow the door wide open in on that B bomb site. Good utility usage to kind of counteract it, because there's definitely a moment there where Spook was blind as well and could have gone down, but it will be OG, who have now won both pistol rounds here on Inferno as well. Now, whenever a team has won both pistol rounds on the map, they've gone on to lose the map. Is that going to happen again? Surely not from here, right?
Surely being the operative word. Look at this from OG. Talk about money farming. At one point, they all had 5 Mac 10s. Or they all had a Mac 10. 5 Mac 10s would be a bit much. They all had a Mac 10. But Spook has realised maybe we need at least one rifle. And we'll go with the Galil. Full eco for EAC. So these Mac 10s will definitely be farming. They're playing it like a normal default for now, OG. Not just rushing up banana without a care in the world. Or playing around properly rather than jumping around with these SMGs to try and be as difficult to hit as possible.
Yeah, we've seen a full stack on the B bomb site work in an eco round already. Will history repeat itself just in the opposite direction? Molly forces Baker back. Kaden has the info. He's going to crouch past the smokes. He's going to expose himself to the boost. Oh, he's going to go down. They now know there are a lot of players over towards the B bomb site. They have sent a search party in towards A. They're not going to come across any resistance. And OG will smartly shift the bomb in that direction.
That's the way to do it. Even though it looks a bit messy, you get one player getting the information, and you can win the round so simply from there. And the only thing you've given up to the team themselves is a Mac 10 as well, which they're probably not really using the gun round. I mean, they could, to be fair. They could maybe get it on one of the banana players and run it down banana with the utility. But it would be a bit of a throwaway play to make when you're going to be 9-5 behind.
Yeah, I agree that you don't want to run that sort of a risk in such an important gun round. Drop the MAC-10, play with the M4. The Galilla's fine. That you can definitely justify and get away with. And there goes the MAC-10. Unfortunately for Becca, there's nobody in the bomb site, so he'll die to the explosion. Clearly had no interest whatsoever in the MAC-10, and he might actually just get the glass cannon AWP here. Let's see. I want to see it. Go for it, Becca. Do it. Do it. Buy the glass cannon. Do it. Yes. Yes. Let the evil flow through you, Becca. I always love seeing an AWPer back themselves in the sort of a situation where the game is on the line. It's not ideal, obviously, getting a glass cannon, but it's what the situation calls for. If he doesn't buy it here, he may have had to wait till 11-5 if they lost this round before he gets a snipe, and he wants to get it in play as soon as possible.
Okay, what we got? Oh, it's a great flash, but it's an even better shot from Becca. And that's an example of how that update makes the flashes look from last night. They're not fully blind anymore. But we can still see that the CT is pretty blind. And talking about players being blind, well, we're going to have some blind players on the B-bomb site because lots of them are dead. They all litter banana. 2v2 as the MAC-10's really trying to force the issue, and Kadian is so far forward. Becca's going to try and kill this properly, but it's an easy kill coming through for Kadian. And Nixon, no kit, smoked off, locked in by Kadian. 10-5 is coming through, and it's a great burst from OG, considering they were down a man.
Yeah, it's the best way to use the MAC-10s, taking advantage of the strengths of those weapons in the situation. Also, by the way, Buka's team killed Adam B in consecutive rounds now. Well, in not the last round that happened, but the round before that, and this one here. So poor Adam B. His Swede is not helping him out right now. His fellow brethren.
One more, and he'll be kicked from the server.
Yes, exactly. Certainly getting that aggressive red warning message. If you do any more damage to your teammates, you will be kicked.
Yes, of course, that is not a factor in professional games. Only in matchmaking.
I mean, I don't think in a single map, one teammate has ever gotten 3 team kills in a single... Like, that at a professional level, that would be... I know, but it's very, very rare.
Yeah,
especially if it's on the same player. On the same player, I'd say it's never happened before, surely. In one map.
I would agree with that.
But come on, let's break a record here, Spook. Just do it for the law. Just run him down.
We need some things for this game to be remembered by. Fair. Naze. Trying to hold on the Deagle. He's doing a good job. One more kill would be amazing from there. And he's not going to make it happen. Guarantee that he was going to go down. It's a matter of how many he took with him. And again, OG have kind of identified a bit of a weakness. I know it's a more partial buy here for EAC, but they've been very quick toward Banana and taken B sharpishly in the last couple of rounds. Working all very well for them.
Yes, sir, indeed. Gonna put them 2 rounds away from finishing off the job. On the brink of surviving the scare against EAC, winning the series and progressing through to the quarterfinals. If they are able to get through to the quarters, they'll play up against just players, that X4's Reload core. And I tell you what, that's not an easy game for any team.
It's not, and I kind of said that they've got, a good portion of the bracket, really, OG here, but on current form, TDK could be their opponent in the semi-final, even if they do beat just players, and that is like I would say, 55-45, 60-40 if they were in TDK for me, on current form. But yeah, OG desperately need to win this tournament, really. And they're almost there in this game, and again they're going fast B. As I said about identifying weaknesses, Body's got a Mac 10 and he's got over 7 grand in the bank. They're really putting the pain down for EAC on B, and that's going to be something that EAC will have to look back on in the demo later and realise, okay, we needed to adjust earlier and realise that B was a significant weakness. Put 3 in there toward top banana early. Round's not won. They are all here, and a mistake or smoke spam could still happen, but OG should hit 12.
Yeah, the problem is there are 4 more mollies in play here for OG to just lock EAC out of this altogether. Couple of kits, they've got a smoke and a few incendiaries, 2 smokes, so 2 smokes, 2 flashes. There's util here for EAC. And they've got like some money with max round loss bonus. I reckon they've got to roll the dice. I think they've got to just try and attempt this and see if they can make some sort of magic happen. Cadian gonna miss a shot there. I bet his team get in though towards Coffins. This is where the util will continue to be traded. Cadian will eventually take a scalp and then he doubles down. Brilliant follow-up on Acend. Becca, well, I mean, sure, in a bit of a cheeky position here, but he's not going to be able to do anything with that position. He will die to the bomb explosion. It's just about how many he can take to the grave with him. There's a nice little highlight moment for Becca. Does Nixon get far away enough? 1 health on A. Yeah, he will survive. He probably had his heart in his mouth there, I won't lie. It doesn't ever feel like anywhere is safe on this map when you got 1 health and there's a bomb explosion, but what matters is, as you've highlighted appropriately, OG continue to hammer home on that B bomb site. They get up to 12, and they've got 7 chances to progress through to the quarterfinals.
It's all about conditioning as well, right? Watch OG go A in this final round. They're going to finally feel like... EAC are going to finally feel like they need to rotate a 3rd player over. Actually not, by the looks of things. But, you know, they're going to try and condition them. So they can instantly B again, and maybe they just pounce A to end off the map. Going to force Becca into a miss in that pick towards second mid. Actually, a bit of an annoying miss for Becca because he would have felt like he should have gotten that one. He has repositioned in the apartments to get the kill, and there is a bait set up for the rifle of Nixon to help out too, but Prime Taps looks at it first. Becca needs a quick scope up close. He'll get it, thankfully.
Oh, okay. Becca doing the most in this round with the wonderful 3-piece Acend. How's he not been caught off there by Adam B when he's jumping up on the railing? I thought he would have been a dead man for sure. Massive kill, because if he does go down there, OG get a very favorable 2 versus 2. It seems like they're aware of Spook's position as well. He's gone a bit silent. He had to see if he can maybe force a frag before going back to recover the bomb. Acend has it under control. 1v3 for for Spook. And he's not going to be able to inflict even a dent. Very good stuff there from EAC as they're able to finally get going here on the CT side. It's the first round they've won, and there has to be a whole lot more that came from.
Too little, too late. Feels like. Look at what OG are doing here. Like, again, I'll say it one more time. They know how weak the B-bomb site has been for EAC in this entire half so far. They're going for a buy here, which guarantees them 2 more buys in a row, probably, even if they are to lose this investment. 4 Mac 10s and an AK. It's pacey. And that might not even be the B-bomb site this time. It's going to be a push toward A, a very quick one, up towards short. Anti-incendiary is good. Nixon will hold on for the first. Becca will get his as well. And the Mac 10 only gets 1 on body. So, okay. They try and go for something a bit more different. Spook hit 2 dinks there with that Mac 10. 1 through the corner of the wall and 1 proper one. Unfortunately, to not get that frag, but Amber's going to hold on toward B, and the Mac 10s don't work on this occasion. So even though that is not a full buy from OG, that was the reason, because they can buy here fully again.
Yeah, I mean, EAC just got to do whatever they can here and try and keep their focus in the current round, not look too far ahead, not get overwhelmed by the requirements of the situation. Most competitive map we've had so far now, with the potential losing team getting past 6 rounds. OG, they're not going to want to let this one run too close, right, Trav? They're going to want to be able to just calmly conclude proceedings here. All right. Big opportunity here for OG to get the job done. Aiden has been tagged up early. Bailing this without a bomb plant, 12-9. And it feels like the game just starts to teeter ever so slightly at that point.
Oh, Becca. Oh, my word. That's a crazy move to make. And he's very, very lucky to stay alive. A little bit of a schmoove back through that smoke. Trying to move in an unpredictable manner. Will keep himself alive. Crazy call to go through that with the AWP, though. Like, that is usually a death sentence. And he almost found a no-scope just by shoving that scope, that AWP up the arse of his teammate. Or up the arse of the opponent. He was that close to him.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked that he hasn't actually gone down there. That's outrageous.
Good kill as well. Being low HP. Pick toward Long. Oh, it's very messy from OG. That is a terrible take of Long. Just jumping around, not actually taking a proper wide swing to take the fight.
Counter-terrorists win.
That'll be a spook save. 12-8. You never know.
Yeah, at this point we don't, which is concerning. Concerning that we're worried that this game isn't over.
Spook, see Maze there? I'm not so sure. Either way, Maze will make sure to take all the control all the way down to bottom banana. Flash is really good, but it's been cleared. He's going to get multiple here. Actually does well to find Amber. The weird state where you have a CT in between the T and banana. In fact, we'll manage to find Becca, but getting to that AWP and picking it up might not be possible with Nixon's position. And there we go. Canadian removed by Acend. 3 more.
Yeah, this is where I start to get a little bit nervy for OG, just because of the struggles that they've had in the series already. And also you would imagine that that's got to start to ring in the back of their minds as well. Especially if they lose this round here. Then it's almost like, guys, is this actually happening? We were up 12-6. We were finally all the way at the end of the finish line. We were supposed to coast across the line. And now, well, they're breaking a sweat, that's for sure. And his first blood. Cadian dead already. This is the 4th match point here for OG.
Yeah. Getting it done, proving to be an issue. Body will be heard in second middle there too.
I'm surprised that they haven't just tried to brute force their way through B again here, Trav.
I know, it was working so well earlier, and they're like, okay, well surely if we do it again it'll be cancelled out. But they haven't done it again because of that
And
thought.
EAC haven't done anything to try and compensate for the struggles that they had on that side of the map. Body is
And
so
you can-
lucky to be alive.
And this could be the option. Again, it's back to B, but later in the round this time. Amber needs to get herself 1 kill. Seen early by Adam B, though. It's a T-favored angle, slightly right-eye peek. Adam B will find Acend2. Again, B bomb site broken. Just a little bit of a layer added to it there for OG. A little bit more pressure on A to begin with. They go back to Old Faithful. It's going to work well for them. Becca won't be able to get anything done. It's all down to Nixon, and this 1v4 is not going to be happening. ESC have played a very, very good game here. But OG, it'll be one of those games for them where they'll be delighted to get over the line, but will also feel and think to themselves, that wasn't great.
Yeah, they'll be thinking, and I even posed it coming into the game as well, that it's not just about getting the win here for OG, it's about doing it convincingly as well. Nexus, that was sure a win, but anything but convincing at the end of the game.
Yeah, they kind of ran into sort of trouble for OG when eventually the CD side kind of figures it out. But it's that problem with OG having that first half as well to carry them through, where when you eventually do, it's just not enough. There's not enough rounds to play with, and many teams will fall into the exact same sort of thing. It's not this only happens because you're EAC versus a favorite in OG. No, it happens to almost every single team. And in this case as well, absolutely the case. But we also have a little bit of funny business that OG get away with, right? This is one of the things I did kind of mention as well, that you will get to see on this Inferno, right? It's sort of prelude from Nuke with these ecos and force spies and all that. How did they strike here as well to get them started? How did they not won that sort of round 3, right? We have an entirely different game. We have one where EAC is still making this comeback right now, if not in control of the game. Because it was starting to look good. It was starting to look good, but you had just enough of a difference maker in OG's players, as the sort of expectation was from the beginning, to end it here.
Yeah. I mean, Matt, I'm a little bit upset for EAC because they probably know it's one of their best opportunities to get a win like this today, considering how OG have played, but look, as I said, OG are building bit by bit. They really, really need Ws, however they can find them. They won't be happy with how they played today, but they got it over the line. And just players will be a tougher test, I think, Matt, no?
Yeah, definitely. I think that EAC will sure be a little frustrated, but still, there's a lot of positives for them to have taken away from this tournament. They made it through their group where they beat out Hashiras and Mana to get through to the playoffs, and then they put up a hell of a fight and took a map off of OG. So they'll be pretty content with their run, I would imagine. As for OG, this is going to be a run all the way to the final at a minimum, and only acceptable losses would come against teams like TDK or Acend. And Acend are out. So TDK would be the only team that I think is like, okay, you lost that game, that's not the end of the world. The rest of them, got to be games won here for OG.
Even in online Counter-Strike, I completely agree, yeah.
I'm the one going to deliver the hot take then. Depending on their day, Omega can wreck anybody.
They are a bit weird, aren't they? They can actually
have that
can do
offline
that.
online. There's a huge discrepancy where they still look incredible every now and then, but mostly on LAN. So it's going to be a tough one, I'm sure. But for us right now, actually, we're starting to look toward the future. We've got only a couple of more games, and we've only got a couple of minutes until our next one. That'll continue, and we'll continue our day with CYBERSHOKE versus HYPERSPIRIT, and then the one to end the day. You guys have been talking a lot about them. TDK versus TNC. We're continuing with a lot of letters said in a row. But don't worry, there are actual names in there as well. But this is what we've had enough of today. Sort of expected results, I dare say. Maybe, for the most part at least. But for now, we're going to be done. Lads, it's been a pleasure going through this with you guys.
Through the
a
ringer.
roller coaster.
Through the ringer from what, 4:30 a.m. to starting at 9 a.m. to finishing now at 3 p.m. my time and 4 p.m. for Matt's time. So yeah, we are going to go to bed and sleep until midnight or some shit. Good night, everyone. Enjoy the next shift.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championships, and
Where
we are
am I
back
over?
here with the second shift. Hey, guys. It's nice to have you back here, both of you. Nice to be here with you, and I'm glad we got the second shift, because I think we got the better part of the day, probably, as a whole, you know, seeing some of the better teams, boys. We've got 2 games ahead of us. Any quick thoughts, any quick introductions you want to do first and foremost?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to these games. I feel like we did just miss quite a nice potential upset. Looking at that OG EAC game, it seemed like that was quite an exciting one. Got to kind of watch the tail end of that, obviously, while waiting for this. But look, I'm looking forward to these games. I got to see the first round of 16 matches yesterday morning, and there were some nice, exciting matches there as well. So I think we're going to have some bangers today.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what I'm excited is that most of the invited teams haven't really had much success so far in this event, apart from that OG and KOLESIE. So, look, it's cool to see some of these main Swiss teams that we watch so often do so well. And I think this is both of these games coming up are a really exciting opportunity for those teams to come out from the group stage and potentially make a run.
Yeah, I mean, you guys put it well. There's been a few weird end results, but I think at the end of the day, I think for us 3, the last 2 games of the day should be pretty straightforward and narrow. We're going to be starting with CYBERSHOKE versus HYPERSPIRIT. That's the first game that we're going to be watching first and foremost. And then later on at 7 in CST, we'll have TNC versus TDK. More about that in a minute, but let's focus on the game that we have coming up next. Obviously, CYBERSHOKE. Well known, well established. They've been, you know, pretty much the staple of our CCT tourneys. They've been a staple for the last 2 years, basically kind of going up against quite tough opponents and always punching above their weight. And even now, I think they've still kind of dropped down a little bit in performance, or at least in numbers. They're currently sitting, if I'm not mistaken, around 70th, 60th position in the VRS spot. But hell, if they are not always on point, like they are a dangerous team, and you really don't want to mess with them when Glowing is having a good day, wouldn't you say, Freddy?
Yeah, I think so. The issue with this CYBERSHOKE's side right now is that they are going through somewhat of like a re-establishment, right? They're stabilizing. They were struggling to complete the AWPer role, so they had Phenomen. He was amazing. I think it's always going to be a negative when you remove him from the roster, but you do because of visa issues. And then what do? You bring Alcaran into stand-in. What does he have? Visa issues. So they're actually really struggling to find a 5th slot into that AWP role. And from speaking to Alpha, they went for someone like Fluffy because he's a newer kid on the block. He doesn't have much experience, but from the experience he does have, he's done really well on the likes of Oxygen, and he's kind of been like the best player on that team by actually quite a considerable margin. I remember in the tournament when they picked him up, it was a Nodwin clutch event. I'm pretty sure he'd farmed CYBERSHOKE in one of the earlier matches, and then like 4 days later, they announced that they were going to be using him, and they wanted to go with him instead of like an older guy who's been around the block more. So in the short term, they might not get the results they want, but in the long term, I believe that is going to be the right option. And they've also promoted their coach from the academy side, so it's like a CYBERSHOKE side, which okay, they did go and lose a regional LAN in St. Petersburg, which I don't think they should have against the likes of VP and ArcRed, but the results right now are not the results that I'm going to be marking CYBERSHOKE on.
Yeah, I think as well, what we need to say is I think Mokogen's an important player to note. I think obviously back on that Spirit Academy roster, we've already mentioned Alcaran, obviously Kayusuke was there, and I think for Mokogen, you're never going to be in the limelight when you've got those names. I think Spirit Academy have obviously produced so many talented individuals, and I think Mokogen's another. You just have to look at his kind of event history and the impact that he had ever since, I guess, he was needed to be a star. You know, he's putting 1.1 ratings, 1.3 ratings kind of in these events. I think he's had a lot of impact since moving to CYBERSHOKE as well. Yes, he had kind of one bad close qualifier, but ever since, nearly all the results have been in the green and quite high in the green as well. So, you know, I think that's something, you know, really, really important. I think Mokogen's emerging as a bit of a star player here as well. I think the CYBERSHOKE team's pretty stacked, and I don't know about you guys, I think they should take this series, but I guess we can move on to the HYPERSPIRIT roster. This is a team of names that we do know, but maybe aren't as familiar to, I guess, the people at home.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, let's not beat around the bush. HYPERSPIRIT, of course, coming all the way from Romania. We got some names that should be well recognizable already back since way back when Raga was still in Nexus, when I started my casting career, basically, which was by now, you know, a long time ago. And we got Adron, Shikordao, Raga, Dimay, and star players. And honestly, I haven't really seen this roster in action in recent days. I'm not too familiar with how. You know, how well can they really perform? Obviously, they've got perhaps a bit of a skill ceiling to reach. They've got some names they can rely upon. But are any specific players that you would want to single out, Zola, here? Or what do we think?
Yeah, look, I think when you look at ratings and you look at the stats, it's pretty tough. Obviously, the overall performances haven't been impeccable from HYPERSPIRIT, but obviously they got themselves here to the playoffs.
What?
I don't think they've been playing that well. They lost the Heroic Academy 2-0. They lost to Mana 2-0. They lost to 9. Yeah, okay, they beat Oromon and Bebop, but that is like
Lost to Ursa.
They lost to
I
Ursa.
think
They lost
what you're
2-1
doing
to
right now
Rebel.
is you're just reading like results and just going like, oh, this is what this team is. When like realistically, it's a team that I never had any hope in, and they've got some really legit LAN wins this year. No.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about their recent form in the last like month. They lost to a team that I don't think anyone knows any of the players for. AAA, like these are they lost 2-0 to a team only getting 12 rounds that I genuinely think, Freddie, if you look at the roster, you won't recognize a single name. Like
You'd be surprised. But I think you're really sleeping on the fact that they're got a win over Ecstatic on LAN, took General Mates to a really deep BO3, took Big to a deep BO3, lost to Eternal Fire in overtime on LAN. Like, these are some legit results for a team that, as you said, you look at it and you don't think too much of them.
Yeah, and well, we'll talk more about them after we see our first map. It's Anubis, it's Dust and Ancient. Boys, I think the game is live. Take it away.
Yeah, well, I guess we've got our conversation piece. What, are you confident in HYPERSPIRIT? What's the idea here?
I've only watched them play a couple times, and I thought they looked superbly drilled when they did. Obviously, there is the slight caveat of right now they're playing with Raga, who they had bench, and they've been playing with a guy called BRK sometimes, who's also an author. So I'm not really sure how to think of the HYPERSPIRIT roster like right here, right now, and especially against the CYBERSHOKE. Like, this is a team that punches so hard, and Blixie's just put that on full exhibition in this pistol round with 4 marvelous headshots coming out with the USP. This isn't going to be an easy game for HYPERSPIRIT, but I feel like it undermines a HYPERSPIRIT roster to read some of their like last 2 week results and define them as that team when they have gone to a lot of lands, qualified for lands this year, and have genuinely got some like pretty good results.
Yeah, well, look, I think we're going to be of differing opinions. I think obviously that was the start of this year when you look to their recent performances and how they've actually performed. I guess on an average, that's where I'd put them. But I guess maybe a bit of recency bias. I guess this series can be a bit of a... it can put the magnifying glass to this HYPERSPIRIT team. Well, Flock's heading into middle. Fluffy will find 3 pretty comfortably. That's going to help him get the AWP out as soon as possible. And Adron, here alone. Yeah.
That's
Simple
actually
stuff.
best case scenario. Like, of all the people to get the kills, you get him Fluffy with the money, get him on the AWP. He drops his MP9 over to Glowing. And yeah, big green out.
I think it's actually quite good that Glowing gets taken down, or one of them gets taken down, because
It's always the meta, right?
Yeah.
You want those guys to die so you can not throw away a weapon. And if I'm not mistaken, Fluffy was really good at specifically Overpass when he played on Oxygen. Like, I'm looking back to when he played against CYBERSHOKE, and he played really well against them. He was like his individual level I felt like was really high, and his aggression level, like even on maps like Ancient, I remember just seeing him push into Red Room at like 1:30 with an AWP. And that's kind of what I'm excited to see, if he's able to replicate a Phenomenon and Alcarin, who are very aggressive AWPers, especially the former. Like, is that how Fluffy is going to continue to play? Because that would make the most sense for me for why he's been picked up and also just like what he was good at before.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is we didn't really have much time to talk about the vetoes. Obviously, we were a little bit rushed because the previous fixture
I don't even
did
know what the veto
overrun.
is.
Yeah, it's Anubis, Dust, and Ancient, and ultimately, I think CYBERSHOKE have gone really weird here. Like, I know they don't pick Nuke that often, and I think maybe they should have looked to kind of obviously it was the insta-ban of HYPERSPIRIT. And they, to be fair, they banned first. Okay, I thought it was the other way around. I thought CYBERSHOKE would just insta-ban Inferno and allow HYPERSPIRIT to ban Nuke, but it was the other way around. Okay, HYPERSPIRIT did take that risk. I still feel like I'm looking at map 2 and map 3 and going, well, HYPERSPIRIT, they're not that far away win rate-wise on Dust 2. They're not that far away win rate-wise on Ancient. The one map with real disparity is here Anubis. It is the pick of HYPERSPIRIT. So I think if CYBERSHOKE, if they don't keep things at least competitive here, that's where I'm thinking, okay, well, HYPERSPIRIT, they can very much find things on Anubis and have the chance on Dust and Ancient. But obviously, the way that CYBERSHOKE have shown themselves so far on Anubis, however much the stats are out of their favor, they are looking pretty decent on it so far.
Yeah, that first gun round just felt like a formality. It's come and gone. AWP wasn't ever really instrumental in this round. And that's not a good sign for the future of HYPERSPIRIT, especially because CYBERSHOKE have chosen to start on this defense, which I actually am seeing a lot more teams doing. It's actually, I think, just becoming the meta to start on the CT side.
Well, I think it's. I always look at when teams just look to pick to start the CT side. For me, it always comes from a spot of, oh, okay, well, maybe this team are used to picking Anubis, and in doing so, are so used to starting on that CT side. I've always thought that could have been the case, but also just wanting to end on the stronger side.
Don't think that's it, unfortunately. I think it's ending 100%. Like, you put yours, because like always the issue sometimes is that it's so easy to come back on the T side. The other argument, it's also very hard to draw back a deficit if it's that like severe. But I'm saying that like this map isn't as T-side as it once was, and we're kind of seeing that right here. Like, it's a 3-0 start for CYBERSHOKE. They're playing very well right now. Need to be careful though, because they've lost 2 players, and despite a lot of low HP on the other side, that may have been so good if it was just like a few seconds later. CYBERSHOKE may very well be having the conversation right now of just saving, because they've lost Glowing, they've lost Mokajin. Glowing in mid, Mokajin just caught his pants down as they popped through a main. That is actually a really just like poor round for the CIS side.
Yeah, look, I have to say, I think Mokajin, he sends that flash. It's clear he gets caught a little bit flat-footed, but the issue is he sends the U-tilt. He doesn't find a pick. He does a fair bit of damage, but again, the rotations are pretty slow. And Mokajin's death drops a smoke, and that's what allowed them to re-smoke towards camera. It's important that they are going to... Ooh, that's a miss there. That was meant to land on Shikado. They're going to flash on in. Blixie needs to be cautious. Almost going to soften at both John and Shikado. Blixie is searching for these picks. We'll get one. But yeah, just such a finite detail is on Mokajin's death, he dropped a smoke, and that was what was allowed to re-smoke camera. And I have to imagine, if they don't pick up that smoke, if Mokajin's already used it elsewhere, I think the retake would have come through for CYBERSHOKE. And look, whether they would have won it or not, there was plenty of players that were low. And I think just little details like that, always quite interesting to kind of to look at. Another full investment for HYPERSPIRIT, though. Obviously victorious in that half by CYBERSHOKE are going to want to kind of come back and establish or re-establish some dominance on this CT side.
Yeah, because like in the end, that was a bit of a lucky round, you could say.
Yeah, bit gimmicky. Yeah.
Nice gimmick though. Felt very simple. They were just kind of given space and they ran with it over towards A main. The worst, like the one thing you don't want with a round like that when you have not much utility is being disrupted en route to the bomb site.
Yes, of course. Like because they were a con or something.
Yeah, because they were able to get there cleanly. It's just kind of a gamble from CYBERSHOKE to anchor the bomb site, and that's exactly what HYPERSPIRIT wanted. But going into the next, again, really good damage. That was also a thing in the last, didn't matter. But here, I think it's going to have a bit more of effect as star players and Jammy. What did we say? Demai. Ooh.
It's like you were saying his name backwards. Jammy.
Jammy. Yeah,
Jammy.
actually, that's, yeah. It's like Yixrezo. Apparently, it's Oskrzezi or something like that. You're supposed to pronounce it backwards. But regardless, this was a good round for CYBERSHOKE. They kind of like denied con control. And then Adron just gets a kill through the smoke. And I think that actually might be the difference maker in this round.
Nade'll soften the star players. They don't need to go for this. They should be able to just repivot. They've got 2 players outside B main. They're both going to drop into canals. Alpha is quickly rotating. The issue is already Shikado is here. Adron by his side. These players don't need to move off this B main angle. 2 flashes into CT, and I'll get Alpha off the angle. No utility here for CYBERSHOKE. Again, this might just have to be a save, but I'm going to have a slight look first. Step on the bomb site. No one actually retaking from Temple, so Alpha should be fine to continue. Step been made, and Shikado's got all this information. Demai, he'll be peeking off the contact, surely, off Shikado. Very patient. Alpha going to be swinging now, and as said, Demai swings off that contact from Shikado. Fluffy, a chance to collab, but Demai will get that pick. 2 kills from Demai after being brought down low. Money now for the CTs will be put under pressure in the result of round number 6. If HYPERSPIRIT can find this, not only will they get 3-3, but most likely a 4th, as it'll be an eco for CYBERSHOKE. And again, however difficult those Tech 9 rounds are to replicate, sometimes they are just that kind of snowflake to start the avalanche. And for HYPERSPIRIT, they'll be happy it's come early. I think Anubis is one of those maps where you can get a really good start on that CT side. You know, you find 5 rounds straight away and you're already feeling pretty confident. Fluffy goes 1 for 1.
I mean, the issue in that previous round was just bloody spam through the smoke, and it just cascaded the whole round. Here we're seeing Fluffy have minimal impact with the AWP after he gets traded from that first kill. And CYBERSHOKE need to get some sort of map control somewhere. They're stuck with no real information around the map. And if they stay like this, Alpha's just going to get isolated, Mokajan's just going to get isolated, and this round should be over if HYPERSPIRIT able to dot their I's and cross their T's, but they're going to give over a free pick to an aggressing Alpha with the AWP, and now he can back off, and now CYBERSHOKE can kind of just play this 4v3, where Mokajan's taking a lot of space out A main, they know there's players in middle, and this is actually looking really good now for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, the problem is if Mokajan could... Oh, okay. Well, Raga needed to connect that shot. Would have been the 3v3, but Alpha's reposition's good. Shikado going to get caught. That's a freebie for Alpha. And he's retrieved the AWP, and he's done so much work with it. Very impressed from Alpha. Well, won't find the kill as of yet. A drawn. 12 seconds. Alpha's prepping the nade for the back of the bomb site. If well placed, it will find him. But the pressure from camera... It'll soften, but that's all it'll do.
So Alpha's is an AWP now?
You know what? I feel like deep down everyone's an AWP. Everyone feels like they've got what it takes. And Alpha just showcasing that maybe he does.
Everyone thinks they're an AWP, but should everyone be an AWP? No.
I think it's always the least likely AWP that when they pick up the big green as that kind of savior to the weapon and to try and have impact, somehow they make it work.
Mate, the AWPers are the princesses of Counter-Strike. They expect everything to be done for them. Like, oh, you throw the utility for me. Yeah, you buy the AWP for me.
Yeah. Don't you worry, Charlie's an AWPer. I know it firsthand.
And it's like, oh, you didn't have a good game with the most expensive weapons. Yeah, like, you know, CS2.
Exactly. The amount of impact they'd have if they just threw utility, it would be nice. Well, just the Deagle's in play. Demai, that's a nice trade. Nadal soften. Able to pick up the rifle. Alpha, okay, well, he's able to get that pick, and he's got a teammate of Mokajan by his side. This half buy is not going to work well for them on this occasion. So CYBERSHOKE have got themselves into a pretty decent spot once again. 5-2 the current scoreline. Again, this is HYPERSPIRIT's map pick, and as I already mentioned, this is statistically the largest imbalance of win rates between these two sides. This is most likely HYPERSPIRIT's best chance to get a map.
I think part of the reason why I do like the HYPERSPIRIT roster so much is just because you've seen an abundance of Romanian teams kind of come and do nothing, but they've had a lot of opportunities at the lands that are hosted in Romania, and they've taken down some pretty big names, and I feel like that's quite a cool kind of underdog story. And they also have Rupert Hoop, who is a very dear friend of mine. The one of the few Belgium Counter-Strike representatives. He's come through the UK scene. He's a sports psychologist. He's worked with Metasport, with Alternate Attacks. Like he's a really cool guy, very intelligent guy. I've had the chance to interview him, his players, and everyone speaks very highly of him. So kind of a lot of love for him in any roster. And right here, I'm not sure whose idea that was, but it was perfect because Raga is able to get ahead of a deep mollo and an attempted play from Mokajim, and that's just a pretty easy opening kill, which HYPERSPIRIT, in all fairness, have been quite good at converting.
Well, we might find the pick there, but kills have occurred elsewhere in middle. We're going to have two fast flanks through canals. We've got players close in camera. Alpha's just dropped this smoke. Molly down at bricks. Just the tap of the bomb. Alpha's going to get drawn in here. Needs to be cautious, but in fact, he'll just make the man advantage even better. Traded out by a drone. Raga's taking this space now. Nade sent from Glowing, and we've got Blixie charging through. Timing this nade could find a drone. Down to 4 HP. We'll get caught in no man's land, and it's Raga on the edge of the smoke. There's Glowing behind him. Nice tap there onto the first. Able to get himself towards heaven. Glowing, wary of him. Fluffy does have a flash. He's going to send it over now, and Glowing, he'll swing off the contact taken from Raga. That is now going to be the 6th round for CYBERSHOKE. This is looking very good. I think this is where the CYBERSHOKE fans are going to be sat kind of happily with a bit of a smile on their face, bit of glee going on, because this is looking very good, especially with this being a T-sided map. Look, I know it's not as T-sided as it once was, and I know it's not quite to the likes of kind of, I guess, the CT favoring is on Nuke. It's not like it's going to be super crazily T-sided, but from this point on, CYBERSHOKE will feel confident, even just with 6. And with 4 rounds remaining, you'd hope they get at least one more.
We are nearing the point of no return, unfortunately, though. And that was also around the HYPERSPIRIT not the opening kill, and I was saying they've done quite well at converting off them. Then it instantly gets traded back by Fluffy towards B, and then it kind of spirals from that point onwards. I don't know if they were supposed to allow Adron out there. I mean, it's kind of fine. I thought Glowing would have been holding, or was he playing anti-flash in the smoke? Either way, it doesn't really matter. That was the hero AK. They're able to get a second from Blixie as well. And HYPERSPIRIT is still going to attempt to go on to this B-bomb site. But I think we're kind of seeing, unfortunately, a game where CYBERSHOKE are a very individually strong team. Yeah. And they're kind of just showing it right here.
Yeah, I think CYBERSHOKE have gotten to the point in the game where it's always bad when this happens quite early on, just in a series in general. But CYBERSHOKE have kind of gotten to that point where I think they feel like they just know that they're better. So they're just swinging stuff together, and they're confident that they're going to win out trades. They're going to be able to take space positively. They're very confident going into nearly every single 1v1. You think of how Alpha was in that 4 versus 3 where he pushes through the camera smoke and just takes that fight onto the player on the bomb site, and he gets that kill. And I think that's something that I understand that this was against the half buy, but even in the full buys, it's so clear that CYBERSHOKE, they are kind of showing that level of disrespect. They are kind of just saying to their opposition now, well, we actually just think we're better than you, so we're going to swing and get the kills. And sadly for HYPERSPIRIT, that is just what is happening. And we see contact in middle. Chicado's going to look to take a bit of a timing. He hits the reload on one. Can't get them both, though. So Glowing, he'll dispatch of Chicago, 4v2, and a drone feeling somewhat isolated here. Now got Raga by his side. The space taken from Blixie, though, is pristine.
Yeah.
And I think that even though
Poison
they
Chalice,
get
though, no?
Yeah, the thing is, it's still a 4v2, and he'll hear some contact. Surely they're going to drop a smoke towards Temple or something, and then he can just try and take down the plant. That's surely got to be the game plan. They are silently clearing out the bomb site. Blixie has that slight recognition that maybe they pushed through B main. Oh, sorry, maybe they pushed out Con. The question is
I like this, though. I was gonna say that's the perfect play. Like,
Well,
don't plant the bomb, send a
Yeah.
player out, see if he can get a kill. Then you play a 2v3, and then unfortunately nothing works out.
Yeah, look, it's nice in kind of methodology and I guess in it's a cool idea, but sadly just doesn't work. It's all about what can be achieved in practice, and sadly for HYPERSPIRIT, nothing's really being achieved at the moment. Only 2 rounds found on their favored side of this map, this being their map selection. Things are not looking positive for them. Well, CYBERSHOKE.
I believe it's 8-2. Like, and also those rounds that were won
They were just
by
gimmick rounds, yeah.
HYPERSPIRIT, like first was Tech9, second Adron got a random, like they were losing the round in the 5v5, and Adron gets this like weird tap for a smoke. It's like, okay, all of a sudden we win the round now.
Well, hopefully for HYPERSPIRIT, these final 2 rounds can come good, because ultimately, Freddy, this is not a positive look. This isn't a convincing look if you're HYPERSPIRIT, especially when moving to such an individualistic-based map like Dust. That's not a map that you can kind of have players not stepping up and going a bit quiet. That's one where you really do need to be kind of showcasing everything you've got. Star players who will find Blixie, though. An important pick early on. It's some great space as well that they've taken. It's forced a rotation out of Alpha, and now Glowing needs to strengthen up the A-bomb side. This is all a fake, though. Look how quick CYBERSHOKE are rotating here. I'm not so confident with this rotation. This is clearly coming from a real place of worry. They've just left Fluffy to defend the B-bomb site currently. It's just playing passively. They will go for this retake, obviously. The space, though. Raga, he's close here. Going to drop the Molotov once again. Nade will soften at Demai, and now they're looking to push into CT. Information has been gathered here. Glowing will fight Raga. Still a 4v2 now as Glowing dispatches of Demai. Mockajin far through Con, and now it is all on star players, and Glowing, what a retake. He finds 4, huge retake out of Glowing. Such a talent, such an impressive player.
I think the issue is that they just for some reason couldn't get a single kill apart from Mockajin. Like, you have just Glowing standing out in the open. HYPERSPIRIT were making a very active attempt in trying to target the player's CT, and they wanted to take the control towards that point, but they weren't landing anything. I think that was the real big issue. Glowing was just standing and just shooting, and no one could kill him. So despite getting the bomb down, that's basically it for HYPERSPIRIT. As I think this half, this game, and maybe even series, if you're looking at your map pick and it's going this badly, could be over.
Certainly not the, I guess, initial expectation. But again, I think look, they have had some nice results this year. They have been looking pretty compelling at LAN, and I think maybe this is a team that are just better on LAN, will have a bit more confidence. Sadly, the result today, though, has just not gone their way. If there is any idea, any way that HYPERSPIRIT win this game, it has to be a round victory here. Has to be a round victory here, then a pistol win as well, and then 2 back-to-back full buy wins. That only puts them at 8. So even with all of these hypotheticals. Timing on this nade for Alpha's good. Gonna blow open the smoke. Will find Chicado glowing. Important pick there as well. And Blixie, that's an easy first and second. How is he not traded out by Raga? What is that? So poor. I expected far more there from Blixie. But again, this is the problem that nearly every team faces when playing against CYBERSHOKE. Is ultimately, I think CYBERSHOKE, they've got decent strategies. I think they've got a decent identity of how they want to play. But again, a vast majority of their games, they'll just win because they're better. And I think a lot of the time, you'll see CYBERSHOKE, when they play against a kind of opponent of a similar level or maybe slightly better, CYBERSHOKE will take them the distance. It'll be a hard battle. They might win the odd game here or there. And I'm talking about teams in the kind of maybe the top 40, top 50. But I think the problem is when they're playing against a lesser opponent, and to me, that's what I believe HYPERSPIRIT to be. I think CYBERSHOKE gain far too much confidence early, and then they just start doing things that you wouldn't really maybe do in an official. They start just swinging everything because they're so confident. And I think, look, we know it all too well. The second a team gains confidence, the second they get the wind beneath their sails, they're just going to start doing things that you can't expect. And again, the ability's been excellent here for CYBERSHOKE.
I think I'm just so disappointed in the HYPERSPIRIT side. Like, you shouldn't be able to just be outmanned like this so easily, because they were able to beat Bebop and Ormond to go through the top of their group in the to get to playoffs here.
Yeah.
And they're beating, so those are two teams which, like, literally their whole thing is individualism. Like, that's their whole shtick. So that's why I was kind of leaning maybe like they will be able to deal with a CYBERSHOKE, but they've just been outmanned and outclassed. Like, it is a little bit of depth, sure, but by large, it's just very shallow. Raga, however, could be on for a nice little clip, as he'll be getting a 1v2 4K if he's able to take down Fluffy. Fluffy's got no armor, but apparently no one can land a shot, and the Orpo will eventually get it done with the Glock, as if the game was ever over, it now certainly is.
Look, I think for both these results against Ormond and Bebop, right? I think, look, they're both very good teams. I think that's a safe assumption. But I think they were both very good teams a while ago. And I think for Ormond, they've had to make recent roster changes. They brought in Patero, they brought in Brylu. Look, Patero 0.86 rating over the last few months. Brylu 1.03. You know, Ormond have lost that kind of level of, okay, everyone is an individual, everyone is stacked. And I think Bebop as well, look, Hikon 0.94 rating. I think obviously Idis Balance, he's on pretty poor form as well. And ultimately this Bebop roster, there's been many a time where they've been playing in an official and then they've had to forfeit. They've had like roster issues. They played plenty of stand-ins. It feels like neither Ormond nor Bebop are at that kind of level that we've seen them in the past. And I think that's something to mention as well. Look, there's still definite results. There's still results where HYPERSPIRIT can go, look, actually, we did really well to get into the playoffs. No one can take that from them. But I think the problem is CYBERSHOKE, they have been looking to fight to a kind of a different weight class to both of those teams. And that's why we're seeing this result. 11-2. That is a damning result.
This is fast. Through mid, they're pretty much unobjected. Star players will get a kill with the A1 Nest. He even finds 2 on 1 HP. And Raga on the scout is able to connect onto the headshots. Mokujin and Fluffy are very discoordinated, very separated right now, because they didn't really want to utilize Fluffy in this element. They wanted to keep him in mid to lurk around. But with Raga falling to the hands of Mokujin and the bomb now picked up, these two can just play out a post plant. Why is he planting for? Why? What the hell? What's going on, guys? Do we know where they could be coming from? And Chirokadu, I guess, is like the first thing he's really done this game, and it's just off the negligence of CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, I guess maybe the assumption is all the rotations wouldn't be here yet, and if they were, they'd have gone loud. But yeah, I'm not giving that to CYBERSHOKE. I'm not gonna try and pretend that was just a bit of unfortunate. That was just poor. I think really nice shot out of Raga on the scout. I think the A setup's really good as well. They do have a triple A setup, obviously contingent that one of the mid players is towards A, and they got a good gambled rotation in heaven from Raga. But again, I think HYPERSPIRIT, the problem is this game is just too far gone. To try and think that CYBERSHOKE aren't going to get 2 rounds on their T side here, it's just not going to happen. HYPERSPIRIT are not going to win 10 in a row here. I just cannot believe it for a second.
Okay.
We got the Tech-9s in play. This is obviously a force. I like the smoke being sent here towards camera. Look how many players are close by, though, for HYPERSPIRIT. We've got 2 towards Temple. Obviously 2 on the A-bomb side. Mokajin, he had the flash lined up to kind of head towards A, but they are thinking twice about it.
Yeah, they're going to want to try maybe go back B here after all of that utility put down. Smoke has been replenished towards B main, so if you are a CYBERSHOKE player, probably rethink about going there as well.
I think this is one of those rounds where CYBERSHOKE, if they're trying to play reactive off what the CTs do, the problem is they don't really have the util to do that, and secondly, they don't have the weaponry or the time. So they're going to look to refight towards middle. I think the timing on this is, it could work well because HYPERSPIRIT have just had a look
very
here.
well. It's going to work actually amazingly because you've got Rugger rotating away, and Adron's now by himself. He gets the information, which is good, but now here just comes the speed up. They don't seem to know about star players, but it doesn't matter because no one gets a kill on the bomb side. Raga will rotate back in, but he gets a single kill and then barely survives. DeMay is able to get a freebie as a smoke blooms, but now they know exactly where the both remaining players are, and HYPERSPIRIT is going to have to save.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but that's now CYBERSHOKE finding 12. Bit unfortunate that both the A players weren't able to find anything. I think Adron and Star players have to get at least 1 between them. Ultimately, they should have got 1 each, but sometimes the Tech-9s, they can really overwhelm, and that's exactly what's happened here. But HYPERSPIRIT, this, I think it feels like this is going to be the end of their time here in Thunderpick. I think, look, playoffs is still a good achievement. I think they did very well to get themselves here, but ultimately, I think CYBERSHOKE are too tough of an opponent. With 9 opportunities, CYBERSHOKE, they'll be feeling pretty comfortable.
Just so confused about how they can just get completely out-aimed, outdone, kind of out-everything on their map pick, and they were on the T side, so you don't even have the argument of, oh, we were on the CT side and then we didn't have much wriggle room when we got onto that attack. Very disappointing. I know they've been going through some roster changes. Raga, BRK, don't really know who's going to be the permanent 5th. That isn't going to help, but it shouldn't lead to something as detrimental as this, because CYBERSHOKE have also been struggling with their 5 and who they're going to be bringing out.
Okay.
But it looks like there's going to be some silver lining. A late, kind of belated Canals crunch for HYPERSPIRIT, and flashes were great, shots were great, and star players and Adron, they just kind of eviscerate their opponents. There was one really good flash. It's kind of like everyone was blind, but that is a good round for HYPERSPIRIT.
Honestly, to any Orgless teams out there who want a team name, I think CYBERSPIRIT, that's not a bad one. I feel like you merged the 2 names there and it sounded incredible. But yeah, obviously important for them to find this round. But look, how often can you go for a Canals crunch? You know, it's not something that you can... Look, you can take the space, but you can't kind of guarantee rounds like that. Because what happens if CYBERSHOKE lean towards B? They'll hear all that utility in Canals. They hear the players in E-books, and they'll just go out on the B-bomb side and win the round. So I think HYPERSPIRIT, they have had a nice round there, but again, it's come from speed, it's come from aggression, which I know that is kind of CT Anubis in a nutshell, but it can go so wrong so quickly. Obviously, glowing saving will allow him to drop a Galil in the next. He needs to be worried about Demai. I don't know why he's sticking around towards main. I don't know why he doesn't just sit in T-Sport. He's never going for that round. Seems like a bit of an oversight, but ultimately it won't matter.
I think in the grand scheme of things, obviously, like in the short time, it's like, yeah, you know, he could have probably done better to save there, but money, they're still going to get a purchase out. It's wonky, very wonky. I think Alpha has a Glock P250 now. HYPERSPIRIT might be able to string a couple rounds together, but I feel like
if they
it's going to be
phase.
Yeah, that's certainly a way of looking at it. They are going to lose the bomb to though. Adron, he gets he does the play that Mokajin tried to do earlier on in this game, and when he died to Raga peeking aggressively, he then overextends. But it's a good rotation from Raga and star players who came in from mid. So that saving face element, HYPERSPIRIT remembering how to win rounds, that could be influential as they head into map 2. But this is a game that I don't think I'm amusing the ability for a comeback just yet. And it's going to take me a while to get there as well.
The thing is, ultimately, I don't think HYPERSPIRIT can come back on Anubis. I think Anubis should be done. But I think the one thing that they can do is, let's say for some reason, CYBERSHOKE just somehow dropped the ball here until like round number 23. Let's say this game goes 13-10. For HYPERSPIRIT, it'll be so beneficial because it gives them confidence. It gives them time to kind of warm into a series as well. And the fact that Dust 2 and Ancient are pretty puggy maps, it's not as though HYPERSPIRIT, it's impossible for them to win on map 2 and map 3. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult, and winning their map pick is certainly what they needed to kind of help them along in this series. But I think for HYPERSPIRIT, if they can make this game at least look a bit competitive, gain some confidence back, because ultimately, if this game ends 13-4, they're going to be devastated with this result, especially, as you say, being at their map pick. But they can save face. They have the opportunity to do that.
I don't know if I love the idea of a save here. Just because, like, you're going into next round's going to be an eco. Like, you're just making your purchase in round 19 a lot more difficult. And yeah, I'm really not a fan of that save personally.
I think CYBERSHOKE, I don't think it really matters what they do at the moment. I think they can make missed decisions upon missed decisions. They've still got 7 opportunities to close this one out. They're still going to have 4 more full buys. And they should win one of them. Might not come here though. Raga, nice opener. Could find another. We've got a rotation from star players.
They don't win out this round. Oh no. It's the save into the force spy. And Chiocado will be able to catch one off guard, but he then drops. They didn't even get the kill. I just kind of assumed he would be able to get something, but Mokajin is able to put down Demay, and that is a map of Counter-Strike HYPERSPIRIT will be very much liking to forget.
Yeah, look, 13-5, super confident from CYBERSHOKE. We knew this going in that they're going to be a very promising team. They're probably going to be the favourites. That's what I'd say anyway. But yeah, look, ultimately, I think HYPERSPIRIT completely caught flat-footed individually, and I think sometimes that is what can dictate a game.
Guys, I didn't get to talk about my GOAT glowing much, but we got to see him in action very much so. And you both kind of pointed out the obvious, right? CYBERSHOKE are in a different league altogether. Something I just briefly kind of mentioned. They are usually used to punching above their weight, above their weight category. And HYPERSPIRIT, I don't think they even fall near the same level. Yes, I'll give you that, Freddy. They are certainly a team that can beat better teams, especially on a LAN environment. I think they have the experience, but unfortunately when you put them up against CYBERSHOKE that are this warmed up from the get-go and have such a fantastic first half, 10-2, there's very much little that you can do.
Yeah, look, the reason I've got a smile on my face is production. Obviously, they've put... Oh, wrong way. They put a rocket ship and some clouds behind me. They're having a bit of fun, which is always nice to see. Just asking if there's anything else that they want to put behind me. And I think HYPERSPIRIT, I think if anything wants to be put behind is that map. They want to forget about that one. That's been a tough game for them. Look, I don't really know what you're going to be saying in this analyst segment, but let's see. Yeah, best of luck, mate.
We'll leave you to it.
Thank you. I was about to say I'm gonna have a very easy time because there's really not very much that can be said besides CYBERSHOKE played their classic game. I mean, Glowing going up 21 kills in what? It was a total of 17 rounds, 18 rounds actually, with including the last one, 13th. It kind of spells doom for the whole of HYPERSPIRIT, and I think he ended actually on 22. And we saw a few glimpses of potential success for HYPERSPIRIT, potential, you know, maybe having a better first half after they won that 4th and 5th round. And again, I think we can point out that HYPERSPIRIT do have some great moments, certainly. Whenever they would win a round, it would be a team victory. They would do really well together as a squad to kind of shut down CYBERSHOKE as a whole. But I think it was Uzola that said, and obviously confirmed by Freddy as well, that at the end of the day, CYBERSHOKE kind of did disrespect HYPERSPIRIT. They knew they were so far ahead of the curve that they can make these foolish, these perhaps at times a little bit awkward plays that don't really belong in the game when you're going up against an equal or a better team, because they will be able to punish you on that. But it didn't really matter here. HYPERSPIRIT simply didn't have the individuals to try and contest, and every time they did have a little bit of success, it was almost instantaneously then course corrected by CYBERSHOKE, and we saw the final result as is 13-5 first map, and with the second going to dust, I think it's going to be an equally so one-sided affair, if not even more so. I also like the idea there of CYBERSPIRIT. That sounds like a really cool team name. I don't know, maybe there's a third team in the works, but ladies and gents, we'll take a short break and then we get ready for our second map here of Dust 2.
Alrighty, well, here we have it. Second map of the series. Obviously, CYBERSHOKE with a pretty dominant first map performance. Look, we expected it going in. They're a very strong unit, and they did display that. Glowing having a wonderful performance. 2.01 rating for Glowing. Alpha not too far behind. Yeah, there's going to have to be a huge performance here from HYPERSPIRIT to gain any confidence for them, not only for this map, but for the series. But let's see how things start. They've got the CT start. Couple of dualies, fair bit of utility. Intrigued to see how this one goes.
I'm intrigued to see how the map's going to go, let alone the pistol. This is CYBERSHOKE's map pick, and it's actually a good start for HYPERSPIRIT on the defense. These dualies on short, on B are thriving. Mokujin will finally get a kill for CYBERSHOKE if you exclude the team kills. And all in all, very clean from the remaining side. It's a very different story so far in this map.
Yeah, a bit awkward at moments there, but after I'm getting two. Important pistol that CYBERSPIRIT definitely need to kind of hit the ground running here on Dust 2. Obviously, from what we see from both these teams, they're Dust 2, not perfect HYPERSPIRIT. They're sat at a 44% win rate. Both teams obviously preferring that CT side, so I think that's something as well. HYPERSPIRIT, they are kicking things off on their preferred side. A shot from star players will take down Mokujin early. And as expected, this game will go as planned.
Nice anti-eco, looking to keep it flawless. Scout picked up, and headshot connected. Okay. Looking good so far for HYPERSPIRIT. This is just already a much better step in the right direction.
Yeah, look, I think CYBERSHOKE now they've got the guns in play. I think this is going to be the eye-opening round. I think this is going to be the one where we go, okay, so this is how the series is going to look. But ultimately, I'm still quite interested to see how this one does go. I think HYPERSPIRIT. I think they were a bit slow to start on Anubis. They had a few rounds towards the end, but the issue is CYBERSHOKE, they were just eventually going to win it. That was kind of the notion that I think everyone had. Ooh, I quite like the idea from Chicago. It's a bit of a risky one. It's a bold call, but certainly can work. Star players. Let's just drop the smoke. Going to be heading back now. Chicago still decent positioning here. Okay, flash on through. Ragging is completely caught. Mokujin doubles. Chicago might find one from long, but he's going to get flat. This is where Blixie can activate, and Blixie will get a free kill here. There we go. Round should be over. Look, really unfortunate for Ragging. He gets completely caught out, but CYBERSHOKE so clinical there. Mokujin, such an incredible player, such a talent.
I mean, you could say that feels like a very last-ditch effort type call. Like, they overforce an issue by just running through a smoke, and they kind of get away with it by Raga being unfortunately that out of position for that exact play, and also Mokujin just hitting a nice double, and then Blixie being in a good position for his lurk. Like, it's a round that I don't think should have gone that easily for CYBERSHOKE, because they do literally just run through a smoke with a single flashbang, and that's it. I don't think they put any smokes down. There might have been like a second flash, but yeah, it's not much. And they really get away with murder there.
Yeah,
and
it's
effectively
good timing.
use what they have. It's good timing, sure, but like they don't know that.
I guess maybe it's one of those moments where I think if Raga is a second quicker or a second slower, I think he'd be all right. I think it's sadly just one of those painful things. Obviously, still the investment, though, from HYPERSPIRIT. The buy, if anything, is better in this one.
I mean, that kind of type of round is just symbolic of what was happening on map 1 of just CYBERSHOKE running, gunning, and winning out the duels. Here, they try to do the same out long. Ricardo, he's able to get the first, but now stepping around the flames. He's still alive.
Great
And
positioning.
Raga thrives on the A bomb site. A wrap from CYBERSHOKE towards the A bomb site that falls very flat as HYPERSPIRIT. They bounce back effectively.
Yeah, look, great positioning there from Raga. Really well worked. This is good. This is HYPERSPIRIT. This is what we wanted to see. I think at the moment, CYBERSHOKE, obviously they've still got this investment. There's some slight weakness, there is. Obviously that Tech 9, the Galil util's not perfect either, but obviously it felt like HYPERSPIRIT are the ones with good fortune in that last round, so kind of evening things up. Shikada on the angle. Blixie, that's a great find. Nothing that Shikada can really do about that one.
I like it because he, like, Shikado even changed his position from the last round. Like, you see how he's playing towards Pit in the previous round. There, he tries to kind of mix it up, keep CYBERSHOKE guessing where he's going to be, and Blixie just reads into him perfectly, and is also able to get the second on the star players, who is trapped between a rock and a hard place, as HYPERSPIRIT, they get a really nice hold on the A-bomb site, and then they fall apart, as they also get the wrong read, pulling Raga over towards that B-bomb site.
Well, at the moment, this is obviously just going to be the same, but positioning here. Obviously, they're on the hunt. Okay, Raga will come to demise aid. Molly's going to force him back even further.
Terrorists win.
Again, we've still got kind of a bit of a, not a full buy war, but we kind of do. It feels like with the level of dominance that we've seen from these round victories, everyone's able to invest continually. Currently, though, CYBERSHOKE, obviously the victory of Anubis, they're obviously just one map away, 11 rounds away from closing out this series and obviously making that move to the quarterfinals. Not an easy opponent they've got to face.
Who are they playing?
It is that kind of Oromon team, but again...
Kind of Oromon team. It is the Oromon team.
Yeah, it was this... Well, when you hear Oromon, it's
VRSDelivery. Same core, but different supporting figures. Right now, though, HYPERSPIRIT, they need to make sure they can potentially bring us to a third map, as they are in the lead on their opponent's map pick. They're looking already like they're contesting a lot better than they did on Anubis, but this B-bomb site, it needs to hold, and this is where CYBERSHOKE thrives, just popping through a smoke. Adrom needs to get this kill on Fluffy. It's a 1v1 that basically just dictates how this round is going to end, and with Glowing lurking in mid, he's going to be able to hear all the information on Raga and star players. Definitely could have got both there, but Fluffy will just trade him regardless, and it's a CYBERSHOKE pop that again can't be stopped.
Yeah, look. Adron there, look, after he gets his kill, it's unfortunate timing to back away there. He's worried about middle. And ultimately, that is where Glowing was. So there is some recognition to why he's worried about middle, but like, it's difficult. It's really difficult. CYBERSHOKE, they've now got themselves the third. The money is finally broken for one of these sides. And the fact that it's HYPERSPIRIT, the fact that they're now forced onto an eco, that's the problem. CYBERSHOKE should be able to find this one. Raga confident with the scout. He had a very nice shot on Anubis with the scout, and he's showcasing his scoped weaponry brilliance here. Oh, they're going to pivot towards B. Surely they're going to pivot towards B. That's got to be the game plan, right? But to be fair, with the space being taken, no, okay, they are going to hit B. Obviously, they've spotted a few there.
Right, cool. And these USPs, hopefully they can pick up a rifle. Blix is holding.
Oh,
and they make. Ooh, okay.
He's tapped
I was
that
gonna say they make
quickly.
his life pretty easy for him as they peek, and then peek, and then peek. But he still does hit a pretty swazzy,
Very tasty
one
shot.
tap. That was quite nice at the end.
Well, CYBERSHOKE now take the lead. This is a big round. This is a huge round for HYPERSPIRIT. Obviously, if they lose this, that's where CYBERSHOKE can maybe find themselves 6. And already, as I mentioned, both these teams, they do prefer that CT side. So CYBERSHOKE will be moving on to their favored side. Some worrying times here now if you're HYPERSPIRIT.
This is the round, I think. Like you had that back and forth. You had some nice moments from the likes of Kiadu, whose pronunciation is just slowly slipping and changing throughout this series. But I think those 3 kills that go on the round was his only 3 kills, right? And Demay, he's just gonna walk into tunnels. I'm really not a huge fan of a solo push like that. I feel like you normally see teams when they're going for this short or stance, a player lower tunnels, you don't push, you disengage. And for that exact reason, CYBERSHOKE made no noise around the map. It's pretty obvious that they are going to be playing a little bit slower. So now with the 5v4, the T side, they've got 40 seconds left on the clock. They're going to be taking short control and then pivoting over towards this mid to A. Mokujin and a Drum. I'm not sure who's seen what, but what I do know, Mokujin is sharp as hell. Kaiosuke who? Mokujin's the star player to come out from that iteration of the Spirit Academy. And Fluffy's even going to just crack the cranium at the end, as the round does come down to the wire time-wise, but that was the only close part of it.
What is that from Mokujin? If we can get that again, that was crazy double kill. He jumps up and he's still able to find 2. It felt like Mokujin was destined to go down there, but wow, okay.
I'm also not sure who saw who. You get what I mean? I was like,
yeah.
I was just quite confused at like where like there was a smoke and it was kind of fading, but then not fading, and then he somehow was able to get both of them. I don't know.
Well, we've got the pistols in play for HYPERSPIRIT. This should be the 6th from CYBERSHOKE. And again, we're now drifting toward the spot where I feel like HYPERSPIRIT, they might not be able to come back from. Blixie still waiting around. Sends the molly now for Chicago back. And Fluffy find onto star players.
I mean, this round was realistically never going to be one of competition. It's rough that everyone's so low, but yeah, it was never a round that was really going to be close. Loads of damage done early on, but nothing really able to be converted from that point, as HYPERSPIRIT just being taught a lesson, as this is one of their first playoff appearances, I think, in an online event this year. And they're really showing, they're really being shown up by a CYBERSHOKE who have had a rocky time, but individually, it's just, they are exhibiting how strong they are.
I think it's the problem with many teams will have when playing against, you know, CYBERSHOKE. They are a real team of quality, and it can just be so tough when you're playing against a side that has such ability. And we talk about it where, you know, you just have a team of individuals that can just dominate, that can just completely manhandle, and I think CYBERSHOKE is certainly within that conversation.
1 for 1 though, early on in this round over towards that B bomb site. When you get a kill like that, you kind of know that it should be weaker to that part of the map, and you tend to see teams speed up with a mid to B, even if you have just gone 1 for 1. But Fluffy goes out of mid solo and has been eliminated by star players. He was boosted up on the box, but he was hit by a smoke. So I kind of assumed that Fluffy was going to be aware of a player in CT, but still came out very much tunnel visioned on the left side of mid. So this is a 4v3 that you feel like HYPERSPIRIT, they just need to be closing out this type of situation where they did struggle to close out advantages on Anubis. Oh, now that's a bit of a problem if they're not able to close out a 3v4 like that. CYBERSHOKE, I don't know how they've won that. You know, you go 1 for 1, Fluffy dies in mid, and then they just walk up onto that A bomb site, they drop in CT, and it's just the individuals reign supreme. Glowing with a lovely spray down to boot, and it's CYBERSHOKE who just extend their lead by 4.
Yeah, this is terrifying. If you're HYPERSPIRIT, this is so worrying. You're 7-3 down. You're on a half by here. We're expecting 8-3. This is both teams, they favor that CT side. Oh, nice shot from Fluffy.
And it's just nice shots all around as CYBERSHOKE once again just dominating against these low buys. They're making sure that nothing is left to chance. And the Romanian side, unfortunately, might be bidding farewell to them pretty quickly in this playoff, as they'll be going down 8-4 unless Demay has something to say about it on the scouts, which I'd be highly doubting.
It could be 9-3, you know? We haven't seen the result of that 12. Sadly, just the tag from Demay. No. I think it's tough, but again, HYPERSPIRIT, they've just not done enough. They've not shown enough. It's so difficult. It really is, because obviously HYPERSPIRIT, you know, they're a team that have kind of, they've been one of those teams that throughout the last year or so, and they've been fun to watch. They have kind of, as you said, they've had some close series here or there at LAN, but sadly, I think against an opponent like CYBERSHOKE, won't be able to do enough.
An unfortunate pill to swallow, as they do have the AWP and Raga. They've got all the bells and whistles for a round. And HYPERSPIRIT do have long control. 2 riflers sticking around for quite a while there. Glowing has got a lot of space up short, and he's forced the AWP down into CT. CYBERSHOKE are going to be pivoting over towards long, where they have had struggles in the past. Siakadu has had major success in this very position, but has also struggled on the anchor at other occasions. One of the few rounds CYBERSPIRIT were able to win was from his hands. He got 3 kills in that round, and he's sitting on 4 to potentially end off this half. So he's going to get tested. A flash through the doors is not going to affect him, I don't think so. I think the flash will be too shallow for the angle he's holding. And this will just be a pop where if they get past long, it should be easy pickings. And yeah, flash not affecting him. And there's also going to be the rotation in to help from Raga. AWP is going to make, the fire is going to make Chiokadu's life very difficult. But CYBERSHOKE once again struggling on this wrap A like they have previously.
Well, you said it. Best case is going to be 8-4. At least HYPERSPIRIT do find that 4th. I think without it, we'd be already saying this one is all said and done. But it does feel that way. It does really feel that way. I think ultimately HYPERSPIRIT have got a lot of work to do if they want to make this comeback possible now on Dust.
Yeah, it's a long way. Like, sure, that one round does maybe get their foot in the door, but that's about it, really. And they're still trailing. This is still their opponent's map pick, and CYBERSHOKE are on that defense, which they are just going to be more favored on. And in this pistol, they're starting to get mobile. They're going to be pushing through tunnels. They're going to get all the information. And with the lack of them seeing anything in tunnels, plus Blixie being run down, they know this is an A play. So they're going to be very safely, fully rotating over. There isn't a kit, but there are 2 dual breaths and a flash for this retake.
Glowing. Let's find a big same with Fluffy. Glowing's done a lot of work in this retake, and as has Fluffy, and they're still in this clutch. And Chicago would have been a tough 1v4. Okay, well, they've lost the pistol. Most likely will lose the game now.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Probably that is a safe assessment. Bomb down, though. HYPERSPIRIT, they're going to get purchased up because of that. So there is a silver lining amidst everything. Raga's scout has been all right at times. Even so, he gets a tag on Blixie. That's not too bad going.
Stall towards top middle. Raga posted up. I believe he's just got the tag onto Fluffy, but Demai will get taken down. And with the man advantage for CYBERSHOKE, they are just going to look to disengage from middle.
This is not looking great for them. Mokujin is going to swing, and he's going to be hitting a miss there. Blixie on the flank. He'd be previously tagged by Raga, but that MP9 will pay off at range, and Alpha, just a jump peek and a spam, eliminate star players. So that force by for HYPERSPIRIT lands very flat on its face as CYBERSHOKE, they are looking dangerous for potentially a deep run in this Thunderpick World Championship European Series 1 playoff run.
Yeah, obviously, that being the fourth, like, it's so tough. It's really, really difficult for HYPERSPIRIT, but ultimately, I think we do have to praise them. I think they've done pretty well to get themselves here. Fluffy trying to take the bottom. I don't know why he didn't just move further right. Surely he could have moved and maybe got a better angle into that one.
Just nothing's really going well, is it, for the T side? I mean, they have got 2 kills so far, but a flying M4 from Alpha is just insult to injury. And now it's just a singular Deagle left alone in top mid, as this should be 11 seized by the CIS squad.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, another round going the way of CYBERSHOKE. This one a little bit more expected, as it was just against the weaker weapons. Raga, nice find on the AWP. The odds 14-1. That's tough.
I mean, it seems fair though.
Yeah, oh, definitely. CYBERSHOKE just 2 rounds away from closing this one out. There are 2 men behind in this round though, so at least HYPERSPIRIT They could find themselves find it. Adron, looked like he was going to get taken down there, but a nice shot. Fluffy now quickly making his way into CT. They should just save, really.
Why save when you're 11-4 up? Go for the retake. Go for the round. Win it out. Go for glory.
Go for the 2v5.
I mean, they might get given a few little ways in, but I think, yeah, they're going to do make the smart decision by going for a save. Question is, will HYPERSPIRIT allow them to actually save these weapons? Because Kirikadu would be able to... has been able to hear everything. Like, he knows they're long. So he's been able to communicate that over. You see the likes of Demay is starting to peek in from the A bomb site as well. There is a world that HYPERSPIRIT maybe take these weapons out of CYBERSHOKE's hands that could have some ramifications going into the following rounds.
Terrorists win.
I think it is the right thing to do, though, to not actually go for those kills, just because your money is also not too great yourselves.
Yeah, and I think as well. I think we've seen these types of comebacks before. However much we might be thinking, look, it's not going to happen. There is still the idea of a comeback, and for CYBERSHOKE, ultimately, it would be poor if they do lose from here.
That's a great opening, though. That's a good start to proceedings. So, you know, you're making this comeback. You win one, you get an opener in the second. Confidence starts to be brewing a little bit. However, there will be some trades back. Blixie out long. He's going to man the fort for a double. Very reminiscent of actually how Kirikadu was doing on that very position. So CYBERSHOKE, they lost the opening pick, but I don't know if they're going to be out of this round.
HYPERSPIRIT. I think Ragger's hit some pretty nice shots here with the scope weapons. He's done it with the scout, obviously done it with the AWP in this one. Ragger has had decent impact. This is all going to be on Mokajin. Adron does feel like he's going to check it. Oh, he just half checks. Mokajin can get one. No double, but a lot of damage onto Demai. Look at Alpha. He's so fast in the back lines. Ragger, he's got a slight idea of it. Going to send the Molotov now. Just take the shot. Just find the kill. You can get them both. Oh, he kills the bomb planter first. Well, Alpha will get them both and denies the plant.
Opening kill. You feel like that should be a round that is won out by HYPERSPIRIT. If they're ever going to get a way back into this game, it's through that. But they are unsuccessful. And now it is 7 map points for CYBERSHOKE.
Series points as well.
That's
the main
everything.
Thing. HYPERSPIRIT, it was pretty disappointing performance on Anubis. Only 5 rounds there, and Dusk could be the exact same. This was kind of my expectation going in, though.
I didn't think it would be this bad. This has actually surprised me. I knew it wasn't going to be great, don't get me wrong. I thought they may be able to save face a little bit more. I suppose I was wrong. Could be a chance of some redemption though in this round.
Well,
Glowing low HP on the bomb site. He's
nice
gonna get
detail.
wrapped upon. Yeah, it's nice. It's
Oh,
maybe
Demai.
he smokes off. Is all good.
Yeah, I didn't see the smoke getting dropped there, but he's gonna play behind it. Mokogen's gonna send the flash. Demai holding, fully blinded. That's a freebie for Alpha.
Ooh.
Obviously, they'll know that both are here towards short. There's a Molotov for Mokogen. He can send this onto the center site, and Shikado, he'll be forced into a tough position. And there's the molly. Shikado in the flames, out in the open, will get dealt with. Both have been chipped away. It's star players now 1v2. We'll get the first. Still positioning towards Rapid. Spotted again from Alpha. Swing comes through star players. Big clutch there. HYPERSPIRIT still alive. But the question is for how long?
Yeah, it's a very nice clutch, and it's a very nice execute on towards that. A bomb site through long. Blixie, we saw him get a multi-kill in the previous time that he was tested over towards long. There, he's only able to get a single. And unfortunately, that isn't going to cut it. Raga, he has succeeded getting these fights through the doors before, but similarly, here he only actually didn't even get a single tag, but it's not too much of a worry, as this is a round which there is a lower purchase coming out for that CYBERSHOKE side. Shouldn't be an issue, and it is, because it's a 4v3 now, so it shouldn't have been an issue, but all of a sudden, it's become one.
They are obviously looking to pivot. Set up here. I see very heavily leaning towards middle. Tags coming through from Fluffy. Pot shot, sorry, coming through from Fluffy. Alpha close to this one. Are they going to try and boost? Oh, this could work, but Shikado's got a good angle. Glowing will get one. They do have two smokes here. Raga holding with the AWP. He's low. Spots the gun barrel. I think he's got to take the bot shot, and he will find. Big kill from Raga. Glowing now looking to elevate. Surely to get caught by Shikado, and the nade will find Fluffy as well. Another big moment in the clutch for Shikado. 5 more to find here for HYPERSPIRIT.
I mean, that was a round that realistically never should have had much worry to it, and it does get scary. Like, this was a full investment, but it was a full investment of 5.7s, MP9s, like, nothing too crazy, or, well, it shouldn't have been anything too crazy, but it definitely did get scary. Got a little bit hairy, but now it's just going to be that eco, so it is going to be 8 for HYPERSPIRIT, as they're giving it a good old run here on map 2. A much better run than the first map, which was their pick.
Well, Raga, he's been spotted here in pit. Okay, well, they're going to get the bomb site, obviously. That was always going to happen.
Shouldn't be anything too crazy. Like, we came into this round understanding it was just that low purchase, so we're going to come out of it with actually a pretty clean round.
Well, HYPERSPIRIT again. now just 4 rounds they need.
A lot more appetizing.
The thing is, ultimately, CYBERSHOKE should still be able to get 3 more full buys here.
3.
Well, yeah, 3, because they're on full loss bonus. If they full eco in their next round, let's say they lose this, if they full eco, they can get 3. No one ever does. Everyone always half buys, but they could get 3 full buys. I've never seen a team do it, because for some reason, everyone just has the mentality of, oh, lose a round, half buy, then full buy, then half, like... Whereas if they just full eco, they'll get 2 full buys. But no one ever does that.
You could be the new Astralis. You're the new Glaive. You're gonna revolutionize the game.
I've made the point probably about 100 times, and yet it is just no one's ever yet to do it.
I mean, there could be a reason for that.
Well, yeah, it's the chance that you can win on the half buy, but their
Just how
opposition.
ridiculously strong MP9s are.
Yeah.
Anyways, though, they might not need any of that because HYPERSPIRIT, they're trying to take a leaf out of CYBERSHOKE's book. And, yeah, they're just going through the short smoke. We saw CYBERSHOKE do that, and it worked. It actually got them their first round on the T side. But for the Romanians, it's going to be their downfall, as there's no need for any more conversation about force bow eco because they just get it done. It gets a little bit closer to CYBERSHOKE, but it was never anything scary or dangerous. That was a very one-sided, not even map, just series, as HYPERSPIRIT are eliminated and CYBERSHOKE progressed through to the quarterfinals. Our penultimate team to do so.
Yeah, guys.
No, you go.
No,
I've done my yapping, man.
Zona's like, over, I know you just come in, but shut up.
No, you go.
No, that's all fair. That's all fair. No, you guys were on point. Like, it's pretty much, you know, the sentiment was there throughout the whole series. I gotta give it to you, Freddie. You were a little bit more, perhaps, hopeful for our Romanian side, and I understand why. I think their past results certainly give them that benefit of the doubt. The problem is when you have CYBERSHOKE and when you deal with them in the playoffs matches, in these playoffs moments, they're usually at the, you know, at their best. That's 99% of the time how they're going to play. There will be mistakes, obviously. We see here Dust actually gets a little bit closer than perhaps some would expect otherwise, right?
Yeah.
It certainly, you know, notches that little bit of a thin line, but unfortunately in the end there's too far of a distance between the two teams, and I think it's just fair to say that this was a league of its own kind of performance for CYBERSHOKE compared to HYPERSPIRIT. And the fact that they already made it to playoffs, I think, is a nice little achievement, and they should look at this as a, you know, okay, we got this far. It's a tough opponent. We probably got the worst draw of the playoffs, if you ask me, amongst the worst draws, and maybe next time it's going to be better.
Yeah, look, obviously, I think CYBERSHOKE is one of the more higher-ranked teams. You know, already we've seen Acend. They're one of the sides that I always thought was going to be... That should have been a guaranteed win. They come in as one of the highest-ranked teams, and they lost 2-0 to Players. I was on that game, or the Just Players, or 2007, I think they went by. But I was on that game, and that was a crazy upset. Yeah, I think CYBERSHOKE are one of the stronger teams here. Just to kind of look into that, Dusty, right at the end. If CYBERSHOKE didn't win that pistol, let's say it went the other way, we could have been looking at maybe a 10-10 scoreline, and that's where we'd be saying actually HYPERSPIRIT could have had that chance. Obviously, it would have meant that both pistols went the way of HYPERSPIRIT, but still, I think, you know, we mentioned it at that kind of 8-4. Look, if they win the pistol, there's a chance, there's an opportunity. They won 4 rounds out of 5 kind of in a row towards the end. It seemed like HYPERSPIRIT, they actually did have a decent T side, but again, the problem is all it takes is that one mistake, and it was gray screening through that smoke, just able to find 2. Fluffy. He had a great series and a great game overall, but not really much else for us to say, is there?
I think the 4 out of 5 is a bit misleading. It's like, yeah, they did win 4 out of 5 rounds, but it was like eco, force buy. Like, they only actually won against 2 gun rounds, and then the second was also a little bit weaker. So it's like, yeah, they did win, but I think by just watching that final round and how easy everything was for CYBERSHOKE, you could kind of tell that in the end, they were just going to be beating him and kind of pulling away from HYPERSPIRIT. Like, it was never going to be that difficult when they got back onto the rifles and a consistent purchase. We also saw those force buys like almost even win the round, and it had to be like back-to-back clutches to get them. So as HYPERSPIRIT, they win the rounds, but it wasn't exactly like confidence provoking.
No, it wasn't, was it? And I think, like I said already, the sentiment was there, persistent throughout the whole series, both map 1 and 2. I mean, specifically map 1, but at the end of the day, we don't get to see Ancient. That means we're going to have a little bit of a prolonged break before we get our next game going, guys. I'm actually excited to see it. I've had a lot of I've had a lot of pleasure watching TNC lately. They've done a pretty good job, albeit perhaps a little bit better, a little bit less, let's say, structured than I would have hoped to see them be in. But up against TDK, that's the game we're going to be having, and we all know TDK. I mean, if it's nothing else, it's the name value they have behind them. And I'm not sure how that's going to go, but somehow my gut is telling me it's going to be a similar CYBERSHOKE, HYPERSPIRIT situation, especially with current TNC performance, right? So I just want to gauge you two before we go to the prolonged break.
Every single time I watch this TNC, because I've seen them a lot, I see them get to the playoffs of a lot of events, and I'm kind of sat there going, how? Because they're playing with different rosters quite a lot. They're playing with different standards, different fives, and the thing is, they have been able to get themselves to a fair few playoffs, and I think ultimately it is just that idea of if you get them on a good day, this TNT team can be really scary. But I think for the most part, TDK should take it. But again, they're getting to these playoff spots. They are really competing, and I think that's the most important thing.
I mean, TNC are a team where it's like they can go 3-0 or 0-3 in a main source, and you know, flip a coin, man. Like each day is a different story. Roster's changing. They're picking up like inexperienced players. It's a bit messy over there, and I think that's gonna sum up the game. But I think TDK should, in all should theoretically be dominating, and I think like they've just qualified for Pro League. They're looking really strong as a team, and it's like, oh, you lose Zorte, here's Art Frost. It's like, okay, yeah. I'll take that. That's just, you know, it's fine by me.
Yeah, I saw that tweet just earlier, a few hours ago, where I think it was Nafani, right, posted that they're also looking for an organization that's going to give them a bit more long-term support.
I think the issue is because a lot of them are benched, so a lot of them are actually under contract. Like, I'm pretty sure Sugar's still with Incilio. I know Nafani's not. He's not anymore. I think he's been like, the whole point of that project was quite literally they're all benched players, but because they're playing not under an organization, it's fine to like play with each other. So it's like they're looking for an org, but it's like, yeah, you need to buy out every single player. So it's like, good
money,
luck.
boys.
So they'll probably wait. They'll wait for them to get out of their contracts, and then they'll be picked up, because obviously they're going to Pro League. They've got like legit results. Pro's back on LAN as well for the Pro they're going to. So it's like maybe when like 3 of the players are out of contract, okay, that's when they'll get picked up.
I think it was BetBoom. I think they had 9 players on their roster at one point. I
think
they
still have Axel and Artfrost in the contracts.
Yeah. So I think it was just one of those things where it's like they can technically just field 2 teams, and that is obviously what it initially was.
Conflict of interest? I've never heard of it.
I don't think that's gonna work.
No, I mean as in like the organization.
No, as in like this TDK, like they're all under contract against the teams they're playing against.
Yeah, that's also true, yeah. But okay, lads, you've done a great job. I mean, it wasn't that hard, really, at the end of the day. CYBERSHOKE, take it. We see our 3rd series of the day. And for that, ladies and gents, we're going to take a prolonged break. The next game starts at 7 CST, so be here or be square, something like that. See you soon. And welcome back, everybody. After a prolonged break, we are ready to continue with the. I just noticed you both have
Got the same background now. You know what's funny? I was gonna message production saying,
sorry,
"Give me the same background." Like, I'm actually sat next to Freddie.
Yeah, I was about to say, can you?
Bro, it's not
just
sat
to
in me.
confirm?
Bro, sat like he's not sat next to me. He's sat in me.
Yeah, he's basically you. And well,
I've actually got a really cool background, but we can't see it because it's so like shrinked.
Fair. I see you've got a lot of small trinkets behind you. I love it.
Lot
I love
of
that.
Hey,
What? That's crazy.
He must
the
have
Matrix
screenshot it
has
when you
been
were gone.
broken. The
Yeah.
Matrix, it's been
No.
broken.
In any case, we're having a lot of fun. That's what matters here. We are going to be seeing our last game in a few minutes here. We got TDK TNC. We talked a little bit about it already. Here's first the current playoff situation of the round of 16. Of course, this is our last match for the round of 16. And let's be fair. I mean, it's been shaping up pretty, I guess, expectedly overall. Maybe Acend losing to 207 or just players a bit surprising there.
That was the crazy one. I think the Omega x Ruby game was a good result, but I actually think Omega are still a pretty decent team. From what I've seen from them, they can have some really big moments, but yeah, it does feel like everything else has kind of gone. I guess not as necessarily as expected, but it's not as though crazy upsets. That's what I'd say anyway.
I'd say the X Ruby Omega is a bit of like I didn't expect Omega to be ever like getting into a quarterfinals like this. I think that to me, and like Johnny Speeds have been looking pretty good this year, but then obviously we're using like Titulus, and I think the VRSDelivery, like despite them making roster changes and kind of feeling like they're not the same team as they used to be, they're still making playoff runs. I think that's just to me like, damn, these guys are really good.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget that VRSDelivery, the old Oremont boys, and they've got some big hitters there. Though some changes have been made recently, but we'll see how they fare against CYBERSHOKE. That's a talk for tomorrow, of course, for the quarterfinals. But right now, what we have on the docket is TDK facing off none other than TNC. And it's best we go over the roster just to kind of give us an idea what we're going to be watching. TNC, of course, another Polish team that we've been seeing for the last few years here. They, used to be a staple at our tournaments at Tier 2 especially. Tomiko, Mary, Adrian, and now Ivro coming in as well as one of the freshest confirmed players in the roster. And I believe Tomiko, the freshest one of them all, 10 days ago, give or take, he was added on.
Malawi as well.
Malawi,
yeah.
yes.
Together
yes,
coming,
actually,
yeah.
Yes, and I had the pleasure of casting actually TNC just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. They did a pretty damn good job, and it was in CCT, of course, not in Thunderpick, but nonetheless, they are a strong team. You should not underestimate them. Malawi playing a great op, from what I can recall.
Yeah, I think Malawi's actually had a fair bit of impact in the recent games that we've seen. But I think TNC, the lack of confirmation for their roster, the fact that we don't really know what's going on, the fact that they have had, up and down results. We kind of said it before we went into the break. It feels like TNC, they could win, they can go 3-0 in a Swiss stage, or they can get eliminated 3-0. I think the one thing that we are going to be saying for TNC is they are currently on a 7-series win streak, which is always nice. Look, I think when you look at some of the opposition, I think you can kind of understand as to why ultimately I don't want to you can't take away from the fact that they have got those victories, but 3 of which are against academy sides, 1 of which is against an XZT that I think everyone knows that XZT name is no longer the scary side that they once were.
Also using 2 stand-ins, and they barely won.
I think obviously in my opinion, I think the most like legitimate result would be that win against Phantom. That's where you can say, okay, that's a decent result. Same with Lazer Cats. I think obviously they're a good team, but their star has just left them. But moving on, we've got
good
TDK.
Is a very strong use of the word.
Yeah. Well,
I feel like you're puffing the copium of Tier 3 Counter-Strike and not really those are some pretty crap teams.
I think when you're in comparison to the other opposition, they look great. But yeah, I think ultimately this will be the end of TNC's 7-game win streak. I think it'd be very difficult to see TNC beat TDK today, because as you can see, the individuals. Look, I know we haven't got the faces, but I think everyone knows the names. We've got Nafany, Arfrost, Sugar, Axel, and Xanta. Very, very strong unit.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best, right? It's TDK. It's the names, if nothing else, the name value itself brings so much fear into your bones as a team facing them that it's going to be a problem. And with Art Frost additionally added into this, I feel like this is a wombo combo kind of team that it's hard to stop. Would you say so, Freddy?
Yeah, I mean, so when I saw the whole like minus Zorte, because obviously he got the call up to Bet Boom, Art Frost came down solely because of visa issues. There was nothing else. There was no, it was literally like one player couldn't get a visa and one player could. And it was interesting. So I was like, wait, that's amazing. They get an Art Frost. Like, this is better for TDK. Spoke to Nafany, and he's saying to me that Zorte was one of the best teammates or the best teammate he's ever had. So he's actually a little bit sad to say goodbye to him. But regardless, it's a very easy kind of plug into a roster because both Art Frost and Zorte have very similar game styles, which I think is pretty good for both Bet Boom and TDK. They're basically just switching two aggressive AWPers for each other. And I think the difference that Art Frost brings to a roster that Zorte maybe doesn't is the success on those aggressive peaks. I feel like Art Frost goes for more of them, and the depth of his aggressive peaks, it seems to be a lot more successful. I think coming out the gates, it was very obvious that he was going to provide more sustainable success than Zorte, and that's what I've seen. That's what's led them to a pro league. But also, we saw Axel on that head-to-head. Top 5 player of the year in some time ago. He's massively fallen off a cliff, but recently, and it's against tier 2 opponent, but he has struggled against those tier 2 opponents before on TDK. Right now, he's kind of owning.
I just want a little bit of a side story. Actually, first time I had Exile to cast, and it was back then when he was still a coach in Team 16 in freaking AOC Cup back in 2017. He was the coach of that squad, and you know,
coach?
Yeah, he was the coach of that squad, and that was just, you know, for a single event. I think he's not even listed under the like his personal Liquipedia, but if you go under AOC Cup of 2017, AOC CS:GO Cup, you will find him there listed as the coach. And yeah, that is, even I was surprised, and I'm like, I'm going through like
what was
history.
the team name again? Sorry, I'm looking.
It was Team 16 on Liquipedia.
Team 16.
I don't think they even have a page.
I'm on the AOC Cup. AOC CS:GO Cup 2017.
Cool. Yes, that was my first turn.
Like, that was Spirit my first Academy.
I'm not even sure if that was the Spirit Academy back then. But the Academy team, no, Team Spirit Academy was 16, the other one. Yeah, but Team 16 was the one. No, but what I'm saying, that was my first Counter-Strike international event that I covered, you know, in English. So it was a big.
You're on the Liquipedia page for it.
I need to. Can you put the link in TS? Because I'm on HLTV and it's not on.
It won't be on HLTV.
No, it is on HLTV.
Oh,
it's just okay. I don't think maybe everything's on HLTV.
I'm not sure.
No, yeah, there's teams not listed. Okay,
they got eliminated.
This was a fun. Damn.
yeah, so that's why
that's
I
crazy.
just wanted to say that it's like such a little weird
what
thing,
the hell?
But it's such a, you know, nice surprise. But with that being said, we kind of skipped over the video, guys. I'll have to let you go into the game. Who cares about the video? We got some deep lore check. Boys, take it away. Do enjoy it.
Well, we've got Dust, we've got Ancient, we've got Anubis, pretty puggy maps. I think ultimately the vetoes don't really matter. I think TDK should stomp, but yeah, look, love a bit of lore. I got to showcase some of that lore. It was when I was obviously casting that Acend game. Obviously Acend, you know, they're a strong unit. Sadly, did get eliminated, but for that team, I think it would have been. Let me double check. I just want to 100% it. Why don't you cast this round, Freddy? I'll do some stats. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's good. This is the map pick of TDK. They are incredibly dominant on Dust 2. They tend to win it pretty much in every single series. I feel like I watch. They did lose it in the BO5 against Nemesis. They did lose it to Fnatic. And they're going to be losing this pistol round, the TNC. So it's been a map where I'd say, like, they only seem to lose in the games they lose. Like, I'm seeing Inox Division, Nuclear Tigers, Fnatic. Like, they're only losing when they actually lose the series. So Ursa as well. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure they've lost every single time they've lost to Dust 2, but they win every time they win it. this is a very good map for them, especially with Art Frost. I think Art Frost specifically is, if you, I searched up his stats on Dust 2, and he's one of the highest rated players ever on Dust 2. If you kind of like include people who have, let's say, like more than 100 or 200 maps played.
Quick question: did you see Latic up there? I feel like he's a scary player.
1.34 Art Frost on Dust 2.
That's pretty crazy. I'm gonna have a look at Latic. Well, I wanted to say, while we're in this tech issue, Scrimmer, I got to see his first ever event on HRTV. When watching that Ascend game, I feel like Latic is probably another player who's.
Do you want me to go a little bit further than
1.27 for Latic on Dust.
I've watched Scrimo since ESCA Intermediate.
I don't know when that would have been.
Before his HLTV
Long
times.
time ago.
Yeah.
Or sorry, in ESCA main on Endangered. Yeah, so
yes, and it's his time on Endangered.
I saw him. Well, I played him in ESCA, and he was on an Endangered roster with Popov, right?
Yeah, Popov, Viltrex.
Yeah, so the Popov lore of
that's a name I haven't heard in ages. That's an
he was assistant coach for 500, and I remember I met him in Stockholm. I was like, oh, hey, how are you? And he's like, oh, you know who I am? I was like, yeah, you're the guy who keeps on making advanced and getting kicked from the team. And everyone just erupted because he's made advanced 3 times and he's been kicked every single time he made advanced. That Endangered roster was one of those times.
Tough times.
Maybe that's
that's how it goes. Like we're gonna use you till we get advanced, but we want someone else.
He's now coaching you, luckily. I've heard he's a very good coach, though. I've actually heard very good things about him, but that's neither here nor now.
Yeah, TNC, obviously, we did see them win the pistol. Mari and Adrian both with double kills. Art Frost just on the scout here. This is the Force. This isn't a hero scout. Adrian, okay, might think twice about jumping across. But he's been taken in lower tunnels. Elevated angle for Adrian. Does need to be cautious. Maybe show some respect to these Tech 9s because they can get right up in your face. Obviously, they don't know it's a Force, but I think the use of that smoke should indicate it. Missed shots there. M4 could be recovered, but I quite like the idea of a pivot if they head towards short. We will see Nafany searching for that rifle. An advantage here for TDK. They still got so much utility here, Freddy. 2 mollies, 2 flashes, 2 smokes. Definitely enough to take the A-bomb site. And this is where Tomiko is going to be under fire. Just 1 flash for the retake for TNC. Obviously, that's going on the basis that they get the bomb down, but no defuse kit either. This is going to have to be a strong sight hold from Tomiko. Flashbang's coming through. Sugar looking to push into the bomb site here. He's been dealt with. Tomiko finds Nafany. Wybro as well. Really nice. Okay, so TNC, they can deal and dispatch with the aggression of TDK.
Good to see a nice sight hold out of Tomiko because he is a player who has continuously been one of the silver linings on basically any Polish project he's been on. He had a time in Alter Ego, and unfortunately that didn't really reap too many rewards. He actually went over recently again to play in China after the Boros incident. But if you compare, like, you know, him and Mari played on Permitter for a long time. Tomiko was one of the silver linings, and he was such a good player. But I'm just kind of sad to see him back at a TNC, because I feel like he's got so much more potential than that. And he is going to be needed there today, because TDK, the one thing they are quite good at is not losing to these sort of oppositions. Like when they lose, unless it's a kind of blip, for me, it tends to be a higher level squad, a squad around that like top tier 2 echelon. And especially with the qualification to Pro League very much in their mind, TDK needs to be bringing that momentum over and getting these online victories, be grinding up those VRS points.
I think you're right. You're completely on the money there. I'm looking at, obviously, TDK's losses on Dust 2. And I think every single loss there on Dust 2, I can kind of go, you know what? I kind of see why they've lost. I can understand why they've lost here today. And ultimately, I think this would be an upset to see TNC find the victory here on Dust 2 against TDK. I'd be very surprised because I don't think TNC are strong enough Dust 2 to do it. And ultimately, I don't think they've got the same caliber of just quality in the individual department as some of the sides that this TDK roster have lost to.
This is a good start for TNC though, especially on their opponent's map pick. I kind of always, as I mentioned, have TDK synonymous with a good Dust 2. And especially with Artfrost, you know, he's one of the best Dust 2 players, period. Goes for a long peek there, gets a tag on Adrian, but he also takes a bit of damage from the grenade. So early altercation, both players stay alive, and TDK now look to take some short control. They've got to be careful of Malawi. He's very solo with this AWP. I'm a little bit scared if they catch him off guard, but he catches Sugar as I suppose fortune favors the bold, just dry peeking by yourself.
Yeah, I think obviously TDK, I think the idea as well, there's no one at short at the moment. There shouldn't be anyone there, so we're just going to send the utility. And I think that's sometimes where teams kind of have too rigidness in the protocols, and I think they're like, oh, well, 99% of the time, you know, short will be clear right now, so we don't need to worry about an all peeking or anything like that. And yes, it is a very bold play from TNC, and I think we're going to see a lot of those risky plays from TNC. Napany gonna get found by Tomiko. Did find one before falling. Sugar and Artfrost both yet to find kills in this map, but TNC strong response there towards A, and now they're towards CT. So one smoke can gain bomb site access here for TDK.
Still a 3v4. They've used all their utility, a great flash through the smoke, but all the T is still quite far back, so it doesn't really affect them. Tomiko ultimately just swings to his grave. Amolo onto the bomb site. This could be very difficult for TDK as time is ticking down. A nade and Xanta, he feels like he needs to get the bomb planted, so he goes into the Molo early, and the nade finishes him off. That is great utility usage for TNC to put them on 4 and just make sure the post-blood never even activates.
Yeah, TNC, very, very good start here. They've built up a bit of a foundation now on this CT side. And I actually quite like the fact that TNC are the ones to call this tac pause to go, okay, well, we've got 4. We know that 4's good, but we want to find more from this. Both our CT and T sides have struggled in the past. And obviously TDK, I know it's only a 2% difference, but they do prefer the CT side. But I think ultimately TNC, this could be really big for them. They win the next 4x versus 4x. We're looking at maybe a 6-0 start, maybe a 7-0 start. TDK, they've obviously still got this AWP on Artfrost. Do you invest around this? It's tough because Napany can buy an AK and get okay utility. They will just go for the half-buy approach. A little bit disappointed that no one saved money for Artfrost for an AWP or even just dropping over an AK. Means that he'll have weaknesses. Malavi's just going to go peeking in, and Artfrost could get found. Malavi, he'll dispatch. Very easy find, and just holding on this line. The reason he's holding, great shot from Malavi onto Sugar, is because he knows he's got the AWP. He's got a second kill, and I think already that's enough work. He doesn't need to hold the angle any further. He's happy to just allow the AWP to be picked up by Napany. But this is a very, very good start of this round from Malavi. Some nice shots.
Good start to the game for him. Not really someone that's particularly struck much confidence into me in the past. I thought, especially with Markosh on this roster, I thought he was quite a decent addition to this team, especially with his stand-in on KOLESIE. I felt like at an older age, he was actually making a bit of a renaissance in his career. TNC thought otherwise, and I didn't think Malawi would be the, I suppose,
What? Axel finds 3 no-scopes.
I was trying to say a point about Malawi, and Axel just does that, and I'm kind of stunned for words.
It's one of those things where like we don't see it from his POV, so you're kind of like, well, what is going on here?
What I was trying to say is I don't think Malawi really struck me with much confidence, but Axel, I suppose that's one way to break someone's economy.
Yeah, it is because of financial problems, but they have to win this round to gain that. They have to win this round to have the benefits of that. And Wybro, he gets a double kill, but sadly one of them is his teammate. That's Tomago falling. Nafany's jumping into Beck, just catch them out in the open. Nafany forced on a reload there, so won't be able to find Malawi.
It's good map control for TDK, but they're pretty much boxed in. So Tomiko has fallen, but TNC, if they just take this control in mid and confirm with Mari taking control in tunnels, who I've seen second op quite a lot since this TNC iteration has formed together. And he's going to be getting a lot of map control with that AWP. Would like Adrian and maybe even Mari to more effectively rotate towards A. I think you see some teams being very confident in their rotations, as it commonly does end towards A in this scenario. But that's not what TNC will do. So TDK should be able to get the bomb planted. Mari has a nade, but he's going to be too far away to use it. So plant this time is going to be unobstructed. And it's going to be a 4-man retake from long. Art Frost is in a one and done position. I don't see him getting more from one here.
Frost does actually find a 3v3, but he's got so much info. Axel, risky angle to play, but he will find two. And now it leaves Mari in the 1 versus 3 gone 1v2. And just going to look to save the AWP. Doesn't really have a chance in this one. We'll get the first, heard the steps of the second. Mari can connect, okay, so able to save this AWP into the next. Has kind of unsettled the T's finances, so although we have seen around victory from TDK, they're going to struggle to invest in this next one.
It is around the board though, so okay, yeah. The investment could be a little bit difficult, but I'd say it's definitely a positive to see that 5-round streak broken up. And I will say, because of TNC, it's just lack of conviction in the mid-round on the rotation. But if you think back to Axel getting a triple no-scope, that definitely hasn't helped the Poles economy. So kind of everyone's broke. No one's got any money. It's like me for real. But I do like how TNC are playing with this low weaponry, and they're just going to be pushing through tunnels. MP5, that's the one, led the charge. So they've got all the map control in the world, like the last round, but this time they're going to have a bit more oomph behind it, as they actually do just rotate towards A.
I feel like you've just done the same that every other caster will do. You just never see the MP5 in place. You're like, wait, is that what it's called?
Which one is it?
I haven't had to say that
They
in
did
about
buff
2
it,
years.
so yeah, you're seeing it a bit more, but people then still use the MP7 anyways.
I feel like the way that I look at the MP5 is the same way I look at the P2000. In my opinion, I will never touch that gun, but some people do for some reason. Obviously, I feel like you see the P2000 a little bit more. Nafany, is he going to look to go through this? Oh, he's been chipped away at. Nafany will get dealt with by Malawi. Xanta needs to be ready for this MP9 of Tomoko. Tomoko's position is excellent. Oh, but he peeks out, and that's where the range of Sugar besting. Sugar can get a second Axel through the smoke as well, and it's all on Adrian. MP5 will get one. Problem is his position's now made known, and it's been chipped away, so it's going to have to be the save. Second round now for TDK. It felt really good. If Tomoko doesn't swing, I think he has so much impact there, just positioning alone. But I guess maybe the smoke was fading. That's what he's worried about. Not too sure.
Adrian could be getting some exits here, and he could actually be making the economy pretty bad for TDK, which then also raises the question of, do they go into the next round investment again? I think if Axel had fallen, you're legitimately having that conversation, despite yourself having no money. But no, this should just be the save for TNC. And it's back-to-back rounds where they've had the map control, they've had the information, they've been able to explore the idea of just stacking onto the A bomb site, but nonetheless, they've still fallen. Axel's having a phenomenal game. He's 8-6 right now. We were talking and heralding about how he used to be a top 5, top 4 player in the world, and he has fallen off significantly. And even at this level, his form sometimes being a bit shaky. But on this TDK roster, I can't say that's been the case. He has been pretty good, and one of the main reasons why they've been dominating this space, and they'll be looking to do it once again in this playoffs.
I think TNC, they don't need to worry yet. They don't need to be in a position to feel kind of stress or strain, because there's still going to be 2 rounds up after the result of this round. Oh, Xanta, don't even... Why aren't you still crouching? You're allowing me to close the gap. Okay, Mori will find. Mori doing a little dance. Flank comes through. Sadly, Tomoko can't connect, and they know about Wyro towards top tunnels. So, as expected, TDK will win this one. They should keep 4 alive, which it's not the end of the world, but this round hasn't looked as clean as it should have done.
It doesn't, maybe it didn't look clean, but it is going to be clean on the outset. And that's all that really matters, is keeping as many players alive, because they have been struggling to do so. And that's been kind of the crux of the issue of, especially that last round, we came in, no one had any money. No one had any buckaroonies. And TDK only kept 2 alive, so they didn't exactly restore faith. Here, though, Wyvro is going to miss Axile, the low HP player in long doors. His best opportunity to get a kill in this situation, as it will be a 3rd in a row for TDK, as they're starting to get the rounds going. But that was only an eco, so they get past the easy test, and now another gun round on the horizon.
I think this is the kind of the game-changing round now. Obviously, if TDK win it, we're going to be seeing a 5-5 scoreline for TNC. It's them breaking and finding that 6th. And obviously, the money, it's not perfect for TDK. Loss bonus limiting as well. They'll still get a buy. Xanta might have a bit of a problem getting out an AK, but overall, it'll still be an investment for TDK. But for TNC, I think that's why they want to take this tactical pause. I think they understand the overarching importance of this round, because it will just give TDK that clean slate to work on. It's clear the individuals for TDK now are stepping up, and I think that's something that TNC, yes, they capitalized early on, but now feels like they've got a real opponent to face. The first 5 rounds, they felt a little bit free. They felt quite easy. Now, this is where TDK have come to play.
Haven't seen much fireworks from Artfrost just yet on the AWP. He went for an opening kill in the first round. We had the AWP out towards long, but I can't say I've really seen him do too much. If anything, Malawi's outshone him.
Yeah, I think obviously it's T side, but Artfrost, he doesn't really have the benefit of us.
It's not really an argument on Dust 2, unfortunately. Malawi with the AWP, not to be mistaken with a South African country. And there you go. The AWPers duel head-to-head. And Artfrost, he wins out this time and kind of puts Malawi back in his place, as he's been running a mockery on TDK when he had the AWP out. Tomoko on long, that is so many flashes. He was just caught between a rock and a hard place, couldn't look at the flashes, couldn't look at the players coming at him. That's really good due diligence from TDK just to make sure that nothing goes awry. And that's basically just round, because TNC are like, right, we've got no one on A, we may as well stack towards the B bomb site in this 3v5. If on the off chance you come towards B, we'll win the round. And if you don't, well, we save and bring these 3 into the next round where we can get another buy in.
TDK. Again, it's just quite effective openers here. Important pick from Art Frost. I guess you spoke about Malawi maybe having the one-up in the AWPing conversation, and then instantly Art Frost, I guess, settles that debate. Right, what are we thinking, Freddie? We've seen 9 rounds of play. It should be a half buy from TNC. Obviously, actually, they've saved 3, so they're going to buy. Care to win? Do you think Dust is going to go the way of TDK now? Do you think they've kind of warmed into this map?
I'd say that TNC did very well in the first gun round. Like Malawi getting the opening kills, Tamiki getting a double, and they're able to kind of like build off the pistol round dominant, like the pistol round success rate. I don't think that it was ever going to continue. Even I was seeing the 5-0 and I was like, whoa, TNC? Okay, because in my head, I come into this game where it's like, sure, TNC could have a very good performance. We know these individuals, it's either 3-0 or 0-3 main Swiss. Like, they're one of those teams. So they could really step up. But I just never thought TDK would allow them in. And especially in a game like this, when TDK lose the first 5 rounds, I feel like that's a good wake-up call. And we can see, especially in that previous round, how Art Frost is able to isolate Malawi with the AWP, and then how they're able to deal with the long play. Like they've realized, okay, wake up call, leave nothing to chance, and now be very methodical in how they're approaching this game. I can imagine this game ending 13-7, 6-5. Like I can see us being very dominant from this point onwards.
Well, nade of the smoke here, Art Frost. Well, not only is it a miss nade, it won't be able to spot anything behind it anyway. Okay, Nafany deep in middle. Malawi, nice find there onto Nafany through the smoke. I don't mind this from Wybro. It's just going to be clearing out middle. The issue is TDK, if they choose to go towards B now, could work out quite nicely. I guess TNC, I'd love to say they're just going to play retake for B and that's their game plan, but the issue is they don't really have much utility. So having this approach could go wrong. Now, Murray will get into the bomb site in time so he can find Zanza. Sugar deals with Wyvro. Sugar, that's a great double opener. Down to the 3v3, and as I mentioned, utility, a bit of an issue for TNC here. No defuse kit either. This could get ugly. And there's still another smoke and Molotov for Axel. This is going to be a problem now for TNC.
This Molo could be the final deal. Adrian just gets smacked. Oh, wait. Adrian gets smacked by it, and it might then actually push it into the smoke, which then gives this retake a possibility. That's rough. Axel is still going to the flashbang, but okay, they're just going to save anyways. Adrian was just trying to get a kill boosted up. He finds nothing, and now TNC are just trying to pen TDK in, but with a missed AWP shot there, it looks like 3 players should be surviving for the T side, and just once again, they are looking pretty clean on this attack.
Yeah, I think TNC is a little bit unnecessary for them to kind of double pivot the B players across. I think Mari does well to get into the bomb site to get 1, but Sugar, it's some really nice entry. Sugar, he's had a tough start to this game. He's 2-7 before that, and he's had a really nice entries there. Art Frost taking that fight in middle, even with TNC losing because they've saved again, able to get an investment. Double AWP in play. This could be the answer for TNC because they have now just lost 5 on the bounce.
Good shot, double AWP. I said that I've seen Mari use this before, and he's actually pretty good with a double AWP. I will be honest though, what can you do? There was about 1,001 flashbangs, not to be confused with 101 Dalmatians, and that may just be round over. I wonder if TNC go for a retake, 'cause they can kind of get a purchase in the next round if they all fall, and that frag onto Sugar might prompt them. This time there are kits, there are a little bit more utility, a lurk smoke that doesn't really give them much room to lurk, and I don't know, you're at a stage where you might actually just be forced to save. There's not much time left. Nice nade that does no damage whatsoever, and they're going for a retake with 10 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, they have to save. TNC, you felt like they wanted to go for that, but that smoke on door fades so late. Malawi will die, but I think New York should get collected. It's just going to get blown towards them. And yeah, actually a perfect little package, but that is 6 on the road, 6 on the trot for TDK.
Yeah, and I think for TNC, look, they were going to get a buy in this one. Yes, okay, they saved, but ultimately I think TNC probably should have given that one a little bit more of a look. But 6 in a row for TDK. TNC, they've looked far too quiet here now for the notion of winning this one. Sugar, Nafany both taking pot shots through spawn, and Nafany gets one.
Love the fact that... Oh, does Art Frost not go for the pick? I think he goes for... Okay. Oh, man, I was about to say, like, I love the fact that, like, Sugar, Nafany, Art Frost go for a pick, and Nafany is the one that get the kill. But I didn't think Art Frost actually went for the pick, and he instantly went top mid, and then dies to Malawi pushing short. So, that hard-fought opening kill from Nafany is undermined.
Sugar, he's just maneuvered just in time for that smoke fade. Nafany finding that pick surely is going to be this acceleration towards A. 2 in long, 2 in short, so it might take them a little bit more time to take the bomb site than they'd liked. Question is, where is this CT? They're expecting one towards the A bomb site. Flash is perfect. Sugar just turned. Adrian can get one, but too quick to pick up an AK, so Nafany can find him. So it is this 3v2 now. Nafany's got a triple kill. He's had a huge round here. Not only getting the opener with the orb, but opening up the A bomb site, and obviously getting that trade onto Adrian. And there's no point saving in this one, guys. Give it a go. It is the double orbs on this retake, so certainly not the weaponry for it.
Nice nade. I mean,
it's not enough time.
Possible. Nah, never mind. There's no time. There's no really space to be made. What a great round from Nafany, by the way. Like, opening kill into the double entry into the 4K, like, is actually kind of crazy. Really, really nice from Nafany. And a great way to end up the half is it's 5 in a row for TNC off the pistol round and first gun round, and then TDK wins 7 in a row in response.
Well, at the moment, TNC, it feels like a 5-0 start was brilliant. Yeah. 5 is all they were kept to. TDK, 7 on the bounce. Quite reminiscent to game I saw, obviously, the other day. It was about 5-0 start. I believe it would have been... Oh, I'm going to have to work back in the games. It would have been a Just Players Ascend game, I think. Oh, I'm not too sure. Oh, no, it's Omega Ruby. First map, Omega Ruby. Omega, they went up 5 rounds. They then proceeded to lose 13-5 on Nuke. But that didn't matter. They still won the series. So hopefully that's what TNC are going to be hoping for. Look, we can lose this one after going 5-0 up, but can we still win the series? I think it's going to be a tough one for them. Art Frost is going to drop the smoke here, trying to deny the Glocks, but they'll happily go through this. Jumping into CT as Mari gets the dink. Elevating. Tomoko can find Nafany. Art Frost sat in the smoke. Malawi now emerging from long. Wybro will find Art Frost. Low HP as well for Axel. Bomb finally getting planted after like the fifth occasion with the tap of that bomb. And jumping into CT. Oh, Sugar, he can get one, but Julie sadly not enough. And the low HP Axel is going to get dealt with.
I actually felt like Sugar could have got more than that. Okay, it's one of those rounds where we're looking at a single interaction that wouldn't have really swayed the outcome of the round. I feel like Sugar could have got more when they jumped over his head here. Like, they just don't look at him, and he kind of gets swarmed regardless. But ultimately, it's a pretty clean pistol round for TNC as they just scale their way onto that A-bomb site. And it's both pistol rounds for TNC, and yet they still trail. I actually feel like we're going to see a very similar first half of this game, Fred. I think we're going to see TNC like maybe even win the first gun round, and maybe even hit like 9 or 10 rounds, and then TDK will just win.
Yeah, I think TDK. I think they'll maybe even look to ensure less rounds found from TNC, and that's why we're seeing this force bite. I always look at these investments and you go, oh yes, I know it's a, you know, there's a 5.7 and a Deagle there, but there's also 2 MP9s and a Scout. Looking at the current setup, there's no flash coming through. This could be really tough, but Nafany not going to get blinded on this angle, and the setup's going to be good. 5.7 and MP9 can find 3 between them for now, but we've still got this MP9 in play. Nafany's got a triple the elevated angle attempting. Malavi's Scout can be the one to find it. Still the man advantage though. Artfrost is low. They know the Scout's in play and that Tomoko's been chipped away at. Malavi aggressing. He'll get found by Axel, but Scout does still connect. It's on a low HP MP9, a low HP Scout, and a Deagle. Tomoko gonna be peeking. Axel's just evaded, and Artfrost can connect. TDK victorious. Rifles can be retrieved, and TNC kept at 6.
I mean, I thought that TNC were going to be able to at least maybe like get past the force buy, but it seems like what I assumed was just going to come a little bit quicker. This is crazy from Nafany. He ended the first half on that immaculate 4K opening kill, etc. But yeah, it's like Nafany getting a 3K, them lining up for him. Very poor entry pathing, very poor entry trading, and TNC just sat on their ass. They're going to get the bomb plant, but that's basically the length of their success, and it's Artfrost who just gets a response right back in round 15 with an opening kill. I was praising how good he was with the AWP, but on this map specifically, he's had a slow one, right? It's 6 and 7. This is actually twice in a row I've watched him on this map that he's been a bit, and I think that is not great to see, but he's still a fabulous player that I've seen so many good results from. Is this scary? No.
My bro, left alone. Axel fine, unfortunately, through the smoke.
Okay, anti-force bite dealt with very well. Xanta, oh baby, an ace. You love to see it.
Yeah, nice,
5 kills,
round.
mowing them all down.
Yeah, obviously it was just the eco, but still going to be a nice confidence booster for Xanta. Ultimately, Xanta, he doubles his kills in in that one round.
Doubles his kill. I mean, eco frags, they're the golden ticket to a good HLTV racing. Not anymore, unfortunately. You know, the woke agenda saying eco kills don't matter. Not having any of it. Ooh, what's this from?
Oh, Mori's gone.
What? Wait,
That's,
what?
He gets
Huh?
Does he get attacked by the orb?
Huh?
That's so
How?
tough. He gets legged by the orb as the molly's landing, I think. Axel, nice shot there. Axel doubles. The nade will deal with Tomiko. And it leaves Malawi in a 1v4. That's TDK now with 11.
This is looking very nice for TDK as Axile is turning the heat up. Art Frost with the AWP, with the A1S, he is omnipresent, and it's really important that Mari dies as quickly as he does over towards B, because it just allows for that full rotation over. So not only does Axile just do quite superb on the bomb site itself on A, but it's just those rotations that spill in. And TNC right now, they are staring down the barrel of basically those first 5 rounds being everything.
Right. Gonna be spamming on through the smoke. Xanta, he's already found 1 in this round. This is just a half buy from TNC. They feel confident that they can win 6 in a row.
This is just not even like a competitive force buy. I think it's the same as what happened on the eco and the first force buy. Is like these rounds just aren't even competitive. Like that's never a good sign when just you're not even getting kills in these rounds. Money is brimming, the coffers are overflowing, and TDK, they have 6 rounds to work with.
Yeah, look, I think at the moment, TNC, they won the first 5 rounds. Dust 2 started brilliantly, and then TDK just decided, oh, actually, let's warm up into this game. Let's remember how to play some CS. And that they have. Napoli forced off the angle by a Molotov. Dispatch of the setup, but Axel can still find Adrian. So tough now. TNC already disadvantaged. Frost attempting to connect through the wall there. Wanting to send the nade. It would have landed on Tomiko. It would have been a nice timing for it. TNC. Not that much utility remaining, but Tomiko, he might make a bit of a bold play here. Axel is just jiggling.
IV4, that looks pretty good for TDK. Right now, you'd maybe love to see Sugar get aggressive in tunnels, because he has got the ability to hit that space. And I think with this utility being thrown on A, they're just waiting on the beat bomb side to make sure this isn't a fake, and they're even going to be able to pull Art Frost over.
Can Malawi not see it?
Wait,
Malawi, he's on your screen.
Bro,
Oh my God,
I think he saw him on the mini map, and he's like he sees the dot on the mini map, but he can't see where the player actually is, and he's trying to find him frantically, and he's still here. Dude, he hasn't moved. He hasn't moved. They've just completely overlooked him. They knew he was there. They assumed he'd have moved, but he hadn't. What? He's tapping the bomb. Why is he tapping
4
the bomb?
seconds. You don't have time. Oh, it's game over.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He taps the bomb with 6 seconds left, and they lose because of it.
Yeah, like it was going to be a tough round anyway, but that wasn't the expectation. Yeah, look, I think Axel, he's very fortunate to live there, and he does really well to get 2 more. Pretty ridiculous stuff. Teo, thoughts on that one?
It was redonkulous, brother. What the hell was that at the end? And the fact that Exile is allowed to stay there for as long as he does and then find 2 off of that position, which is just inconceivable to me. I mean, yeah, not to mention, obviously, the fact that they've won a fake plant. 5 seconds? Like, brother, at that point, all in, right? You don't really have a choice. That being said, guys, all I can say is...
it's a rough one,
what
yeah.
the hell?
What can you say?
I mean, I want to hear your final thoughts on this map before we go to the breakdown. Like, just
Kind
give
of.
me your like.
What I think I said very early on that like TDK are good against these types of teams. They're good at not losing to a TNC. And I think in their record over the last year, like this year, it's literally like I think Inox Division, Ursa, and there's like one more in there. And apart from that, yeah, like they're really good at grinding and then not losing to these types of teams. And whenever they do lose, even if it's early in a playoffs, it's to a Fnatic, which okay, you can have your opinions about Fnatic, but they're still objectively good players that just aren't meshing, but they can still have that level. Or it's like an Amigo who have won multiple online titles and LAN titles. They've just qualified for a pro league. They're full of energy, and I think they just bring it into games like this.
Fair enough, and it's best we just break down the map, lads. You take a short break, get some food, get some water, and get ready for that second, because it's not going to be long before we go there. I mean, hell, look, you two both mentioned, and we're perhaps a little bit surprised as well at the start when TNC was able to kick off 5-0. Like, I think myself, I was thinking to myself, wait, hold up. What's happening right now? How is TNC leading this? How are they doing so well? And that's the beauty of this squad. They do know how to win games. They do know how to win rounds. And they had that little bit of a kickstart to them that would have usually been enough to really solidify them on the first half and possibly finish the job on Dust and give them the win for it. But as Zola said beautifully, right, as soon as TDK wake up, as soon as they realize, wait a second, we know how to play the game, we know what to do, we just gotta, we gotta focus, and that's exactly what happened. The focus, came into view, and they just started popping off. We had Artfrost, we had Xanter, we have an Exile, specifically Nafani, picking up the slack, and despite some of the kills being at times a little bit lackluster here and there, overall, it just went smooth as butter. I mean, let's be fair. Once that second half rolls over and it's TDK that is still winning, and you realize, wait a second, it was 5-0 for TNC, and from that point onward, it was effectively, what, 10-0? Something in between. I'll have to double check real fast. No, so it was the pistol that TNC took, right, on the second half. And they lost 7 rounds in a row, and then they lost another few to boot. And there was just not enough of anything, really, out of TNC. Their performance, whilst at times good, overall, you could see that once the ball started rolling in the other direction, TNC lost all focus, and not just focus, rather, they lost all hope. Like, they seem to have been playing out of desperation rather than what would have been otherwise quality, and despite some attempts made, they were just out of it completely. That is going to be our first map done. It's Dust 2, the choice of TDK. Makes sense, it's going to go well. Ancient is next. TNC have been pretty decent on Ancient, I gotta give them that. But if TDK play once again well and, solid as they do here, and they don't allow TNC to take 5-0 start, I think it might just be what the result, the result that we'd expected going into this series. Ladies and gents, short break, and we'll be back with our second map of Ancient.
storm watching.
I'll bring it up. All right, well, second map of the series, it is the pick of TNC. Obviously, it was a very nice performance from Axal there on Dusty, 1.77 rating. Everyone, really,
Oh,
on
yeah. He's
TDK.
back.
Look, everyone had their impact, and I think the same can be said, I guess, in the flip for TNC. I think no one really went nuclear. No one went above and beyond. Majority just sat at around 11 kills, and it's not quite enough. But there's going to have to be a big resurgence, but the odds, the bookies certainly favouring TDK in this one. They've got a strong setup towards the B-bomb site. No flashes to deal with the Julies, but they'll do it with the bullets. Axel rotating in, and Axel can find 3. Xanta takes down Adrian, and Malawi, well, he had 4 teammates go into that bomb site and get the entry, but he's now got no one. They get that opening kill, and then they don't deal a single point of damage after.
I mean, that's the Axal effect. That's why you still want him hanging around on these rosters.
He's such a good player, yeah.
He was the GOAT. And I remember, because I remember when Cloud9 were kind of dropping back down to like the tier 1.5. And it was like, you could always see during that period, like he still had it, man. Like he still had that, like, potential somewhere inside of him, but it was very few and thin. Like it was very rare to see, because dude's still to this day only 24 years old. It's a very young guy.
Honestly, the amount of players now, I'll be like, oh, this guy's had, you know, pretty long 21. How? You know,
Yeah.
There's a few names out there that have been kind of playing at a top level from such a young age that you forget that they are.
You forget that he's very young, and I think the difference between his time on BetBoom and onto his time on TDK now is that, I'm not gonna lie, on BetBoom he was struggling at this level. Like, you'd actually watch Axel against the TNCs and he wouldn't be playing to that level. And I've said it before in this series, like, this TDK roster this year, he is looking much better. And that seems like it's a miss something in a main. There was a flashbang that went somewhere. I'm not too sure. But regardless, this is an anti-force fight that's looking really good, as the opening kill gets found by Artfrost. He backs off. He then just blocks, waits for his teammates. Mari gets a flank, but Xanta expects it, and the bomb now on Malawi is left by himself.
As expected, TNC, they've been dealt with quite easily here in their approach on the A-bomb site.
Counter-terrorists win.
All right, well, TNC, they're going to be going for the eco in this one. It gives TDK a pretty decent start.
Ooh, that's a nice shot. Bit different from the previous, where Artfrost got the opener. This time he gets eliminated first. Rotations are very quick, though. You can see both Nafany and Axal are very quick to the scene coming from middle, and it looks like they are just going to block out this round. There was... The only way I think the T side win out that round or get a few more kills is if they go with this like wrecking ball pack mentality. They didn't. They all were very isolated, and the rifles could pick them off. So just as IRL, the storm is brewing outside my house and on the server as TDK. They're just starting to cook up.
Well, TDK, I think we expected the kind of electricity that they're gonna bring. I guess this is going to be the true instance of what TDK can do against the full buy. I know there are some weaknesses for Sugar's MP9, but then they've got the, I guess, brilliance of the AWP of Artfrost, so goes both ways. Let's find him middle. Sugar, this is going to be our timing. Spots out Tomoko, but information goes both ways. Axel will get a double in middle, but with Mari finding Xanta, Oh, that is the bomb. He's going to drop a Molotov as well. There'll be a nade to accompany. And he spots out Tomoko. The nade softens even further. Going to send the flash. He looks to reposition here. Tomoko spotted. Oh, not an easy shot, but Frost can connect now 1v1. He'll have heard the steps. They dropped the smoke. Mari.
I love this
spend
from him.
so much time. Yeah, I love this. I think actually Mari, if he's really got Art Frost's number, he goes through that smoke. But you're never gonna do it. Says
Mari
the
thinks he's behind. Mari's like convinced that he's coming from behind, but they both spot each other. Oh my god! Wait, you're not part of Bet Boom anymore.
Well, I think Bet Boom will be happy looking at that clip. Obviously, as you said, it is just a temporary thing, isn't it?
Wait, question. Does Art Frost have the stickers from Cologne?
I don't know.
So I know Flamis got stickers, so because obviously he was standing in for Dilades, how you want to pronounce it. Did Zorte get stickers? Sticker capsules.
Apparently so.
I don't know. Did you? Have you searched up?
It's on E Gamers World. I don't know. It just.
Did you get stickers?
Why don't we let our wonderful analysts work this one out? Mid to a smoke thrown here. Axel currently just sat in donut. It's going to be this play through to B here from TNC. By the way, he's just won a 1v3. Huge round, huge moment.
He confused us with the
Bet Boom sticker.
With the Bet Boom sticker.
I think our kind of inquisitive CS brains have gone, wait, actually, will he have got those?
I mean, he's not been dropped because of bad performance. He's been benched because of visa issues. So he's showing his former team what they're missing. Xanta's going to hold the trigger, and it's actually going to favor him. You do find that a lot of times in a scenario like that, someone will just start spraying through the smoke. He runs out of bullets, and then the Tech-9s jump through. He just holds his trigger, bides his time, and is paid off for that patience. TNC, they get the bomb down, sure, but they're losing 3v1s, and they're losing every round.
Yeah, I think TDK, we expected them to have a strong start. I think that clutch is just, I think it's just reduced the delay. It felt like TNC, they were probably going to find that round and maybe they'd get a couple on their T side. But I think a moment like that not only is excellent for TDK when it comes to, just a round victory, good for Art Frost to gain confidence. But again, for TNC, it just snubs and snuffs out any idea that they're going to win this map. You imagine the heads have dropped here on the TNC side.
I mean, there's still time. This is still their map pick. So if you want to see some resilience, this is the way you'd be looking to see it. Sugar, he's toying with the idea of pushing through that cave smoke. And he will. Alongside Axel trying to get aggressive in mid. Nathany could have maybe supported them with another flashbang because Axel just kind of swings a bit later with one that he had already thrown. So not the best mid take from TDK. And this should be the first round for TNC on the board.
We've just got word from our wonderful analyst. He's confirmed that Art Frost did not get stickers.
Well, he could still clutch up though. He's done it last round, and he might actually get them a 2v. Oh, the timing. The timing, it's excruciating. Malawi was peeking into the angle. Now Xanta has to try clutch up a 1v3. If Art Frost had got that kill, it would have been a lot easier. And you know what? He gives it a good old try. I thought he was going to get that kill on Miko. He doesn't. And TNC, they do get on the board at a minimum.
TNC, I think we've been waiting for them to find a round here.
Okay, so back to it. TNC. They succeeded in mid in the previous round, but here they're going to try go onto the B bomb site. There's 3 players here for TDK, and they're going to utilize Axel just jiggling and donut, getting all of the map control. They're happy to leave Artfrost over in A main, and unless TNC force him off that donut angle, 3 will remain towards B, and that's what's going to happen. Okay.
Well,
so TDK, because of the 3 players holding here, they're going to be winning out the round. And it's all, as I said, because of Axel holding from Donut there, he just allows for the 3 players to stay on B. They were 3 strong, but they also just are superb. Sugar, close range with the A1S. The flashes don't affect him. The trades are abysmal. And TDK, it's basically a flawless hold.
Well, TDK, they've found themselves 6. Obviously, from what we've seen on TDK, on Ancient, they do heavily prefer this CT side. So I think that is something that we do need to know, as do their opposition. But ultimately, T side, CT side, they really don't care. Not the bookies. 10 to 1.02 now. Obviously, TDK are only 7 rounds away from closing out the series. But unfortunate that Adrian will get taken down by the molly. Looked like it was a nice way to gain that man advantage. Nafany can find Malavi. Artfrost, he's under pressure now, but he turns at the perfect time. Might have gotten the timing, but doesn't connect the shot. We've got Wyvro now on the angle. Nafany taking some real space here towards middle. I don't know why he's holding Donut. He's got a teammate in Sugar holding that. The only problem they needed to hold really was Elbow, but Wyvro can find one. Xanta, that's great crosshair placement, brings it down.
Miko.
So you won't expect him. Oh, he's looking towards the A-bomb side. For a second, I got worried that.
Ooh, I mean, it's a rough missed shot from Artfrost. Like, you kind of have him pinned to be connecting something like that. And as you mentioned, Nafany found 2 kills and then just completely neglects the possibility of an elbow push. So TNC in that 3v4 maybe get a little bit fortunate. Because of that, they'll be able to find their second. TDK down to a pretty weirdly low purchase. I thought they kept like 4 alive in the previous round, so I thought they'd have a lot more to say. Do have Artfrost on the AWP. M4 and Axel, FAMAS on Xanta, MP7 and MP9 and 5.7. They've really got one of everything. And right now it's TNC looking to go through mid. This is where they have succeeded. In maybe a roundabout way it took on the second, but both their rounds come from some sort of mid success. Some crazy timing being picked up there by Artfrost. One person walks past, is like, yeah, there's no one holding. Artfrost peeks in, finds the second. And, ooh, not sure how much of a fan I am of them trying to force their way through a CT smoke. Nafany, though, might go unchecked.
Oh, and the molly's landing towards main, so they're just going to plant. And Nafany should be able to find the planter now. There we go. He can drop a molly as well. Yep. He'll take a little bit of damage by said Molotov, but... an AK now. Smoke on the bomb. 3 versus 2 here for TDK. The bomb's only just been planted. They've got the fuse kit on Xanta. They should just play this one slow. Xanta's going to go peeking in. Oh, great shot onto Wyvro. Now it's Tomoko 1v3. We'll find Nafany. Takes a little bit of damage for his troubles. Nade towards Donut, sadly. They've both been CT. Timing kind of went Tomoko's way when the AWP unscoped, but Xanta swinging and finding. That is now 7 for TDK.
Realistically, Artfrost should never be unscoping from that angle. Like, when you're holding there, I've just spilled water all everywhere. What am I doing? Like, Artfrost should never be getting out utility. Like, there's really no point to bring it out there. You know exactly where he is. You've pinned down. Just hold the angle. So that almost gets hairy, but Xanta with some crisp shots make sure that TDK, they win a round where they had the opening kill and they get a bit of fortune that Nafany is unchecked on boost. That's kind of the crux of the round. Like, the fact that he's able to deny the bomb and just survive is everything.
Well, trades in middle. Frost Nade will be able to spot, can find, and keeps himself alive as well.
Not sure why Axile would be going for a play by himself. Like, I don't hate getting aggressive mid. I mean, they have been quite aggressive a lot, and you tend to argue that teams probably should try and avoid getting aggressive after they've done it before, because it is easy to counteract if teams expect it. He gets the opening kill, but then there's just no one there with him to even try and protect him. But it all works out in the end, and maybe it doesn't. Mari catches off Nafany. Bomb's going to commit up B. Mari will eventually fall, but the trades and these 1-for-1s, they're favoring TNC. And now on the bomb site, Malawi gets in his digits as Sugar and Artfrost need to try and complete another 2v2.
Yeah, we have seen a fair few clutches go the way of TDK this series, and this could be another one to be found. No smokes or mollies on either side. It's just some flashbangs. But Artfrost, he's towards ramp. If he sends these flashes into cave, Malawi could be in trouble. And here we go. As the first flash, it does miss. Artfrost is just going to stick the bomb. Oh, I love the confidence. The ball sticking the bomb, and they win the round because of it. What? This is the problem with this double cave setup. They're not planting for it. And he just sticks the bomb coming from ramp. He's just cleared all of it out, and his teammates in CT, so they know that no one's actually directly holding the bomb. TNC, I've got to say, it's kind of poor post-plant positioning.
Yeah, I mean, if you plant the bomb not for cave, and then you post-plant cave, you're kind of asking for, you're kind of asking for to lose there. A poor round from TNC as they were kind of losing it all the way through and then got saved in that 2v3, 2v2. But Nafany once more towards A. This MP9 is relentless. The lightning is exploding outside my window and on the server for TDK as they are just dominating this series as they did on their map pick.
Right, well, Xanta is going to be rotating and clearing towards B. It depends what Mari can find here. If Mari can get at least one, you'd assume it would keep the thought process and the mentality of TDK that it's going to be this playthrough B, but Xanta good positioning here. Oh, Mari. That's a nice find. So Sugar's going to set his intentions here towards the B bomb site. We still have Artfrost on the angle here. And Mari, the fact he's been spotted backing away, this is going to be a clear indicator that it's going to be this playthrough A. Malawi will get the bomb down, though, but it's a 1v2. I don't know why he didn't look to try and take the fight. I know it's risky, but he's now just let them go shoulder to shoulder. Fortunately, he is playing big box. It's an angle that, I don't want to say goes uncleared, but it's nice to play around. But yeah, great HE grenade. Sugar is glued to the angle. Don't like that no one tapped the bomb, but Malawi still swings.
I think you're overthinking it in that post-plot, in that retake. Like, they play that perfectly. They don't rush things. Like, the one thing you don't have to do is try and overforce tapping or defusing the bomb. They have so much time to work with. They're very aware of big box, and it's a perfect retake where, okay, Artfrost could have gone and tried to deny the bomb, but it was just making sure that they play the advantages. he's also holding the line to Temple the whole time. So he just knows he has to be big box or A main. There's nowhere else he can be, and they just thrive off that information.
Axel got a teammate here towards middle, but doesn't work out well. Wyro can find 2. Should be a 3rd from TNC from this spot, especially Tomoko finding Sugar. So 5 on 2 now. Feels like TNC, yes, okay, they might find this round, but bit of a consolation prize. Xanta 1v5. Let's see how things start for Xanta in this one. The bomb is in T-spawn.
It's crazy as we come out of this round and TNC get a 3rd that their 3 rounds have basically all come from mid, and I feel like they've always won out in that mid control. Like they've just been better in that part of the map, and yeah, it's kind of shocking to me that they only get 3 after I have been feeling quite critical of like how Axel's played the position. They haven't always played together. He's taken a lot of solo fights, and they've still then like won the round off the back of that. So like TNC are in one stage playing a part of the map better, but then still only getting 3 rounds of the half. It's their map pick, and I think this second half will be very short-lived.
Ooh, okay. Adrian in the smoke. He's got all this intel, but they also know he was there. Oh, okay, that's a fortunate find. Oh, Optimus all alone. This is going to go so wrong, I think, for our Frost, but he finds 2. Okay, Mari.
They trade Mari.
Yeah. The Molotov send from Sugar, recover the bomb, plant for CT. Recognition them both are now towards ramp. Sugar's able to get into cave. Now it's on Nafany. Okay, Sugar's taking contact. Doesn't need to re-swing, but they both just take their fights and win them. I think that pistol kind of sums up the game for TNC. You know, we had Art Frost trapped in the corner. He can find 2. Pretty ridiculous stuff there.
This is very clean. Like, how does Art Frost get away with that in mid? And you can just tell that, yeah, you can just kind of tell that TDK are really dominant in the way that even like Sugar takes those duels in the 2v2. This is an interesting mid pop from TNC.
That was a full, by the way. This is a force.
Yeah, I mean, like, TDK do counter this quite well. So they got Nafany out really quick towards the boxes in mid. He then drops a Molo and Donut, and Sugar, Axel, sorry, Axel didn't go out with him, waits in the elbow smoke, and then gets flashed through as TNC flash from Red Room. So it is like a nice setup for TNC that ultimately looks like really feeble from them. You're like, what are they doing in mid? It's like they have actually just been perfectly countered, and that can be missed sometimes. But a really nice round from TDK to get to 11.
Well, with Mari being the lone survivor here in Donut, do you think TNC invest into the end? They were in a similar spot on Dust 2 where they looked to eco and get, or half buy and get
Most
the full
likely.
buyout. But I think the difference is it's 6 rounds opposed to 9. So
I think most likely there's going to be some force buy antics, just constant force buys. This is rough. I mean, Mari might be able to save, but yeah, this is a game that and series that I'm impressed with TDK, because it's so easy to slip up against a team like TNC who can be really strong just individual firepower wise, and TDK haven't allowed any of that to let them get run away.
Yeah, I think TNC. Look, we were talking about tough opponents here in the event, and you know, Teo mentioned CYBERSHOKE being one of the tougher ones, and I think probably right there. I think TNC are probably another. The TNC TDK, sorry. Nafany, nice find on the MP9. It is just a hard buy from TNC, in fact. But yeah, we've seen some pretty dominant series here. Maybe not how we wanted to end this stage of the playoffs, but sometimes that's how it goes. I guess we came into it expecting TDK to 2-0, so at least though we're not seeing any kind of differing opinions of it, you know, at least we are seeing the team that's meant to go through find success.
And also convincing. Like this is a good look for a TDK side who have had those roster complications. Who Nafany has come out and said that he's feeling the stress of having no organization. You know, it is rough. Like I think there's no shock that TDK aren't going to these open LAN events. Like we saw one just recently in where was it in Russia? I had it on my geography game yesterday.
St. Petersburg?
St. Petersburg, that was the one. Yeah, so VP won that, but that was M-Bank CS LAN season 5. So TDK did go to season 4, but didn't actually do too well. They lost a 1-win, kind of got owned by 1-win actually in playoffs. And they went to a good luck 6-7 season 1 where they beat the CYBERSHOKE prospects twice, which feels like a really random event.
Can I just say, looking at the teams at that event, looking at the teams that were top 12, you've got VP, ArcRed, Nuclear Tigers, K27, BetM, Oxygen, CYBERSHOKE, IcoFace, 1-win, Aurora Youngblood, WW Sparta. Like, nearly every single one of those teams are a terrifying unit that are sat kind of...
Oh, dude, the CIS lands, like, it's the same teams that also go to all of them. Maybe, like, Bar Nemesis, you could throw them into it. And, like, those, like, all of them are terrifying. Like, those events are actually kind of stacked, right? Like, and they're all the exact same. Like, I think I always hold a lot of stock in those events when we're looking at like a Nuclear Tigers, a K27, right?
Yes,
We've been following that trajectory, and they've had like up and down performances at those lands, and I feel like it's always a really good way to track like where exactly are they right now.
Yeah, I think as well the main factor being that there is so much competition. It's not like it's kind of a LAN event where there is only one team in a region and they just go in and stomp. I feel like it is. Honestly, imagine just being from St. Petersburg and, you know, a group of friends turning up to a LAN and these are the opposition you face. This retake should work out well, as they are currently now in a 4v1, all against Sugar. No defuse kit. No defuse kit, Freddy.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. No problemo. Also, Psychoface, Slaxages has like just the most ridiculous event. Like 18 years old, had maybe a lot of question marks over him, but damn, did he play well on LAN. It's also nice to see a team like Oxygen who lost Fluffy, right? We saw him on CYBERSHOKE. They're still doing well. Yeah, those events are always fun to keep up with because they're it's like I sometimes find that from our perspective in the scene, like we're obviously a bit, well, for me, I'm more in tune with like the Western Europe Counter-Strike. I know a lot of the players personally and compete against them, etc. We sometimes are quite disconnected from the CIS scene. So even a team like TDK, like, you know, we're not getting to chat to them very often, language barrier, etc.
Well, yes,
so
I was just gonna say that's
some of these lands I like kind of wish I could understand what's going on a bit more there.
Oh, Frost. Okay. He's going to go peeking in here. Mari, always been spotted. Frost just trying to get a better judgment of... Yeah, like... We mentioned he likes to go for these aggressive peaks. He feels confident. Now we're going to head their way towards B now. This is where, if I was Mari, I think it should be pretty. He should just back away from A main. He's been spotted in A main, so if he looks to flank, obviously TDK are going to have the idea of that. And sitting in A main at the moment, albeit yes, they could still go towards A. It's unlikely though, so he should just head out of A main, get onto the A bomb site, maybe play deep from CT, because now they know it's this play through B. He is going to be such an he's going to be a non-factor in this round. Tomoko, it's a big kill though. That will delay TDK, and obviously needs to go and recover the bomb. Xanta, okay, well, takes the long way round, but still gets it punched in. Mari now joined forces with Malavi, and it's Art Frost. Oh, I think he has to get a collateral. He doesn't get both of them here. As the first, Mari with a quick trade leaves Xanta in a 1 versus 2. He'll get found by Tomoko. Great positioning there. And TNC, they will find themselves 5.
Realistically, that was a round where TNC did get the double opening kill in mid. Like, they should have been winning that round. And it gets way too close for comfort because of the trades back after the opening 2 when they weren't able to disengage in mid after getting their opening success. So it's back-to-back rounds for TNC, and it's just silent on the board to make it look a little bit more, I don't know, successful, less dominant, but I think that ship has sailed. This is still most likely, and 99.999% of the time, going to be a 2-0 in favor of TDK. It's just a matter of when and how and where.
Again, TDK, they have 7 opportunities to close out this series. It feels inevitable. Well, that's Wyvro finding. So much space has been taken towards A. Look at Nafany.
Xanta dying almost doesn't feel like a big deal. To actually sells the fake.
What is this? Nafany is so deep here towards A. He's had the early steps. He kind of needs a teammate though to help from Temple. Flashbang's coming over. We've got Wyvro from red, and Nafany's not going to find anything.
Oh. And Adrian had just heard them running back as well. Wow, a surprisingly, like, easy retake. Yeah. I thought there'd be a little bit more to that, and it feels like it all kind of comes to the end abruptly in this round.
Yeah, I think if Nafany had a teammate there, and he stayed fully tucked, I think that could have worked really, really well. But, again, it's kind of that mentality of, if you go for a full gamble in an advantage scenario, if you're confident in your retake, you're probably going to win the retake anyway. Obviously, it wasn't a full gamble. It was a reaction to Xanta. But either way, TNC, they still win the round. And with that, they now only need 6. But I think it's still going to be a difficult 6 rounds to acquire.
Surely this is not the round they win, right? Like, oh my god. Mari's made a meal out of that duel, but Wyvro with the utility and the physical brawn is going to put it back into a 3v3. One of the 2 rifles have been collected. There's a Molo that's just kind of gone nowhere, and only God knows how Sugar's got out of the bomb site. Up Frost, they saw him. I thought they saw him. Did they not see him coming out of Red Room? He misses though, and just walks into Malawi's crosshair. Axel booted up with the A1S. It's so ropey, but Sugar connects with the Deagle. A defuse now on the bomb coming through. Adrian looks like he's gonna have the time, and he's gonna have the space. Axel gets it down to the wire. And it's a lot of money for TDK now going into round 20, but they are somehow not closing out these rounds.
Yeah, look, TNC, they're still going to be able to invest anyway. I think the fact that TNC are in a spot now where money's kind of good enough where if they lose, they still, or not if they lose, obviously, if a round like that happens and there is just one survivor, they can still buy. That won't be the case if that happens again, but I think TNC, I think they'll care less about the finances and the fact that they're still in this game. There was a chance there. There was a chance in the 1v1, however difficult it may have felt. Especially from the kind of diffused position, it was quite far away from expectations. Middle has been taken from TDK though. Ooh, Wyvro. Smoke has faded. Artfrost is currently holding. Nafany can get one. Wyvro will get the trade, but Artfrost ready with the orb. We've got Tomoko here in cave. He's dealt with. Spotted out Mari as well. It's a 4v2, and they've got knowledge of Mari. This is where the T just needs a group. Xanta, just get your gun up. You do not need to be messing around with nades. Artfrost just holding towards middle for the re-aggression. And they're going to head towards the B-bomb site. Mari with a huge round. And what do you do for your TNC now? Do you look to gamble? Do you feel confident in your solo site defenses? It's such a tough decision to make. Maybe you try and take some space, and maybe that's the game plan. And decision from Mari. Oh, he spots the shoulder, but Artfrost finds, and now it's Malavi in a 1v4. He can get into CT, but the molly's going to land. The Ascend's crossed. Here towards the left-hand side. William spotted. Well, this is the bomb. Axel gets the intel. Malavi. 3 pieces of util, but I doubt they're going to be the difference. He's got 4 to find here.
They've just boxed him in with smokes. He's got a smoke on long, smoke on short. What can you do? It took a while. TDK, they lost a couple rounds in a row. Feels very similar to Dust 2 in essence, where also the rounds they were losing were very close. Like, a lot of them were, well, I mean, they all felt like retakes, and they came down to a lot of 1v1s. That was a very dominant series from TDK. That's kind of what we expected coming into it, and that's what's going to happen. I also love how, for you guys, the background is in focus, but for me, it's not. You can tell that I'm the original.
You're the OG.
Yeah, that's what they all say. That's what they all say. I love it. It's brilliant. That's shout out to production. Shout out to Gopher. That's, you know, this is what they do for us. It's just a little thing that we wanted.
I got a sign that's actually not in there. I got a trophy from an event that I didn't even win.
Oh, let's see.
A prototype of one of the challenger, you know, the parking
CHC.
challenger events.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not
I was at
CHC.
I was at the first one, and I was like, oh, what's this? And they were like, it's a prototype. And I was like, okay. And they were like, do you want it? And I was like,
I'm not gonna say
cool.
no.
I was like, oh, okay.
That's really cool, actually. Nice. Love it.
Well, the
boys,
team that won't be winning a trophy is TNC. They've been eliminated here. I think it's a tough task. TDK is probably one of the favourites for the event. I think if we have a little bit of a look at the bracket, we can kind of have a better idea of what's going to happen in the quarterfinals. Ultimately, to me, I feel like the quarterfinals as well are a little bit easy to guess. I'm saying TDK, OG, CYBERSHOKE, KOLESIE. I don't know about you guys. Are we thinking the same, or?
I have to be there with you. I think TDK go into the semis for sure. I think KOLESIE go over ALGO for sure.
Yeah.
CYBERSHOKE definitely win against VRSDelivery. I think they're way more stable than them. There's a chance something could go wrong.
Yeah, there's
I
an
don't
upset
think
somewhere.
there's definitely chance of upset, but
OG lose.
I was,
Yeah, honestly,
you
I
know
was
what?
thinking
I was
the
about
same
to literally
thing.
say, given how weird
They
today
kinda
OG looked
suck,
against
I'm not gonna
EAC. Yeah, exactly, right? They looked very awkward and not so, you know, not as good as the teams that have that we've seen at least. And honestly, just to kind of quickly mention this, but TDK, I mean, they seem to have a few struggles closing out the map once they get to that good, you know, good position. But, you know, the machine's rolling and it's near impossible to stop them by the looks of it. And I don't think Omega is going to have one over them now.
I want to say, so I agree with everything you guys are saying. I think CYBERSHOKE will actually do very well against VRSDelivery. I know you guys said they're going to win, could be close. I don't think it's going to be close. I think ALGO, though, KOLESIE game, I think you're sleeping on ALGO. Maybe I've just kind of, I seem to have had this conversation with nearly everyone, so maybe I'm starting to be the issue, but I think ALGO are really good, and I think people are like kind of sleeping on the ALGO front, and oh, they own GenOne. It was GenOne's third BO3 of the day yesterday. So it's like, yeah, it's a good win, but there's obviously like an asterisk there. I like this ALGO roster a lot, and they've just had a lot of roster instability. Same with KOLESIE, I guess. But I think ALGO, like with Devil Walker's like head of esports, I think he is, or whatever, which is just a funky way of saying coach, manager. Like I think ALGO have so many areas of like, so many different avenues that they can succeed in.
I think it was the game against Betclic. I think the way that Andu played was really, really good. I think they've got some nice individuals. I think
Apart
that's
from
something.
that guy stinks.
Wow. Okay.
Oh
yeah,
my
no,
God.
but, the thing is, I think they do have some nice individuals. Ultimately, I've not seen enough from players like Nuki, like Rendy
From
Sky.
Nuki, have you not been seeing
Bro,
how good he's playing?
I was about to say he played
Dudes.
really well.
Yeah, no, sorry. I've not seen him. Like, I've not been seeing him. I've not
Okay.
seen the Algo team. I mean,
Man,
as in,
he's been
yeah.
so good.
I was like, how do you know who I've been casting or not? Like, I don't know who Bambosh is. I don't know who Rendy Sky is.
It feels like we're back in Imperial for a second there, you know, with Nuka, how well he's been playing recently. But guys, I gotta say, I think you might be onto something, Freddy. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain.
I think it'll be a
Algo
close
just yet.
game. Like it's one of those
But,
things where
yeah.
like it could go anywhere, man.
Yeah, that's the case, right? I think both Algo and KOLESIE might be a question mark, and definitely OG is a question mark given how, you know, ratty they look, honestly. CYBERSHOKE, I think it is a 2-0, almost guaranteed, and TDK, I think they will take it as well against Omega. And that's all for tomorrow. Gentlemen, you've done a great job. I mean, just kind of quickly going over the day. We had a 4-game day today, the final day of round of 16. It kind of went, let's say, relatively expectedly. I mean, a bit of a surprise again on OG. I have to mention this. I think everybody took a bit of a double check or double look at that third map and the way it ended. But at the end of the day, I think we enjoyed it. I believe all of our predictions also kind of go true, right? We all said 2-0 basically.
It's always good when they do, because we've had so, like, I think always the narrative when we go into these games where like there is a clear favorite, it's like, can they be the clear favorite? And it a lot of times doesn't happen. So I think that's always my surprise, actually, when I come out of a 2-0 like this. I'm like, they actually did it.
Yeah.
They
yeah,
didn't
no,
fumble.
I think as well with online CS and in the amount of games that a lot of these teams are playing, I think the expectation is always going to be there, but then they're going to drop a map here or there because, as you say, some of these teams
I
are
don't know
playing.
if you could have that for OG. They're not playing much, to be honest. That's actually one where it's like, nope, they just suck. They're just bad.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
It's like I cast the Inner Circle game. They lost and got eliminated from that LAN. They lost 13-6 on Mirage. Cadian got a 1v4 on that map, like very similar to the clip, you know, like the Mirage 1v5,
stairs, yeah,
like the
yeah.
Mirage, like very similar. And he got the round, stands up, you know, tech pause because headset broke or whatever, and they go on to lose every single round afterwards. And it's like sick. Like, you know,
Can't
this is
win BC Game Masters Championship like
nice,
this.
bro. They didn't even get out. They didn't even make
They didn't
playoffs.
even make playoffs, yeah.
Yeah, the sad reality is it seems like it might be a failed project before it even lifts off the ground.
Which
but,
is crazy.
Which
but
is
that's
crazy.
a story for another day.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think, gents, we've done our job for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue tomorrow. Round of 8 will come around for the Thunderpick World Championships. We'll see you guys in the morning. Make sure to be there, and we'll see you there. Bye-bye.